Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
It's from committees. The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's truly an honor for me to stand today and present in both official language the 19th report of the Standing Committee on Health, entitled Organ Donation in Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the government requests that the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. And I just want to say we've made 7 recommendations in the report, and every member on all sides and all parties has taken an interest in this report. And even 2 of the members have motions and bills coming up right away, in fact, this week. But I want to thank the members for their diligence in this report, on this most important report. I want to thank the clerk and the analysts for their help. And Canada has a dismal record of organ donation, and we're hoping this report will help improve it. We're in the low third of countries, in developed countries, on organ donation, and we have to do better. So hopefully these 7 recommendations in the report will have some impact. And we thank you for this opportunity to present this report, and we look forward to the response from the government.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Blakey, seconded by Mr. Massey, Windsor West, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Jobs and Economic Growth Act, Canadian Nuclear Laboratories Limited. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise today to introduce this bill, which has to do with the pensions of over 3,000 Canadian nuclear workers and their families who, as a result of a decision to privatize the management of AECL assets, were kicked out of their pension after a 3-year grace period on September 12th. What this bill would do, first of all, would be to provide an extension of the grace period for the government to work towards a more lasting solution. We give them time to look at other jurisdictions which have more flexible membership for their public service pension plan, to allow these workers to continue to contribute to the pension that they signed up for when they started in the industry. They were told since the inception of the new government that there would be a fair and lasting solution until about 6 months ago when the TAC changed, and they were told that because of the framework of the legislation, the government's hands were tied. This shows that the law can change, and I encourage the government to adopt these provisions forthwith to get fairness for these workers. Thank you.
Mr. Blakey, seconded by Mr. Massey, Windsor West, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 petitions to present today. First, about Summer Jobs Canada. This petition says that Section 2 of the Charter, including the freedom of thought and belief, are fundamental beliefs, and so the government needs to defend the rights of all Canadians, even if they disagree with the values of this Liberal government. The petition calls on the government to stop the values test in the Canada Summer Jobs program. My second petition has to do with international organ trafficking. It identifies 2 private members' bills, one here in the House and the other in the Senate, and asks us to support these bills and to protect vulnerable people who are being trafficked. Thank you.
Dufferin Caledon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition signed by constituents from Dufferin Caledon that they call upon Parliament to encourage the Canadian government to work with the government of Israel to facilitate the completion of sponsorship applications of asylum seekers from Africa so they can immigrate to Canada as soon as possible.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, I'm tabling petition E1646, denouncing the fact that since July 7th, 2017, Mr. Toufik Ben Amish, a Canadian citizen from my riding, has been held in custody in Cuba because he was unfairly found guilty of involuntary homicide. Despite the fact that on April 30th, 2018, a high court in Cuba canceled all criminal charges against him, the authorities are still refusing to allow him to leave the country, and Canadian consular officials have done nothing to make that happen. The petition has been signed by 1,636 people, calling on the Minister of Foreign Affairs to take every step necessary to ensure that Mr. Ben-Amish receives fair and equitable treatment under the justice system, and to repatriate him to Canada as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to rise and support a petition to the Government of Canada concerning Pan-Canadian strategy for eating disorders. Right now, the signatures of this petition are calling for the support of M117 to initiate discussions with the provinces and territories with responsible stakeholders for Pan-Canadian strategy for eating disorders to include better prevention, diagnosis, treatment, and support and research. This is an issue that's often linked to mental illness and also workforce engagement, so I'm pleased to support this petition, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Peace River Westlaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I too rise today to draw attention to the international trafficking in human organs. The people that have signed this petition are looking for an expediency to the adoption of Bill S-240. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Peace River, for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise a petition from concerned Canadians increasing concerns about the international trafficking on human organs removed from victims without consent. We're dealing with bills S-350 and 240, so I would like to present this petition on their behalf.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion in the name of Mr. McColman concerning veterans.
Mr. McColman, seconded by Mr. Brassard, moves that, given the Prime Minister has told veterans that they are asking for more than we are able to give, the House call on the Minister of Veterans Affairs to revoke the Veterans Affairs Canada benefits that have been extended to Chris Garnier, who is not a veteran, is incarcerated for second-degree murder, and for interfering with the dead body of police officer Catherine Campbell, and is currently reviewing benefits for a disability he sustained while committing his heinous crimes. Debate. The Honourable Member for Brantford-Brant.
Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the member from Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, 29 days ago, veterans learned and were quite rightly outraged at the news that Christopher Garnier, a convicted murderer, was having his PTSD treatment paid out of funds set aside for veterans. 29 days ago, we called on the Minister of Veterans Affairs to intervene and right this wrong. At first, the Minister and the Minister's office stayed silent on the matter. Departmental spokesmen were sent out to speak instead. But as it became obvious that the outrage was growing, the Minister finally relented and issued a statement. He told veterans that he shared their outrage and told them that he would seek answers for them. All seemed well, pressure had been applied, and the government seemed to have heard and seemed to have been acting. But as of yesterday, 29 days later, veterans still have no answers. And the Minister can only say that he is waiting for his officials to provide him with a report. The Minister's lack of action, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, has become more outrageous than the original decision to give veterans benefits to this murderer. And so we did what we do in these situations. We appeal to a higher authority, in this case, the Prime Minister. So we asked him, does he believe Chris Garnier deserves the veterans' benefits he is receiving? Well, the Prime Minister wasn't even willing to answer that simple question. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and his Minister of Veterans Affairs have failed to address this issue and failed to provide veterans the answer they deserve. And so here we are today, 29 days later, forcing a vote on whether or not to do the right thing and revoke these veterans' benefits being wrongly extended to a murderer. It's shameful that it has taken this long for this government to make a decision on such a straightforward matter. But then again, veterans will tell you that under this government, waiting far too long for answers has become the name of the game. Even the Veterans Ombudsman will tell you this. In fact, he slammed the Liberal government in a report just a few weeks ago, showing quite clearly that injured veterans are being forced to wait months longer than promised to find out if they even qualify for benefits. Mr. Speaker, it frustrates veterans to know that while this government makes them sit and wait for answers, that a convicted murderer that hasn't served a day in his life in the military is having his private treatment paid for funds set aside for veterans. Private treatment for a disability he developed strangling Officer Catherine Campbell, putting her body in a compost bin and dumping her under a bridge. Can you imagine what veterans are thinking? In fact, can you imagine what Canadians are thinking? Veterans that serve this nation honorably, veterans that are being made to wait an average of 7 months for a decision, many of them with PTSD issues that they're dealing with. Some are waiting much longer for benefits that they had earned. Veterans can't even get an update on the status of their own claims. Today, we will be forcing this government and all Liberal MPs to make a decision. Do you believe Chris Garnier should continue to receive these benefits meant for veterans, or do you believe the Minister and the Prime Minister should revoke them? Now, I'm fully expecting today that the government side will claim that our side is advocating for changes and reductions and revisions to the family benefits. If they do, Madam Speaker, this is a clear act that we are on the right track because this is a desperation argument. Because we have no intention of touching veterans' benefits, now or in the future. This is a one-off situation. This is something that the policymakers, when the policy was written to extend benefits, likely never anticipated. Just as when Clifford Olson, the mass murderer, was in prison and receiving OAS benefits when we were in power, they were revoked. And why were they revoked? Because the then Prime Minister had the leadership skills to know this was wrong, had the management skills to pull the key people who made this decision into a room to extend those benefits, and said in this House of Commons that he would take personally all action necessary to get them revoked, even if it meant bringing legislation to the floor of this House. So clearly, this is a one-off situation. Clearly. This is not about the extension of family benefits, which are very important to many veterans in this country, to family members. This is about this situation. A 30-year-old individual having never served one day of his life in a military uniform, yet Catherine Campbell, the person he murdered, wore 2 uniforms. She wore the uniform of a police officer, and she was also a volunteer firefighter. And so today, as we consider this motion and we bring it to a vote, make no mistake, this is about the failure of leadership of both the Prime Minister and the Minister of Veterans Affairs. This is about their lack of ability to bring the decision makers who made this outrageous decision to extend benefits in the offices and the confines and the walls of Veterans Affairs Canada to the table quickly and get an explanation from them, as you normally would in the course of managing any organization or business. You would call the decision makers to the table and you would say, explain this to me. If the minister is as outraged as he said he has been, and he says he's outraged, why wouldn't he do that as the first step? If he had to travel to Charlottetown, where Veterans Affairs offices were, and sit in a meeting room with his senior officials, with his senior management people, and say, tell me what's going on here, so he could come back to this House of Commons and answer to veterans and answer to Canadians as to why this outrageous situation was allowed to happen in the first place, and make a determination and have the backbone and leadership to be able to answer the questions in this House of Commons, which they have been unable and refused to do, is truly shameful to not only the veterans it disrespects, but the people of Canada. This is an issue that needs resolution. They can intervene, they can do it, and they're refusing to do it. Instead, they're defending this individual getting these benefits. Madam Speaker, I trust my colleagues in the backbenches of the government will make the right decision today to get their leadership to correct this one-off situation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I find it actually kind of rich from the member from Brantford, Brent, who actually was in the Conservative government when they had the decade of darkness where they cut back. And I'd like to remind him, have you forgotten the 7 Conservative attacks on Canada's veterans that they did, Madam Speaker? Conservatives killed the lifetime pension for veterans. Harper's minister insulted veterans. He closed 9 veterans' offices. The Auditor General finds the Harper government was failing veterans. The Conservatives slashed 900 jobs, and under the pleas of managers, they silenced and smeared veterans, releasing their medical records, and this member has the gall to stand up here and accuse us of not doing enough. We have been defending veterans and working to right the wrongs that the Conservatives did for over 10 years, and as a former serving member of the Canadian Armed Forces, I can say it was a decade of darkness.
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Madam Speaker, as expected, totally off topic, totally not addressing the one-off case that this motion proposes to resolve today. I respect this Member of Parliament for his service to our country, as I do all veterans. Let me clarify for him that much of what he has said, in fact, on the lifetime pension issue, it was the Liberal government that brought in the new Veterans Charter and did away with the previous lifetime pension. It was not our government. We implemented what the previous government had put in place. And I can tell you this, we did not cut off the lifetime pension for veterans. We worked with veterans through the early stages of the new Veterans Charter, which is a living document and was always intended to be, to work towards giving veterans the benefits they need. That is absolutely false.
Questions and comments? Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. Madam Speaker, when we're talking about veterans and we're talking about their benefits, we need to have a wholesome conversation, Madam Speaker, and I wonder why my colleague from the Conservative Party has brought forward this one case without talking about the more wholesome approach, what veterans need today. He hasn't talked about the lapse spending of the current government, the over $370 million that hasn't been spent on veterans, that was promised to veterans. He hasn't talked about the wait times that veterans are suffering right now, that is growing. You know, the scathing report from the Veterans Affairs Ombudsman that just came out last week. He hasn't touched on any of these issues and how we're going to fix them. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like to hear from the member, my colleague from the Conservative Party, about how they're going to address these issues. When we're talking about veterans' benefits, we have to have a wholesome conversation. Veterans deserve it. They expect us to work collectively together to address their concerns and to plug the gaps and make sure that they're not falling through the cracks.
The honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
I thank my honourable colleague for his comments, and let me assure him that day in and day out in this House and at committee, we are called to hold this government to account on all of the issues that he brought under the umbrella of the management of the Minister of Veterans Affairs, which is on all of these files, frankly failing in the job of overseeing and managing all of these issues. We have selected one issue today, although we have asked questions over and over and again in this House about unspent money that sits there while veterans wait an average of 7 months to find out if their claim is even going to be covered. Many of them spend more than a year waiting with no response whatsoever from the ministry. So there are many issues, as he mentions, and I totally am on side and agree with him. We need to hold this government to account for all the failures to veterans, and they are many. And many veterans in this country, as the Prime Minister had promised many promises to them and not delivered, are absolutely mystified as to why we find ourselves in this situation today, laser focusing on this issue. Madam Speaker, it's a lack of leadership.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Richmond.
The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Madam Speaker, we are here today in this chamber of Canadian democracy, and we are debating thanks to men and women of honor who have been able to keep our peace and security during difficult times. The Canadian military continues to ensure our protection throughout the country and even elsewhere in the world. As I speak, members of the Canadian Forces are deployed far from their country, their families, their homes, to defend the values of freedom and democracy. Some of them have difficult and dangerous missions. Others are providing help to those who are misfortunate. Others are ensuring peace while their colleagues are training throughout the country. We have every reason to be proud of the work that they're doing. I can say that Canadians are proud of our Canadian forces. In my riding of Richmond-Arthabaska, the people are very attached to the members of the Royal Canadian Legion in Victoriaville, Richmond, and Danville, just to name a few. We have a lot of respect, and they deserve it. This brings me to ask the following question. Why are we so proud of our Canadian veterans? And the answer is quite simple. It's because they watch over us. They have a rigorous code of honor. They're dedicated and they're loyal at all times. And they do this with the cost of their lives. They are proud to wear the maple leaf on their uniform throughout the world. Canada represents a country where we have enviable rights and freedoms. Even if we don't personally know these men and women in uniform, we know that we can count on them. This is very important. It is our duty in return to recognize our soldiers and our veterans. The government must treat them and their families with respect and dignity. The government has the duty to provide them with support, assistance, as long as they have acted honorably. Honor is extremely important, Madam Speaker, particularly for those who have served Canada. A dishonorable act justifies for a military, a veteran, or a member of their family to lose those privileges. Imagine how our military and our veterans feel when they hear this terrible story. And I will tell it to you. In September 2015 in Halifax, Christopher Garnier, a 30-year-old civilian, cowardly took the life of police officer Catherine Campbell from Truro, Nova Scotia. He was found guilty in 2017 of murder in the second degree. He is serving life in prison. Christopher Garnier never served in the Canadian Forces. An expert at trial said that Garnier had developed post-traumatic stress disorder as a direct consequence of having strangled Ms. Campbell, putting her body in a compost bin and throwing her under a bridge. As the son of a soldier, he was entitled to support from Veterans Affairs Canada, which is still paying the cost of his treatment for post-traumatic stress disorder caused by the murder that he committed. While behind bars, even if he never served our country, he is getting treatment from a private psychologist, and it's funded through benefits under Veterans Affairs Canada. He is entitled to this kind of support through the Canadian penal system. The government is using dedicated funds for veterans and military members to support a murderer. The family is outraged, as are veterans. While some veterans have to fight the government to get the services to which they are entitled, a criminal is benefiting from the system, and the government is closing its eyes. The Liberal government, despite this, continues to support him financially. There is only one solution. We must immediately stop paying for the treatment for this criminal through Veterans Affairs funding. We have to stop using money that is supposed to support the men and women of honor who have served our country. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Veterans Affairs do not want to talk about this story. They are saying that the opposition should not address this subject here. Madam Speaker, I would say one thing to them. It is our duty to talk about this tragedy here in this chamber. It's a question of respect, of principles, and of honor. To remember the victim and her family, for our military members and our veterans who are angry with this government's decisions, we must break the silence. That is the role of the opposition. We must condemn this illogical policy, this failure of the Liberal government, which adds to all the other failures. It's not the first time that the Prime Minister has unfairly treated our veterans, military members, and their families. We can think of the broken commitment that the current government made not to go to court against our soldiers and veterans. We can think of this veteran in Alberta who the Prime Minister ridiculed during a public meeting when he said that veterans are asking more than the government can give them. And yet that same government did not hesitate to give millions of dollars to Omar Khadr. We can think of the policy of this current government to reintegrate Canadians who left our country to join the ranks of the Islamic State. These traitors fought against our own Canadian soldiers. On behalf of what, Mr. Speaker? What is this Liberal government trying to do with this reintegration policy? Are they really considering the risks and the consequences of their actions? What about the $200 million set out last year, just last year, in the budget of the Department of Veterans Affairs that sits unused instead of supporting our veterans? So many questions, no answers, Mr. Speaker. On our side, the Conservative side, we have never hesitated to take quick action in this area. In 2010, When we learned that serial killer Clifford Olson was getting old age security payments, we immediately took steps to end those payments. Imagine, Madam Speaker, when we asked the Prime Minister if he believed that a criminal found guilty of the murder of a police officer should get Veterans Affairs benefits, we did not get any answer from him. The Minister of Veterans Affairs has the authority and the power to end the payments to this murderer who is not himself a veteran, but he is hiding behind the fact that he must protect the privacy and not provide that information. The opposition is not asking for information. We are only asking for action. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister and his government has interest in being an inspiration to our military members and our veterans instead of not. He should inspire loyalty, respect, dedication, and above all, their code of honor. Those who serve Canada honorably deserve better. The Campbell family deserves better. Canadians deserve better. This government must see that it has failed and now do what needs to be done. It must put an end to this scandalous injustice. Conservatives are asking the Minister of Foreign Affairs to take action and fix this issue. Otherwise, we will fix it starting in 2019 when we go back into government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I greatly appreciated the speech. However, I must once again remind the member that in 2015, the former head of military members talked of suicide.
What the impact would be, I truly do not. This is beyond a medical issue. I think many of our young men and women have lost confidence in our country to support them. And why would they not, given the callousness of the Harper government? In the past decade, Conservative offices were closed. They cut 900 jobs for veteran services. They clawed back benefits. They killed lifetime pensions for Afghanistan veterans and failed to spend $1.13 billion of the Veterans Affairs budget. But still, even though they had that much money in the coffers, they still found money to have advertising and ceremonies for politicians to honor veterans. So is this member suggesting that the Harper government has done an excellent job for veterans?
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Madam Speaker, I don't know if my colleague realizes that it'll be 3 years now that they've been in power. It's time for them to stop talking about the former government. They hold the power. They can make the decisions. When it's time to help their friends out, they are not embarrassed to do it immediately. But now we have a criminal, a civilian who never served in the Canadian Forces, and all we're asking this government to do is to stand up and respect the veterans and to put an end to this injustice. It's not complicated. I think it's quite logical. People listening are smart and they can see what's happening. We are simply asking the government to put an end to this injustice. It's very easy to understand. It's simple to do. And we want them to take action to resolve this problem, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to know, well, it's clear that I think the funds for veterans could be better invested to provide services to veterans. In the last Ombudsman report, women veterans, Francophone women veterans, had the most difficulties getting services. I would like to know if my colleague has any ideas or suggestions as to how we could improve services to those women. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for that question. It is very relevant. I think that, yes, we can do better. I think that all governments and all parties should work to help our veterans and soldiers in the Canadian Forces. And if any group lacks help, we'll do everything we can do to help them. That said, I want to come back to the issue of the motion, the official opposition motion, the question is, will the government put an end to this injustice and resolve the problem? To resolve a problem, you have to admit that there is one. And what we see here today is that the Liberal government and the Prime Minister and the Minister of Veterans Affairs do not seem to want to tell the truth, admit there was a mistake, and that it has to be fixed. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
My colleague for his remarks, and I would advise the members on the other side that all of us are concerned, became concerned when we heard about this, and I believe the minister has said that we aren't going to be talking about the specific case, but that we are looking into the matter. And this happened, I believe, about 3 weeks ago or so. So my colleague has mentioned that in the Clifford Olson case, they took steps. The Olson information was released in March, and the steps were taken in June, which is 3 months, and we've had about 3 weeks. So I wonder if the member could give us time to consider what steps we need to take in this matter.
The
Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska, a brief response, please. I would be pleased to answer that quite simply. If the government has the courage to say that it would resolve the problem, that it was an injustice, and that it would immediately act instead of hiding behind the privacy concerns and confidentiality, when everybody in the media knows this story. That said, all we're asking this government to do is stand up, show leadership, and say that this is an injustice and that they will immediately resolve this problem, or as quickly as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before I go to resuming debate, I didn't want to interrupt the proceedings a while ago, but there has been some going back and forth, interrupting members while they're talking on both sides. It has happened, and therefore I know that this is a very passionate issue, and there are differentiating opinions, and we may not like what we hear on one side or the other side, but we do have to have the respect of the House and the respect of those who are speaking. So therefore, I would appreciate if members will wait until it's questions and comments or their turn to make a speech before interrupting the proceedings that are happening. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence.
Madam Speaker. And I welcome, Madam Speaker, the opportunity to rise in the House today and speak to this motion and our recent efforts to ensure veterans and their families receive the respect, the support, and the care and economic opportunities they deserve as they transition to a post-military life. Je suis en arrêt de prendre la parole en cette chambre.
I am honored to highlight the efforts to ensure the respect, support, and care and economic opportunities that our veterans and their families deserve as they transition to post-service life.
It has been said in the past few days, the fact remains that it has been our government that has placed the highest priority on making sure veterans and their families have the support and services they need when they need them. Our government also places that same priority on the privacy of Canada's veterans' personal information, which prevents us from discussing specific cases. When it comes to Canada's veterans and their families, we are not in the business of political opportunism. We are interested in getting veterans well again. We can and should, however, look at everything our government has done in the last 3 years to not only improve benefits and services for our nation's veterans, but their families. Because we know that when a man or woman serves in the Canadian Armed Forces, their whole family serves with them. Simply put, Veterans Affairs Canada is a different department today than it was 3 years ago. It's driven by a new vision, with a focus on the well-being and successful transition of our Canadian Armed Forces and RCMP members and veterans and their families. Anciens Combattants Canada n'est pas le...
Veterans Affairs Canada is not the same department that it was 3 years ago. It is a department that has a new vision. It emphasizes the general well-being and seamless transition of our brave members of the Canadian Forces, veterans, and RCMP, and their families.
Us reopen the 9 Veterans Affairs offices that were closed by the previous Conservative government. Open a new one in Surrey. Increase outreach into the north. It is this vision that saw us staff up and hire more than 470 employees after years of cuts. And it is this vision that saw us bring benefits in line with where they should have been years ago. Year over year, our government has committed more money to veterans programs and benefits, ensuring more and better support for veterans and their families, based on feedback directly from them. Feedback that helped lead to investments of $10 billion since 2016. $10 billion. It's a big number. A bigger number than most of us can really picture. So I'll explain a little bit more in depth how that number translates into the programs, services, and benefits that our veterans have access to now every day. But first, I want to address an issue that has recently been brought up, which is lapsed funding. Over the past 3 years, Veterans Affairs Canada has seen a significant increase of demand for its programs and services, and that is a good thing. It means veterans are coming forward and getting the help that they need. It means they're beginning to trust their government again. And I'm sure that's not easy to do after 10 years of distrust of the previous government. And in order to respond to this increased demand, the department has to request additional funds in the middle of the year. As many of my colleagues in the House are aware, these are the supplements. They go and ask Treasury Board for more money because we have more veterans who want more programs and services which they are entitled to. Indeed, Madam Speaker, which they deserve. And because our services are demand-driven, whether it's 10 or 10,000 veterans coming forward, they will receive those services. And instead of going back every day when we see another veteran come forward, the department estimates how many people will access benefits and how much money is needed. It's not an exact science, though. But this process does guarantee that whether a veteran comes forward this year or the next or the year after that, we will always have resources available for veterans and their families to access programs and services.
I'm sorry, there's a point of order from Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Speaker, I asked that the minister talk about the relevance of the motion before us today, which is about Chris Garnier, a man that killed a police officer, a man who is not a veteran. That's what the motion is. It is not at all about what he thinks he's doing on behalf of veterans. It's about this individual and how he's getting veterans benefits. He should get back on track and talk about the subject matter at hand.
So I appreciate the member's comments. As the member knows, there is some latitude as to responses and speeches, and I do want to remind the minister as well that it has to have some relevance to the Opposition Day motion, and therefore I would ask the minister to make sure that there will be the relevance there. The honourable minister may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was saying, but this process does not guarantee that whether a veteran comes forward this year or the next or the year after that we will always have resources available for veterans and their families to access programs and services. Lapse funding does not result in anyone receiving less than they should. Year over year, we've seen more financial compensation go to veterans and their families than years previous, certainly the previous 10 years. We have seen more veterans avail themselves of programs and services, and we have definitely seen more support being given to veterans than what the Conservatives failed to do in a decade. And I bring up the previous government because we know they too had lapse funding. This is not a new accounting method. It's how departments budget. But when you look at their record, when you look at the cuts in their Veterans Affairs departmental budgets, the cuts of 1,000 staff at Veterans Affairs, the closure of Veterans Affairs offices, it is a very different picture, one that veterans and Canadians see through. I'd like to dig in a little bit more about these benefits. Since January, I have held 41 town halls and roundtables to meet with and hear from veterans, their families, and stakeholders. And one thing I've heard repeatedly was that veterans and their families needed better support, and that change was needed. While there's been a lot of change in Veterans Affairs, my commitment to veterans and their well-being has remained the same. I am committed to ensuring that veterans' overall well-being is what drives everything that we do. We want to make sure that veterans have purpose. They are financially secure. They are safely housed, in good physical and mental health, resilient in the face of change, well integrated in the community, proud of their legacy, and protected from political expediency. And when we look at these factors, we can all agree that without financial security, though, it's hard to focus on any of them. That's why last December we announced our plan to bring back a pension for life for ill and injured veterans. With that return of a monthly pension, Pension for Life recognizes and compensates veterans for disabilities resulting from a service-related illness or injury with a combination of benefits that provide recognition, income support, and stability. One of the new benefits is the pain and suffering compensation. It is monthly, it is tax-free, it is a payment for life that recognizes veterans' pain and suffering caused by a disability resulting from a service-related injury or illness, or if they would prefer, the monthly amount that can be cashed out for a monthly sum, for a lump sum, giving members and veterans the flexibility to choose what works for them and for their families. L'indemnité pour douleur et souffrance est l'un des principaux.
The pain and suffering compensation is a significant benefit. It is a monthly tax-free payment for life that recognizes veterans' pain and suffering caused by disability resulting from service-related injury or illness. If they prefer, the monthly amount can be cashed out for a lump sum. The selection between monthly payments or a lump sum payment offers to veterans and to soldiers the opportunity to choose what best suits the needs of their family and their own needs.
Severe and permanent impairments causing a barrier to reestablishment in post-service life through the additional pain and suffering compensation. And this will be provided as a monthly tax-free benefit for life. On top of that, the income replacement benefit is a monthly program that will replace 6 current benefits and provides income support for those facing barriers to reestablishment. Additionally, veterans using this benefit will be able to earn up to $20,000 per year before any reduction to their IRB payment. And that benefit is 90% of their pre-release salary, which keeps up with inflation and includes a salary increase every year for 20 years to match their expected career progression. Set to come into force on April 1st, 2019, the new Pension for Life combines what veterans have asked for with the most up-to-date research and understanding of a veteran's well-being. But more importantly, Pension for Life will become an integral part of that comprehensive approach to veterans' well-being, reinforcing all the programs and services available at VAC, of which mental health is a priority. Another issue surrounding mental health that we've talked about recently in this House is psychiatric service dogs. Some veterans have made it clear that service dogs can be beneficial for them if they're suffering with conditions like PTSD. That's why earlier this year we expanded the medical expense tax credit to recognize the costs for these service animals. The department also invested in a pilot study to explore the use of service dogs as a safe and effective support for veterans with PTSD. As was reported last week, this study was recently completed. The department is reviewing its results, and the final report will help to inform policy decisions related to service dogs. We know that military service creates unique stressors on serving members and their families, both during and after service. After Veterans Affairs Canada has concrete measures in place to address mental health, including the Joint Suicide Prevention Strategy. Announced last fall, the Canadian Armed Forces and Veterans Affairs committed to a coordinated collaborative approach and identified over 160 initiatives dedicated to saving the lives of veterans and Canadian Armed Forces members. One suicide is too many, and with the two departments working together, we will be better able to help military service members and veterans reduce the risk, build resilience, and prevent suicide. Because families play an important role in a veteran's life, we recognize that they are there from day one, from base to base, from day to day. They bear intimate witness to the mental health struggles that some veterans deal with. And that's why sometimes it could be determined by Veterans Affairs staff and medical professionals that access for a veteran's family members to counseling and other services would assist the veteran in achieving rehabilitation. Veterans Affairs staff consult and act on the recommendations of mental health professionals from across the country. The department has a nationwide network now of over 4,000 mental health professionals who deliver services to veterans and RCMP and Canadian Forces members who have post-traumatic stress disorder and other operational stress injuries. Veterans and family members can also find mental health information, support, and resources at the 11 operational stress injury clinics and 8 satellite clinics across the country, plus use the telehealth services for those living in remote areas. It is fundamental that we continue to learn and share best practices, and our government recently launched a Center of Excellence on PTSD and related mental health conditions that will allow us to do just that. Announced in May with the Royal Ottawa, this centre will create and share knowledge on veteran mental health treatments that work and place that information directly in the hands of mental health professionals and others working with veterans on a daily basis. While mental health is a critical factor in a veteran's overall well-being, the Department's vision aims to address all aspects of wellness. That's what led to the new and enhanced benefits that rolled out on April 1st of this year. Addressing families and well-being, financial security, and education and training, all were designed with a veteran's well-being in mind. And one of those new initiatives is the Veteran Emergency Fund. A veteran or family member who may find themselves in an emergency situation can now apply for those funds 24/7, because as we know, emergencies don't only happen 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. Another is the Caregiver Recognition Benefit, which provides a veteran's caregiver with $1,000 a month, tax-free, recognizing the invaluable role they play in caring for veterans. 2 other new programs that launched this year and are proving to be very successful are the Education and Training Benefit and the Career Transition Service. So far, more than 1,400 veterans have been approved for funding to further their education, and more than 900 Canadian Forces members and veterans have been approved for career transition services, and it has only been 5 months, Madam Speaker. These are just a few of the real differences that we are making in the lives of our country's veterans. Whether having served in the Second World War, the Korean War, Afghanistan, Bosnia, Cyprus, or any other mission Canada has supported, every veteran has their own story based on their own unique service, combat experience, or injury. Qu'ils aient servi pendant la Deuxième Guerre mondiale,
Whether they served in the Second World War, the Korean War, in Afghanistan, in Bosnia, in Cyprus, or in any other mission that Canada supported, every veteran has their own story based on their own unique service, their experience of combat, or their injuries.
Veterans' needs and the needs of their families and caregivers have evolved, and they will continue to evolve, and we will evolve to meet them. Our government will continue to ensure we are meeting their needs, enhancing their well-being, and helping them to successfully reestablish in life after service. Before I conclude, Madam Speaker, I would like to directly address the motion that has brought us here. As I have said previously in the House, I have instructed my department to look into this particular case and how this decision was made. I have reviewed the department's findings on this issue, and I am directing them to, 1, ensure that the services being received by a family member of a veteran are related to the veteran's service-related illness or injury, and where they are not, that the case be reviewed by a senior official before a decision is rendered. And 2, I have requested that the department address its policy in providing treatment to family members who have extenuating circumstances, such as a conviction of a serious crime. From now on, in cases with extenuating circumstances, the decision to extend treatment to the non-veteran family member must be made by an area director in consultation with our departmental health professionals. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Brantford.
Madam Speaker, the great majority of what the minister has said today did not address the situation. He chose to address it at the end. And at the end of his speech, from the report that he has received, he's decided to hand this decision off to someone else. He's decided that someone other than himself should make this decision. I want to refer to the comment that my colleague from Hamilton East Stony Creek made in the Clifford Olson case. When this was discovered, and these are unusual circumstances, just as the minister has reflected in his instructions to his bureaucrats, our Prime Minister said, I've instructed the minister to look at what options are available to rectify the situation because it should be rectified immediately. And it took legislation, and that's why the period of time happened. He painted a different canvas than that. In this case, the minister, if he's not willing to take immediate action on this wrong, and I believe many of his colleagues in this House know this is wrong, I would ask him to consider resigning from his position.
The Honourable Minister.
Far from it, Madam Speaker. I will stand by that veteran, Madam Speaker. I will stand by that veteran's right to privacy. This is not the case of protecting a murderer. This is the case of protecting the veteran. And the reason I took the time and trouble to spell out what this government has been doing over the past 3 years is because with each and every dollar of that $10 billion, we are protecting the lives of veterans and their families, even when it's unpopular to do so. Even when it's unpopular to do so. This is the most extenuating of circumstances, Madam Speaker. I stood in this House on several occasions and said I was outraged. Everybody in this House has a right to be outraged. Every Canadian who feels outraged should be. But the veteran at the center of this case, I will defend. The veteran at the center of this case, I will defend his privacy. I will not play fast and loose with the privacy of veterans, as that side of the House has done, as that side of the House has apologized for in the past. I will stand with veterans with every dollar that we have passed by this House. And I invite every side of this House to look at every member who was there in the previous government in 10 years and ask them where they were when we saw cut after cut to benefits, to services, to staff, to the department. Ask them where they were. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for his speech. Madam Speaker, we just heard from the government. We heard them patting themselves on the back for what they think are all the great things that they're doing. But, Madam Speaker, at the same time, veterans are falling through the cracks. We just heard from the Veterans Ombudsman that the backlog is growing. It grew 50% last year. We just learned in June it grew another 10%. The Ombudsman report says it's getting worse, Madam Speaker. Veterans aren't getting the services that they need. In fact, the department is only meeting a third of their own service requirements that are set out, Madam Speaker. So while the government and the Liberals are patting themselves on the back, we learn about lapsed spending through a question on the order paper that the NDP put forward, that there's over $370 million being unspent. Now, the minister likens it to being at the gas pump and a credit for the future. Now, tell a veteran that's been waiting for over 6 months for their claim to be open, Madam Speaker, that it's like $5 or $10 or $20 at the gas pump, $370+ million, Madam Speaker. My question to the minister is, will you do the right thing and hire all of the staff that were fired by the Conservatives, all 1,000 staff, get them back to work, end the backlog once and for all?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. In fact, and I welcome the opportunity to talk about the Ombudsman's report. The Ombudsman's report was in fact based on data that led up to but did not include our very first initiatives as a government, believe it or not. It went up right up to April of 2016, and it was in that budget that our first measures to deal with that backlog, our first new benefits and services came into force. So in fact, it was outdated data. But I take his point, Madam Speaker, and I in no way want to stand here and just pat ourselves on the back. We have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to do. There has been so much damage done in 10 years. And let me tell you, it is ironic for people on this side of the House when they see To liken it, Madam Speaker, to a house, to come home and find that your house was vandalized, and as you begin to clean up the mess, having the vandal themselves come over and tell you you're not cleaning it up fast enough. It's a little rich, but we're hard at it, and I thank the honourable member for his question.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, the Conservatives are very quick to the gun. Take action now and think later. The minister has power. The Harper-Scheer Conservatives use that administrative power to silence vets and their families. When Shea Bria spoke out against legislation to strip veterans of lifetime pensions, he never imagined the government would try to smear his reputation using his own medical records. The Harper government was later forced to apologize for its actions. Just one example of that government's attempts to silence and discredit veterans and their families standing up for their rights. And they did this time and time again. Michelle Drapeau, retired colonel, said the government's actions were despicable, it was dishonorable, unethical, and also illegal, Madam Speaker. You know, it's incredible because the veterans not only are at the center of what we're talking about, but it's also the services to their families, because the families are at the center of military life, because without a family, the military member can do nothing. He could not be deployed because he knows his children aren't being looked after at home. He knows that his spouse or her spouse is not being looked after. And we need to ensure that those services are available all the time to all those families and not use administrative powers unethically, as the Conservatives did, to remove those services.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I will once again, well, I thank the honourable member for his observations, and I will once again explain, tell this House, it has been frustrating to attend 40-plus town halls, to talk to veterans each and every day, to talk to members of their families. It will take a long time to win their trust back. I don't like any other member in the side of the House, to stand up and continuously blame the other side of the House for what we need to do. But it is very important that Canadians and veterans understand what we're dealing with. And let me tell you something, most veterans get it. Most veterans understand. We will do what needs to be done, and we will stand by veterans and their families, even when it is not politically expedient to do so.
And comments? The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman. Oh, sorry, did I have the wrong? Red Deer Lacombe, I'm sorry.
Very much, Madam Speaker. Because the minister actually just beat around the bush and didn't really get to the point during his speech, let me get to the point directly with him. So, does the minister personally believe that it is wrong for a convicted cop killer who is not a veteran himself to receive veterans' benefits? Or am I simply asking for more than the minister can give right now?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I would say that my outrage should not weigh into this. My outrage should not weigh into it. I will stand by and I will protect the veteran at the center of this, Madam Speaker. That even in this most extenuating of circumstances, when the son has committed such an egregious crime, I will stand by that veteran's right to privacy. To talk about the psychiatric assessments of any member, of any family, of any veteran is by extension to talk about that veteran, to talk about that veteran's well-being and that veteran's right to privacy. I will not do that. I refuse to do that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's an honour to rise today as a spokesperson for the federal NDP. I'll be splitting my time with the member from Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Madam Speaker, first let me start by saying what happened to Officer Catherine Campbell is absolutely shocking and heartbreaking. To her family, I imagine the pain is unimaginable, and we must make sure that this doesn't happen again. And on behalf of all New Democrats, we send our condolences to her family. The revelations regarding this case came to a shock to me, as it did to all veterans and their families, and obviously to other members of this place and the Minister for Veterans Affairs in his department. This should never have happened, and the Minister needs to fix this. Madam Speaker, if you ask how New Democrats dealt with this highly unusual and outrageous case, on September 10th, I wrote a two-page letter to the minister that was designed to both make him aware of the media reports about this case and ask him some specific and pointed questions that came to me after reading them. I asked the minister 3 specific questions. Was the decision to fund this care in accordance with any and all existing guidelines and or regulations for the program and or fund that was accessed? Is the provision of care for illness unrelated to the service of the veteran standard practice? And if so, what limitations are in place for such funding and provisions? And is funding still available to veterans in need of similar services from the same program and or fund? With that being said, I let the minister know in that letter that I'll be asking the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs to examine the regulations for this and other programs so that they can be improved to ensure that all veterans and their families have access. To date, I have not heard back from the minister, but I do await his thoughtful response before taking any further steps. New Democrats ask this government pointed questions in writing so that we can find out what went wrong in this particular matter and, of course, to work towards a solution to fix it. Madam Speaker, whenever we're talking about veterans' benefits, we must discuss the challenges, the needs of veterans, and we must have a wholesome conversation. All parties have expressed a desire to show respect and help veterans and their families. But clearly, we know that the Conservatives, while they were in government, didn't respect veterans. They cut services to veterans, and now the Liberals are making promises to fix the mistakes, and they're failing to do so. So let's not forget that veterans and how they were treated under the Conservative government, Madam Speaker. They cut more than 1,000 caseworkers and staff's jobs whose work it was to work directly with veterans to ensure they had access to the programs and services they need and the follow-up that they need, Madam Speaker. They closed 9 Veterans Affairs offices that serve more than 20,000 veterans. And the failure of the Conservatives to spend more than $1.1 billion that was approved by Parliament to help veterans. But, Madam Speaker, that does not excuse the Liberal government today for their broken promises and for following in the footsteps of the Conservatives on so many issues that are facing veterans today. While money has been allocated to help veterans under this government, something which my NDP colleagues and I wholeheartedly support, it is not what the Liberals promised, and it's clearly not enough, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister himself, during the campaign in 2015, promised to re-establish lifelong pensions, but instead his minister has put forward a pale imitation of the venerable old program. As he has pointed out by independent sources, the benefits paid out under the Liberals' new lifetime pension are not even close to the financial benefits that veterans would have received under the old lifelong pension. I would hope that this government would stop misleading veterans about this fact. And while this government made a point to criticize the last Conservative government for not spending $1.1 billion approved by Parliament in just 7 years, Madam Speaker, they've continued the same practice, leaving over $374 million unspent in their first 3 years, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the minister, for some reason, likened this to getting a credit when you go buy gas at the gas station. This isn't $5, $10, $15 left at the pump, Madam Speaker. This is enough money to hire back the over 1,000 caseworkers that were fired by the Conservative government that would help the growing backlog of over 30,000 veterans that are waiting for their disability benefit application claims to be open, Madam Speaker. Many of them aren't even getting a response. To provide service dogs for veterans that we know they absolutely need. And they just got a report, Madam Speaker, back from their own department, which veterans have been waiting for years, Madam Speaker, because the government chose to follow that path, to do their own report and ignore a report that was done in the United States previously, to do a Made in Canada report. Now they're deciding to go back and wait for a report out of the States before they allocate resources, more resources for service dogs. A tax credit's great, Madam Speaker, for service dogs. We appreciate the step forward, but what veterans need is more service dogs. More veterans are falling through the cracks, but this government didn't do that. They could have used that money to open more centres to help veterans. We heard from the Ombudsman's report that many veterans are waiting well beyond the service standards set out by this government. Over 4 months. They're actually waiting, most of them, over 6 months. Women are waiting longer than men. French Canadians are waiting longer than Anglophone Canadians. Why, Madam Speaker? They're failing to address and meet their own service standards. Madam Speaker, many veterans can't find someone to answer the phone, to pick up the phone, Madam Speaker. So I've been hearing from constituents and from people across the country. I got a note from Rose Doucette. She's a former Canadian Armed Forces veteran who was deployed to Afghanistan, and she volunteered for an extended tour. She says, I have 2 claims that have been in the VAC system since September 2017, over a year, and was recently told by a medical practitioner that the VAC wait time is now expected to be 24 to 28 weeks. But even this was not likely. And she told me that wait time should never be discussed with the veteran as a matter of new policy. I also have 4 VAC reassessments, she says, waiting in the pipe since February of 2018. VAC is not being truthful about their service to injured veterans. This isn't how we should be treating our veterans, Madam Speaker. I held 5 town halls in my riding this summer to listen to veterans. We heard someone say that the call centers are based on, time zones that don't meet veterans' needs across the country, that people aren't answering the phone. We heard from Vivian from Port Alberni. She spoke about the application and appeals process impacting the families of veterans by saying once a spouse gets through the system, they're sick themselves from dealing with it all. Reg at Qualicum Beach also voiced his concerns regarding the long and convoluted process that generally requires multiple attempts. Ken at Parksville expressed his desire for better communication with veterans when they submit an application or appeal. Confirmation of receipt and an approximate timeline would go a long way in addressing this issue for Ken. He's just not even hearing back, Madam Speaker, from them. So while the Liberals are patting themselves on the back, Ken and Vivian and Rose, they're all suffering, Madam Speaker, and many other veterans across the country. And Rick at Parksville, he summed up the feeling in the room, comparing to VAC to medical insurance companies that attempt to run out the clock on sick claimants to avoid paying them out. And Madam Speaker, we know that a lot of veterans won't get any benefits. They won't get any benefits till their application is approved. So that means they're being left out, Madam Speaker, and they're leaning on their family members to support them for the medication they need, the treatment they need. This is absolutely unacceptable. We will, as New Democrats, continue to work in practical and meaningful ways to improve the lives of Canadian veterans and their families, because we think that our veterans deserve no less from their political leaders. The huge problems that plague the current Liberal government and the Department of Veterans Affairs is the continuation of the Conservative legacy, Madam Speaker, and all members in this House ought to work together. We have to support the veterans to make sure they get the services that they're rightly owed and deserve, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his speech. I have a great deal of respect for him and his passion towards veterans. We heard the minister, when he was speaking, talk about the fact that he's going to punt this issue down to mid-level bureaucrats for a decision. And I think it's important to remind the minister that the Department of Veterans Affairs is a department of the Government of Canada. It's not his department. And as a result, punting this down and not acting on it calls into question whether he's abdicating his responsibility with respect to his decision-making powers for this House. And if he doesn't want to make those types of decisions that we're asking for today, then he should resign. I'm going to ask the honourable member through you, Madam Speaker, does he not agree that this gentleman, Chris Garnier, should not be receiving benefits from Veterans Affairs given the circumstances of this case? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, we've made it clear as New Democrats that this needs to be fixed. The minister needs to address this, Madam Speaker. Made it unequivocally clear. This has to take place. Madam Speaker, as New Democrats, when it comes to Mr. Garnier, when it comes to anyone who's committed a crime, we wholeheartedly believe that when someone's committed a crime, that we need to do everything we can to rehabilitate that individual so that when they're incarcerated, when they're released, they come out a better person. And that's something we're committed to. We believe Mr. Garnier should be getting services from Corrections Canada, Madam Speaker, so that he gets help. Clearly he needs help, Madam Speaker. But we do believe that it shouldn't be coming from Veterans Affairs.
And comments? The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from Courtney Alberni for not only his speech today, but the really tremendous motivated work that he does on the Veterans Committee. And I also know that we've heard the same testimony sitting in the same meetings with regard to backlog. And so the question I would put in reference to the millions that would be available to do other things relates to those millions perhaps come from a backlog, and the backlog, which we heard testimony about, Madam Speaker, comes from the fact that we are advising, informing veterans of benefits that they didn't know they were eligible for. And so that has created new pressure on the service, the staff who are in place. So I'd ask my colleague to comment on whether the backlog, he understands it, is as a result of better information going to veterans.
The honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question from my friend and colleague from Hamilton, who I sit on the Veterans Affairs Committee with, and we work together. But I refute that, Madam Speaker. When the Conservatives fired 1,000 staff, 1,000 caseworkers, and the backlog's grown, by over 60% in a year and a half, Madam Speaker, and we read the report from the Ombudsman, it's not just about veterans learning about programs, because this government isn't fixing the backlog that's been created from the cuts from the Conservatives. They're also failing to deal with essential services. We even heard from the bureaucracy, a report from the bureaucracy straight to the minister, that they're having a hard time providing essential services for veterans. And then this government will go out and announce program after program without properly and adequately resourcing the department to deliver those services. So, Madam Speaker, the right thing for the government to do is to not leave millions and millions of dollars, over $370 million on the table, but to use that money to not just hire caseworkers to help deal with the backlog, but hire them back permanently. Veterans deserve that. They need some certainty. People serving in the military that are set to leave, they need to know that there's certainty in Veterans Affairs, that they're going to get the support and the follow-up that they deserve, Madam Speaker. So the right thing to do for the government would be to hire back those employees and then resource the department adequately for all the new programs that they've announced. That would be the right thing to do, and not leave any money on the table. We don't buy it, Madam Speaker, leaving hundreds of millions of dollars on the table and that it goes back to Treasury. That money needs to be spent. If they run out of money, they can come back to Parliament and ask for supply to support them, and I can be certain that this House will support them.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First, I would like to start my speech by offering my sincerest condolences to the family of Miss Catherine Campbell. It is a horrible crime. I cannot imagine the pain her parents and other members of her families feel. I would also like to tell that family that the name of Catherine Campbell will not be forgotten, that we will remember her name and think of the work that still remains to be done to work against violence against women. It was extremely important for me to offer my condolences to the family and also to say that she will be in my thoughts when we think of the work we need to do to fight against violence against women. Now, when we talk about benefits for veterans, we have to understand that there is a lot of backlog. It's a very complex and long process. Quite often, military members have chronic pain. They send in their form, application for benefits, and they're told, well, it's not tied to their military service. and they will have to begin a fight to prove that the injury is due to the military service. This is a regular reason for refusal, as was mentioned previously. When we talk about Chris Garnier, according to the data that we have, we understand that there is confidentiality here, but what has been publicly said, particularly during the trial, is this. The injury for which he is receiving treatment is not related to his father's military service. There is no connection between that and his father's service. To me, it is clear that in this case, this man should not receive benefits from Veterans Affairs Canada. If Corrections Canada can offer those services, fine, but it is not up to Veterans Affairs to pay when there is no connection to the service of his father. It is important to also understand that, yes, it can happen that there is psychological trauma related to military service. Some spouses of military members during the career of their spouse are regularly told, well, I don't know how long I'll be gone, I don't know where I'm going, but goodbye. This causes great stress for the spouse. They experience this situation. They don't know if the person is going to come back. They don't know what the person is doing. It's stressful. And yes, there can be consequences on the psychological or mental health of the spouse of the military member, and as also on the children. In that case, the connection is clear. There is a tie between the psychological injury and the services the families need because of the spouse's military service. Although this is a very heinous crime, even if we set aside how heinous this crime was, we can conclude that there is no connection between the injury and the father's military service. We're also talking about somebody who is 30 years of age. We're not talking about a teenager or a child who is still dependent on their parents at the time that the injury occurred. What it is important to talk about now is the situation facing veterans. We have to be clear and honest. I know veterans who have served under Trudeau Sr., under Chrétien, under Martin, under Mulroney, under Harper, and under the current Prime Minister. In no case had anybody told us that while we had that Prime Minister or that government, everything was great. We have to understand that if there is a department where there are problems that have existed for decades, it is, I think, everybody is trying to resolve the problems, but some others are being created over time, perhaps to try things and trying to fix things. We create new problems. There's the issue of access to service as well. Quite often, people get discouraged. It is not acceptable to say, well, for generations, there have been veterans who have given up because they can no longer deal with all the back and forth with Veterans Affairs. They have all this medical expertise that seems to go nowhere. To them, the injury is clear. They suffered it during their military service. It's visible, so visible that it's hard to deny it. Yet regularly, veterans give up. They can no longer keep going, keep fighting. And it makes no sense to constantly make them feel guilty for asking for what they deserve. They have real injuries. It's tied to their military service, and yet they have to fight with the department. This is not acceptable. to see veterans coming into our offices, our members' offices, and they ask for help. They often come with 2-inch thick files full of paper, their medical files, correspondence with Veterans Affairs, expert accounts, and they have problems. It's unthinkable. And sometimes we say, okay, well, what they're asking for is sometimes $2,500. And all the paper work that has gone into preventing the claim, I'm not convinced that it hasn't cost the department more to try to prevent veterans from getting the benefits to which seem reasonable. When we are faced with this kind of situation and we see what happens on a daily basis, and yes, we see that in this case there were benefits, we wonder what is happening in the department. Well, we are seeing an absurd situation on a great scale. There are so many veterans and military members in need. They need to have treatment. And their family members also have to fight. They have to wait a long time, and they are redirected 5 or 6 times before they manage to get somebody to speak to. We're not even talking about those who are denied services like francophones, because all too often, in addition to all the other difficulties, it's difficult to get services in French. And unfortunately, I know a number of veterans who have finally accepted to get services in English to stop waiting. When you see this kind of situation, it's clear that it is extremely difficult to accept. And what we should do today is to find immediate solutions, immediate actions that could be taken. This would provide better services to veterans. At present, there is over $300,000, 370 million lapsed funding. Think of all the people that could be hired to provide services with that money. I think it would be worth looking at that, because at present it is a huge amount. We're talking about a huge amount of money for Veterans Affairs that was not spent. I think that what we should all do is to say, well, here is something that we could do right away together as members of Parliament to quickly restore acceptable services for veterans. There are too many spouses who have suffered during their spouse's military career. They have kept quiet about all the sacrifices they have made. They did not want to undermine their spouse's health. I think we must recognize their sacrifices. We must also recognize the fact that these sacrifices are directly tied to their spouse's military service, and all the benefits should be tied to military service. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
In this bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleague for her speech.
At the root of this issue is the fact that Mr. Garnier is receiving benefits from Veterans Affairs, this in spite of the fact that he never served a day in his life in Canada's military. He's 30 years old. Now, when you look at a situation similar to, in terms of receiving benefits, members of this House whose dependents receive benefits receive them until the age of 21, and then if they're in university, they receive them to the age of 25. Now, if a serving member of Canada's military ends up committing a murder and is found guilty of that murder, not only do they lose their benefits, but their entire family loses their benefits. So I'm wondering, and I'm going to ask the honourable colleague, my honourable colleague, whether she agrees that this member should be receiving benefits or not, given the circumstances that I've just cited.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you. As I said in my speech, since there is no connection between the treatment and the father's military service, I see no reason why he should get benefits. Even if we set aside the heinousness of the crime, There is no tie between the father's military service. I don't see why he should get benefits. When we look at the crime as well that was committed, this adds to the fact that it should be correctional services that should pay for the services if services are applicable. We must also focus on what we can do now to improve services to families and veterans. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs and the Minister of National Defence. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I would like to thank my colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue for her speech. I join my colleague in offering my condolences to the Campbell family. The member mentioned in her speech that this was a very complex file. It is indeed. There is also the issue of privacy. She mentioned also that there is a solution based on the fact that there is little information possible. Could my colleague tell us whether we have the right approach to stand in front of our veterans and their families? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, what I must say at this point is that most veterans I know are reacting, how can I put it? They're more angry than I am to see somebody getting benefits from Veterans Affairs after committing a murder. These people have a great deal more difficulty than I in understanding the issue of confidentiality. Most veterans, particularly those who have had to fight to get benefits for themselves and fight for years, are very angry. They are not happy with the way the government has managed this file. I have the time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
Thank you very much. Families are at the centre of military life. The Canadian Armed Forces recognized this in 2000 under a Liberal government with the Canadian Forces Family Policy. A central question the Conservatives are asking is, should the minister have the arbitrary power to deny benefits to vets and their families without due process and administrative justice? Should they be politically expedient? Now, Conservatives are very quick to the gun. They take action now and think later. We know Conservatives are willing to use their ministerial executive power to punish vets and their families who offer criticism because they've done this in the past. The Sean Brea. Now, should this be the case today? Should we be debating actually how we offer services and the types of services we offer families and who should receive those benefits? But instead, the Conservatives want to be politically expedient and debate.
That was for a brief question. I'll give time for the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue to answer.
I believe that what is important is there to be an administrative review, a full and comprehensive review of what has happened. Departments are able to act quickly when there is a problem. I think that this is what the department is currently doing. Above all, when you need to act quickly, as a military member, you have to analyze things quickly, and I think we will ensure that this is done. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Service Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be sharing my time with the member from Calgary Nose Hill. Madam Speaker, while I appreciate the opportunity to speak to today's Opposition Day motion, I truly wish the incident had never happened, and I did not have to speak on this subject. Today, we are calling on this Liberal government to explain why Christopher Garnier, a convicted murderer, is receiving disability benefits from Veterans Affairs Canada for post-traumatic stress disorder that he sustained while committing a heinous crime. I hate to have to state the details of the incident, but I feel that it is necessary to do so in order for Canadians and my colleagues across the floor to understand just how offensive it is that the Minister of Veteran Affairs has continued to allow Garnier to receive these disability benefits. In 2015, Chris Garnier senselessly murdered Constable Catherine Campbell, an off-duty police officer, by strangling her just hours after meeting her for the first time. He then put her remains in a compost bin and dumped her near a bridge in Halifax. Her remains were not found for 5 days afterwards. In December of 2017, Garnier was convicted of second-degree murder in the 2015 death of Constable Campbell and was given a life sentence with the option to apply for parole after 13 and a half years. Madam Speaker, this is an absolute tragedy. Constable Campbell was not only a police officer, she was also a volunteer firefighter. She wore 2 uniforms and served her community with dedication. She had a family that loved and still loves her deeply. When reports came out earlier this summer that Veteran Affairs Canada was providing disability benefits to a convicted murderer, I was personally appalled, and I know that all my Conservative colleagues and most Canadians were as well. The disability being treated is PTSD. It was sustained by Garnier from strangling Constable Campbell to death. The PTSD did not cause him to commit the crime, and it seems that he's blaming her for his PTSD. And now, the cost of this murderer to receive therapy from a private psychologist is being covered by Veteran Affairs Canada, aka the taxpayer. This Prime Minister indicates veterans are asking for more than they can afford, yet he and his minister are prepared to give money set aside for veterans away to someone who does not deserve it and has not earned it. Yes, Madam Speaker, that is correct. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. You and I and all Canadians are paying for a convicted murderer to receive therapy for a disability that was caused because he murdered an innocent woman. He did not wear a uniform a day in his life and never served his country as a veteran has. The Minister of Veteran Affairs states that Garnier is receiving benefits because his father is a veteran. Yet this still does not make any sense to me. My father was a veteran, so I am familiar with how these things can work. When I was 30 years old, I did not receive any benefits due to my father being a veteran. I stopped being considered a vet dependent after the age of 25, and it only lasted that long because I was in university, as in the case for most Canadians. But when I was hit by a car as a young man and left with disabilities, would Veteran Affairs have come to my aid after my father retired? I wonder. How is it that Garnier qualifies as a dependent? Why is Veteran Affairs so quick to provide a murderer with disability benefits? And if this was a mistake, why hasn't the minister used his authority to stop this from happening? It is shameful that the minister has no answers for these questions day after day, and that he has the audacity to ask if we can simply let this debate rest for now. Mr. Speaker, I am a member of the Standing Committee on Veteran Affairs. It is an honor and a privilege to sit on that committee and to do all that I can to be a voice for veterans and advocates and advocate on their behalf here in Ottawa. During my time on that committee, I have heard countless stories about the struggle that many veterans face when it comes to obtaining their disability benefits. I remember my first Remembrance Day ceremony as a sitting member of Parliament. A young veteran who had served in Afghanistan came up to me afterwards and was very passionate about his experiences and his concerns. One of the points he left me with was to stand up for him and his comrades, and do not let the bureaucracy cheat them out of the honour they have earned by serving Canada. Well, Mr. Speaker, as my father always said, now is the time to stand up and be counted. Mr. Speaker, it seems extremely unfair that men and women who wore a uniform and who sacrificed their lives to keep Canada safe and secure have been pushed to the back of the line so that a murderer who never served for our country can get benefits first. I have a constituent who has been waiting nearly a year and a half to receive his disability benefits that deal with PTSD issues, with no light at the end of the tunnel. Just last week, there was another Methylquin rally on the front steps of Parliament Hill. Veterans who are subjected to this drug are fighting for their benefits and recognition of the huge impact that Methylquin has had on their lives and their families' lives. People like Marge Matchie and David Bona who are standing up and speaking for those who can't. Where is their support from Veteran Affairs? They get none, yet a murderer who is a non-veteran gets coverage. These veterans had no choice but to take that medication. This murderer had a choice. The penal system in Canada covers treatment for mental health issues such as PTSD. This could include Garnier, yet it is the Veteran Affairs Canada that is footing the bill for his private psychologist. He does not need to use resources meant for veterans and their deserving families. Why is the minister unable to explain the rationale behind this backwards decision? What is taking so long for department officials to figure out how on earth this could have happened? Canadians want a response, and in the meantime, the minister should use his authority to suspend the benefits until said response is provided. Madam Speaker, it bears repeating. The Prime Minister's recent comments to a disabled veteran stating that Canadian veterans are, and I quote, asking for more than we are able to give. That comment was extremely offensive from the start, as our veterans have literally given their lives so that we may live peacefully in this country. That highly offensive statement, compounded with the fact this government is paying for a murderer's PTSD treatment, is another virtual slap in the face to all veterans. Madam Speaker, I'm sure most of us here remember what happened to the former base commander, CFB Trenton, Russell Williams. He was convicted of committing 2 murders. Following his conviction, he was stripped of his commission, his ranks, and awards by the Governor-General on the recommendation of the Chief of Defence Staff. His severance pay was terminated, and the salary he received following his arrest was seized. His uniform was burned and his medals were destroyed. Imagine the outrage that Canadians would feel if they were paying for the private psychological treatment for Russell Williams for the PTSD he may have incurred while murdering somebody. It is a disgusting and abhorrent thought, and yet this is essentially what is happening with Christopher Garnier. You and I get to pay for his treatment all because his father, not him, is a veteran. Madam Speaker, I want to make it clear that myself and all my colleagues on this side of the House are 100% in favor of helping veterans and their families. Being a voice for our veterans' family is one of my main goals at the Veteran Affairs Committee. It is something that I understand through my own personal experience. Through multiple moves, multiple school disruptions, boarding schools, separations from my father, my parents, with challenges to myself, my siblings, my brother, my father. As they say, been there, done that. Ultimately, the issue here is that these taxpayer-funded, VAC-allocated disability benefits are going to somebody who, number one, has been convicted of murder. Number two, should not qualify as a dependent, as far as I can tell. Madam Speaker, this man took a life, violently and senselessly. Our Canadian veterans have dedicated themselves to saving lives, both at home and abroad. They commit to defend our country, its institutions, and its way of life. This man has disrespected our way of life and dishonored our country. I call on this Liberal government to do the right thing and stop funding treatment for a convicted murderer once and for all. They owe it to Constable Campbell, they owe it to her family, and they owe it to all veterans who have served this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much. As a serving member of 22 years, I always believe, and I know the Canadian Forces believes, that family are and should be at the centre of military life. The Canadian Armed Forces recognized this in 2000 when, under a Liberal government, they came out with the Canadian Forces Family Policy, which was the very first time there was an actual policy that defended families within the Canadian Armed Forces. Now, a central question that the Conservatives are asking is, should the minister have the arbitrary power to deny benefits to vets and their families without due process and administrative justice? Should they be allowed to be politically expedient when it suits their cause? Now, Conservatives are very quick to the gun. They take action now and think later. We know Conservatives are willing to use their ministerial executive power to punish vets and their families who offer criticism, because they did this for 10 years. And that's Sean Brea. Now, we will stand by vets and their families come what may. But services are important, and who gets those services are equally important. And I remember that it was very difficult to obtain services that the vets are entitled to when I was in the military. Families are important. Do we use one case to limit the amount of services offered to all families within the military and who serve?
The honourable member for Service Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Winnipeg Centre for his service to his country and for his question. He has talked about things about families and about veterans. This conversation that we've asked for is about an individual who's not a veteran. He is a member of a veteran's family, Madam Speaker. But what we're asking this minister to do, Madam Speaker, is to step up and stop paying for this, investigate it, and once that investigation is clear, determine at what time whether benefits should be continued. That's what we're asking, is for that to happen, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. Veterans, as we all know, serve our country. They sacrifice everything for our protection. In my community of Vancouver East, we have a number of veterans who are homeless. We know that the federal government, the Liberals, cancelled the National Affordable Housing Program in 1993. And the Conservative took office and did not actually restore the National Affordable Housing Program. So given that the member sits on the committee, will he commit to bringing this issue up at committee and to bring forward a national housing strategy for veterans?
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Vancouver East for her question. And she may or may not be aware, but that topic is actually before the committee right now, and as we move forward, that will be progressed as we look forward to that. I do agree with her. There are a lot of veterans that are homeless at this point in time, and how do we step up and look to improving their lives? Because they gave their lives for us, and that's what we try to do in the Veterans Committee, and that's what I am committed to doing, is helping not only those veterans, but the families that are impacted by what's going on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, listening to the speeches today and the questions, the replies, you know, we constantly hear the other side, the Liberal side, saying, well, the Conservatives did this. The NDP say, well, the Conservatives did this. But through you, Madam Speaker, and to the member, this is about a lack of action being taken by the Liberal government. The Prime Minister failed, through his minister, who has failed Canadians, failed veterans, in that he did not act. Any good, strong leader or minister, when hearing something outrageous, those are his own words, something outrageous as this happening, would have called, cancel it, let's investigate it, let's make a decision on it. And then he could have come back to this House, and we may have debated that decision, but we would have respected him for that decision. I'm outrageous because I have lost respect in the minister because he failed us. He did not make a decision. He's passing it down the line. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Brandon Moose Mountain.
Souris
Moose Mountain.
It's a mouthful, Madam Speaker. Thank you, and I thank the member for Yellowhead for his comments and his question, and he's absolutely right, Madam Speaker. This could have been resolved very quickly the first time we sat in this House. If the minister had basically stood up and said, this is the first I've heard of it, I will get my committee on it. At this point in time, we will suspend coverage of it until such time as the investigation is done. But what we've heard throughout this debate, and what we've heard throughout whenever we bring up an issue like this, the government practices what I like to call squirrel politics. See, squirrel, oh, where'd he go? That's what they do. They distract. They send some different item instead of focusing on the question. And that is the question we have today and before the minister, and we ask for their support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Around a month ago, members in this House found out that a man who was convicted of murdering a female police officer, desecrating her body, had claimed that he had PTSD, suffered PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, from the act of him committing the murder. This is a man that has never served a second in Canada's military. And yet we found out a month ago that he was receiving private health care services to treat his PTSD that he incurred in the act of killing a female police officer from Veterans Affairs. That is wrong. There is no equivocation on it. That is not something that should be happening. So the motion before us today, Madam Speaker, asks the following. It asks the House to instruct the Minister of Veterans Affairs to revoke the benefits for this man. Let's get into the reasons why. First of all, I don't think that there's anyone who hears this who thinks that somebody who has never served a day in his life in Canada's military, who has suffered PTSD from his own atrocious criminal act, should be receiving the benefits reserved for our men and women who have fought for our country. This is not somebody who fought for our country. This is not someone who served our country. This is somebody who committed such a vile act against one of Canada's citizens that he has been convicted of this serious crime and is serving punishment for it, Madam Speaker. So first of all, it's wrong. It's flat out wrong. This should not be happening. Why should they support this motion? Because he shouldn't be receiving benefits. That's why. But let's get into more technical details. First of all, he already has access to mental health benefits. For my colleagues who might not be aware of this, the Corrections and Conditional Release Act states that the service shall provide every inmate with reasonable access to non-essential mental health care that will contribute to the inmate's rehabilitation and successful reintegration into the community. This man already has access to these services, and yet he's getting priority benefits that are reserved for veterans and their families. Now, is his father a member? Does he have an affiliation with Canada's Armed Forces? Sure. But does it make it right that a man who has committed a very serious offense has access to those benefits? No, it doesn't. Our responsibility in this place is to correct wrongs when they happen. And this policy should not allow this man to receive these benefits. Now, whose responsibility is to fix that? It's the Minister of Veterans Affairs. Every single one of the Liberals that have spoken in here today, 3 years after receiving their mandate, have stood up and said, it's Stephen Harper's fault. It's Stephen Harper's fault that a man who was convicted of murder is receiving PTSD benefits from Veterans Affairs. Come on. Come on. Nobody believes that. Even Liberals are going to be hard-pressed to believe that. And any member who stands up in here is like, oh, it's Stephen Harper's fault. Come on. Do your jobs. You're 3 years into your mandate. Now, the Minister of Veterans Affairs tweeted this morning to cover a part of his body, his rear end. He tweeted the following: I have asked my officials to get back to me as soon as possible for the reasons for this decision. That's your job, Minister. You don't ask your officials for the reasons of this decision. You go to your officials and you say, fix it. He shouldn't have benefits. Fix it now. And I want every policy option on my desk in an hour, or else somebody's going to suffer the consequence for it so that this doesn't happen again. That's his policy. Bring a memorandum to Cabinet. If that's what it takes, change the policy so that we can do two things. The Liberals are standing up in the House saying, oh, the Conservatives don't support benefits for families. Come on. It's this minister who stood up and explained to the Canadian media that the reason why he wasn't spending money on veterans' benefits right now, that there was unspent funds, was because it was like a prepaid gas card. Every single one of my colleagues here support the benefits for families of veterans. Do you know why? Because many of us understand what families go through when one of their loved ones is deployed or serves. Many of us have an intimate understanding of the long-term scars that can leave on a family and leave on a person. An intimate understanding of that. Of course we want to have benefits for these families. Of course we want to recognize their mutual sacrifice. But when somebody, regardless of their affiliation to that person, commits a crime that is so heinous that they're convicted and are suffering a punishment for it, and that the PTSD that they suffered was from desecrating a person's body, that they shouldn't receive those benefits. That's a decision that we can make in Parliament, and that is why this motion is here today. So to every single one of these guys that stands up and goes, oh, it's Stephen Harper's fault, or oh, you don't want benefits for victims. It's these people that are abdicating their responsibility to our men and women in uniform, because by them defending this decision and allowing their minister to get off the hook for not dealing with this after 29 days, it's them that are holding back benefits for our veterans. It's them that have their priorities backwards, and they're 3 years into their mandate. If they wanted to do more for our men and women in uniform, they have had 3 years to do it. And what do we have? It's like a prepaid gas card. Like, come on. We stood in here earlier this week and we asked the Prime Minister and the Minister over and over and over again, do you think it's right that this man is getting benefits? And the Prime Minister's response to this was, I shouldn't have to answer that question. Come on, be a leader. Stand up for what you believe in. I'm standing up for what I believe in. I'll proudly stand here and say this. This man should not be getting benefits. Can you imagine, as the Minister of Veterans Affairs has had 29 days to haul his officials in and say, fix this problem. I mean, in any other universe, that would be grounds for dismissal or firing. Because this is such a major, this is a no-brainer. This is a no-brainer. That's all we're asking today. You know, my colleague from the NDP talked about different ways that we could look at serving our veterans and their families more effectively. Yes, let's talk about that in this place. That's wonderful. But in this particular instance, for this motion, for what the business that is at hand today, every single member in this House has to stand up and say, it is not right that this man is getting benefits, and those benefits should be revoked, and any sort of policy that allows this interpretation to happen should be changed so that somebody who commits murder, who has never served in a day in his life, do not get the benefits that are afforded to our men and women in uniform who have served for us, when this guy already has access to mental health services through the Corrections Act. Like he already has access to this. Like, anybody who is watching this around the world will be standing up and going, what is happening in Canada? You know, I cannot believe that the Minister of Veterans Affairs' only response to this, Madam Speaker, was, I have asked my officials to get back to me as soon as possible. That is your job. That is the Minister's job, Madam Speaker. He has to go and ask his officials to fix this. Every single member in this House should stand up and support this motion. Every single Liberal member of Parliament should be going into their caucus room on Wednesday morning and saying, why haven't you fixed this? If that was our minister, I can tell you right now that's what would have happened on Wednesday morning. I can tell you, if you want to call it Stephen Harper's fault, Stephen Harper would never have let someone take 29 days to respond to a clear-cut case like this. And on their record, they've had 3 years. They've had 3 years. At what point in time are they going to stop saying that it's someone else's fault, get their values straight, and do something right for once?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Conservative member from Calgary Nose Hill was in Cabinet under Stephen Harper, and incredibly enough, the Privacy Commissioner ruled that Brea's case, Sean Brea's case, was alarming, and his treatment of his personal information was entirely inappropriate when the Conservative government used that information to silence their critics. The retired Colonel Michel Drapeau said the government's actions were despicable, it was dishonorable, unethical, and also illegal. And we talk about leadership. Leadership, where was she for those 10 years? Our minister, the Minister of Veterans Affairs, has asked his department to ensure that the service being received by a family member of a veteran are related to the veteran's service-related illness or injury, and where they are not, that a case be reviewed by a senior official before a decision is rendered. And he has also requested that the department address its policy in relation to providing treatment to family members who have extenuating circumstances, such as a conviction of a serious crime. From now on, in cases with extenuating circumstances, the decision to extend treatment to a non-veteran family member must be made by an area director in consultation with our departmental health professionals. I think the minister is taking action. He is doing the right thing, but he's not simply standing around taking action now without thinking.
I'm sure that the member for Calgary-Nose Hill is able to answer that without any help. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
First of all, Madam Speaker, the case that my colleague referenced, that man is actually suing this Minister of Veterans Affairs for defamation. So success. It's working so well. I'm disgusted that this member can stand up in the House and try and defend this Veterans Affairs Minister. If he had any honor or any shame whatsoever, he would say it's completely unacceptable to pass off to bureaucrats what our job is. Our job is to stand up for these men and women. He shouldn't be standing here defending the fact that his minister doesn't have the compunction or the Prime Minister doesn't have the brains to stand up and say this is wrong. They should have been on this 29 days ago in the department saying this guy doesn't get benefits, and if this happens again, heads will roll. This is how we're changing the policy. That's what political leadership is. That's what leadership is when you have a mandate to protect these people. It's not to have one of your colleagues stand up and cover your lack of action. Come on. Disgusting.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for l'honorable député de Abitibi.
Honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much. I'd like to know from my colleague, given that she was a minister in the past, and when a minister needs a quick answer and needs to know exactly what happened in a particular situation where things aren't really clear, and needs to figure out how to bring people together and get answers, then how do you do that as a minister?
Calgary-Nose Hill.
When something like this happened, if this had happened in my ministry, I would have walked down into the program level in my department and not left until I found out who made this stupid decision, held them to account, and then changed it so it would never happen again. All he has to do is walk down and get some answers. He's had 29 days to do that. What has he done in this time period? Look through his Twitter feed. I don't know. But he sure as heck hasn't done that, Madam Speaker. He needs to get his act together, and the Prime Minister shouldn't be allowing him to take this long to do it. He's got thousands of people who work for him. To every person who is in Veterans Affairs today, if you are giving this minister any other advice than fix this, then you need to give your head a shake too.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member of Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan, a brief question, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to give my colleague from Calgary-Nose Hill the chance to expand a little bit more on the stream that she had going in her initial speech. Madam Speaker, I've always been a firm believer that every single person, from the time they first achieve cognitive thought, knows the difference between right and wrong. And on all levels, by anyone's definition, what is happening today in the case of Chris Gagne is wrong. Will the minister, or would my colleague from Calgary-Nose Hill please expand upon her comments and try and educate the members opposite how they can start to believe the difference between right and wrong and why we need to do what's right in this particular case?
Brief answer from the member from Calgary-Nose Hill.
My advice to my colleagues across the aisle would be this. Stand up in your caucus on Wednesday and go, why am I taking calls from constituents saying that we're defending giving a cop killer benefits when he's never served a day in the military? That's what your caucus meetings, Madam Speaker, that's what their caucus meetings are for. They should be holding this minister to account. They should be ashamed of putting out any talking points, anything other than, we're going to fix this. It's simple. Anybody who stands up in the House today and says anything otherwise doesn't deserve the right to be re-elected.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my fellow members of Parliament bring up an issue that is important not only to me and this government, but to everyone in Canada, the well-being of members and veterans of the Canadian Armed Forces and their families. I would like to reassure this House that this government is committed to improving the health and well-being of our veterans. This government has made it a priority to provide not just all Canadian Armed Forces and Royal Canadian Mounted Police members and veterans with the support and services they so rightly deserve, but also their families. I know most Canadians understand that the government is legally bound to protect the confidentiality of its veteran clients. This is a responsibility that we take seriously. Veterans should never have to worry that we expose their personal information or use them as a pawn for the sake of political gain, which is why I'm disappointed that we are here discussing this from the opposition motion to ignore the fact of the issue that has taken place. We all feel the disgust. We all feel the disgust of the crime that has taken place. It's a feeling shared by all members in this place and Canadians across the country. It is more important to them to try to expose more personal information for the sake of headlines. Their focus should be on health and well-being of veterans, in particular mental health, which is a priority at Veteran Affairs Canada and for our government. We know mental health is critical to overall wellness, and we know how important it is when it comes to our men and women in uniform who are transitioning to life after service. That's why this government is committed to helping veterans living with operational stress injury get the help they need, when they need it, and importantly, in person whenever possible. Yeah, thank you. This is something the 3 recently opened operational stress injury satellite service sites will help with. It is important to note that currently 96% of applicants of post-traumatic stress disorder are approved, up from where it was under the Conservatives. We took seriously the concerns of the Auditor General, who criticized the previous government of not doing enough to facilitate veterans' timely access to mental health benefits, and so veterans can actually access supports even before their application is approved. This is also why it's been identified that a veteran could benefit from their family members receiving counseling or other services. The department steps in order to help the veteran. The focus of providing mental health supports to a family member is always based on the best interest of the veteran's well-being, and the decision is always made in consultation with public health professionals. Veteran Affairs offers both direct and indirect support to veterans' family members through a variety of benefits and services, for which the following are a few examples: case management services, transition services, mental health services, rehabilitation services and vocational assistance, caregiver recognition benefit, the public service health care plan, financial benefits and disability death benefits, pastoral outreach network, and the VAC assistance service, operational stress injuries, social support. By providing specialized evidence-based assessment, treatment and support, along with educational programs for individuals, couples and families, Veteran Affairs Canada is better able to assist the veterans and their families. It is very clear to this government that when a member serves, the whole family serves with them, which is why their health and well-being is also a priority for us. That is why families are central in the suite of benefits, programs and services that my colleagues have talked about earlier. In addition to mental health support services, the Veteran Family Program is available at all 32 of the military family resource centres across the country. Mr. Speaker, this summer and last year, I had the opportunity to attend the Military Family Resource Centre at Base Gagetown. I saw and heard from individuals and families of how they appreciate the benefits and services and the enhancement of them that are being offered. What this means is that medically releasing CAF members, veterans who are medically released, and their families who are in need of assistance will now have access to more services that focus on the well-being of the entire family. This can include mental health first aid, referrals to programs and services, and access to military family services program. This is in addition to the recently announced Centre of Excellence on PTSD and related mental health conditions. Everyone here understands the value of research, of the need for scientific data to make informed decisions. We are committed to working with researchers, taking an evidence-based approach to developing new programs as part of our mission to better serve veterans. The Centre of Excellence on PTSD will work to advance mental health research and support to improve the treatment of mental health conditions that impact veterans, Canadian Armed Forces members, and their families. It will be a place where mental health professionals across the country can create and share knowledge on veteran mental health treatments that work. The research component will be critical as the Centre will work to leverage scientific advancements in the area of military and veteran mental health, while also developing best practices in assessing and treating mental health conditions. A large part of the success of this centre will be through our partnership with the Canadian Institute for Military and Veteran Health Research, and capitalizing on the network of over 1,000 researchers at 43 universities across our great nation. As well, we'll be working alongside many other recognized Canadian centres, institutes, and universities. It then places it directly into the hands of other professionals across the country working with veterans on a daily basis. It will also focus on research, clinical program and tool development, education, and outreach. The centre will provide important information to frontline healthcare service providers on mental health conditions specific to veterans and their families. This is a perfect complement to the existing partnerships for mental health as offered through the Operational Stress Injury Clinics, commonly known as OSI clinics, and by individual health professionals located throughout Canada. When it comes to mental health for veterans, timely professional research is key to recovery. That is why Veteran Affairs funds a network of 11 OSI clinics across Canada. 10 of these clinics provide outreach treatment for PTSD and other operational stress injuries, which is there is one inpatient clinic located in St. Anne's Hospital, actually in Montreal. This week will promote awareness and spark further discussion on the realities of mental health, for much work that needs to be done. Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the member from Anquetil-La Petite-Longchamp. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I find the debate today very troubling in terms of what the government has been saying. I have not heard one of them stand up and just say definitively, this is wrong, this is unacceptable, it's been 21 days now or longer, why does this minister not have a response? This is not, it's a very simple motion with what should be a very simple, definitive answer. We support the opposition 100% on this. This is clearly wrong. The murder and the murderer getting veterans benefits is wrong, and we will do everything in our power to stop it immediately. Why are none of the government actually standing up and saying that? Because I certainly think their constituents expect them to.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. There is no person here that is not aghast at what took place to the constable in Nova Scotia. That is in my neighbouring province to my home riding of New Brunswick Southwest. Certainly, this is a privacy issue. It's an individual issue, and nor has anyone asked, have the benefits even been changed? We cannot comment on that. It's a privacy issue, but certainly there is no one that isn't aghast at what took place. We have an individual family. We have, a family that is grieving. What I wanted to highlight here is certainly from Veteran Affairs Services, what we have done and offered as a government, was very significant. It's $10 billion of new money. I am not only a new member to the Standing Committee for Veteran Affairs, I'm also the daughter of a veteran, and I'm the sister of a fallen veteran. I get it. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my honourable colleague across the way. Her colleague from Hamilton stood up a moment ago and said that he agreed with us the fact that this was terrible and this is wrong, and he said just give us time and we'll get this corrected. Could this member not stand up and say the exact same thing, saying that this is wrong, this this is in fact wrong, that this person who has never served a day in their life is getting Veterans Affairs funds. Could she just not stand up and say that this is wrong and that her government will deal with this in due time? Thank you.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate the honourable member's question that is being asked. I think it's ghastly. I think it's terrible what took place regarding the murder of a wonderful woman in Nova Scotia. Certainly, this is an individual case and also a case of privacy. We're not in the position to be releasing the details of it. When a member serves, the entire family serves. I know what it was like when my brother had passed away, how quickly the benefits came in a couple of years ago, and what that meant to my brother's family. It's not about sharing the details of an individual case. Certainly this is a privacy issue, and at some time, perhaps the individual and the individuals involved may want to discuss that more publicly. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I had the honour of being the Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Defence, we were doing the strong, secure and engage the overall plan for the military. And one of the points that was driven home to us time and time again was that when a member deploys, so also does his family, or her family, as the case may be. And then that's also true with veterans. When a veteran is not only a veteran by himself or herself, but is a veteran in a family context. Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, my concern is that we are on the floor of the House of Commons and we have before us a very bad set of facts. No question that we have a bad set of facts. But as they say in law school, bad facts make bad law. So I'd be interested in the honourable member's observations with respect to the overall policy that Veterans Affairs veterans benefits should be made available to the family, and her concern that these egregious facts, which every member agrees to, should in fact drive a change in policy. Thank you.
Well, member for New Brunswick Southwest, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Thank you. I think that providing services is absolutely essential to a member's family. As my colleague mentioned, when a member serves, so does his family or her family in many ways. The time away from home, the ghastly experiences that someone has to go through. I think it's responsible for us as a government on all sides of this House to stand up for veterans' families. And the individual case that's before us in terms of this motion is an individual case. And I do think in good time there will be a result that maybe is more amenable to people here in the House, as well as across Canada. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. Le secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our men and women in uniform have unparalleled commitment to our country. I can assure you that all veterans and their fallen friends have made sacrifices for our future, and our government has committed to protecting them and their families. This government made promises to veterans and to all Canadians, and we are committed to respecting them. We've heard the concerns of soldiers, veterans, and their families, and we've consulted the veterans community, as well as stakeholders and experts about the best path to follow. That said, we recognize that we can never make everyone happy. This government has made a number of positive changes over the last 3 years in order to better serve veterans and their families. There are new and improved programs at Veterans Affairs, which factor in all of the different factors that are important, including balancing financial, mental, physical, and social well-being. The result of this has now taken the form of a flexible series of benefits and programs that allow veterans and their families to decide themselves what type of compensation works best for them. One of these promises is the lifetime pension. The Prime Minister clearly stated in his letter of mandate to the Minister of Veterans Affairs, restoring lifetime pensions to injured veterans while ensuring that each veteran can get the advice and support, financial advice and support that they need to decide what type of compensation for them and their family is very important. The new lifetime pension was announced last December, and it is designed to provide as much support as possible to the most seriously injured veterans. This new approach combines a series of benefits that provide income and stability to soldiers and veterans who are suffering from service-related injury or illness.
One of the benefits that we're particularly pleased to introduce is the pain and suffering allowance. This is a monthly, non-taxable lifetime benefit, recognizing the pain and suffering related to service. It is directly tied to the degree of disability. There are monthly and lump sum options that provide military members and veterans with the possibility that it best suits them and their families. Additional support for veterans suffering from serious and permanent impairment related to service is available under this benefit. Also provided as a non-taxable monthly benefit. This benefit acknowledges the considerable difficulties that veterans have to overcome when they resume life after service. The income replacement benefit is another monthly program that provides income support during the transition period. It provides financial assistance to those who have difficulty returning to life after service as a result of health problems due mainly to their service. In some cases, the benefit could also be provided to veterans, survivors, and orphans on a lifetime basis if need be. We have understood that what we published in December could seem complicated. That is why Minister O'Regan held round tables with veterans and stakeholders across the country. We wanted to ensure that all veterans and their families understand the scope and impact of the changes that we were introducing. Beyond that, these meetings were also an opportunity to hear the opinions and thoughts of veterans and stakeholders on this new approach. Overall, many said they were satisfied with the changes. We are aware that the needs of Canadian veterans has changed significantly over the last century since the Pension Act has been introduced. Veterans Affairs Canada ensured that its programs and services changed to meet these changing needs by adopting a better approach to integrate these financial, mental, physical, and social factors, each of which plays a role in the successful transition to life after service. It's clear that this new lifetime pension meets the promise to restore monthly lifetime pensions. It also is a recognition of the government's commitment to ensure that all veterans and their families are treated with dignity, respect, and equality. This is at the heart of everything we do. Initiatives announced in budgets 2016 and 2017 represent over $6 billion, in addition to which we are investing $3.6 billion in this flexible series of benefits and programs that is lifetime pension. We are committed to providing financial compensation to recognize pain and suffering, service-related pain and suffering. We are committed to providing replacement income to help financially during a re-education or for loss of income. We are committed to providing assistance programs to veterans, such as studies, employment, physical and mental health. We are committed to making the lives of veterans easier. We know that each veteran has a unique history and situation. That is why the lifetime pension was designed to allow each veteran to decide what type of remuneration would work the best for him or her and the family during the transition after military service to civilian life. This lifetime pension offers a full series of financial security and well-being measures to help veterans and their families move on to the next step in their lives and to make choices about the future: studies, education, work, retirement. We have made a lot of progress in the support we provide to our courageous veterans. The government will never stop in its efforts to improve the lives of our veterans and their families. Before I conclude, Mr. Speaker, the Minister looked at the conclusions of the Department on this and want to ensure that the services provided to the family of a veteran are tied to service-related injuries. And if it is not the case, then the case would be assessed before a decision was made. The Minister asked the Department to look at its policies and to consider extenuating circumstances, such as the commission of a serious crime, where extenuating circumstances existed. The decision to provide services to a member of the family other than the member themselves would be made by senior officials. This was a heinous crime. We feel for the family of Catherine Campbell. We offer our condolences. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before we move to questions, I would like to remind the members that when you refer to another individual in the House, you use their writing name or their title. Just a reminder. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. Mr. Speaker, the 388 members of the House, 38 members of the House are aware of the support we must give our veterans. That is not the issue. The question is, how is it that the Government of Canada can pay financial support to a murderer who has not worn the uniform and, worse still, murdered somebody who was wearing a uniform? So my question to the colleague opposite is simple. We are going to all commemorate 11th of November, the armistice. We will celebrate our veterans. How can the member opposite defend this decision? The member. Thank you. I would like to face my veterans on November 11th with the head held high. I don't know how the Conservatives will be able to stand in front of the veterans after 10 years of cuts, cutting thousands of jobs directly on the front lines. We have to know, Mr. Speaker, that we are rehiring these people. This is a long process. And the 10 years of inaction and cuts by the Harper government have meant that we have a lot of work to do, and that is what we are doing, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The situation for veterans is not improving. It's taking longer, in fact, for veterans to find out whether they're going to be able to get benefits. This is a situation that was created by the Conservative cuts several years ago, but it's getting worse under the Liberals. They're waiting even longer, despite the Liberals' promises during the election campaign. My question is extremely simple. Why is the money that is supposed to be given to veterans in the budget not being spent? It could help veterans. The veterans they say they want to help. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for the question. I like the fact that in her question she mentioned that I think that with the Liberals it's worse, but I can tell her that it's not the case. There are frontline workers who are being rehired to provide adequate services. The ratio, in fact, of cases per frontline worker has been significantly reduced. Frontline workers have dozens fewer cases each to handle. We can do more. What I can say is that we are standing up beside our veterans, and we will always stand beside them. Questions and comments?
Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Yes, I'd like to ask the member across, talks about what you've done for the veterans and so forth, but in this case, I'm wondering if he or anybody across there has actually surveyed veterans about what they think about a cop-killing person who's never served a day in the military, getting benefits from Veterans Affairs because he got PTSD from killing somebody. What do you think veterans are saying? Or are they saying anything to you? Or do you care what they think?
Once again, I just want to remind the honourable members that I'm sure the honourable member from Edmonton Griesbach doesn't want my opinion. I'll defer over to the parliamentary secretary and I'll let him give his. So when the honourable members are asking the questions, please ask through the chair, not to the chair. The
honourable parliamentary secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague opposite for the question. When we talk about such a specific case, it's not true that we're going to consult veterans on such a sensitive issue as such a heinous crime as the murder of Catherine Campbell. What I can say is that our minister and our prime minister have been clear. We must consult our veterans. What my minister is doing now is he is consulting veterans. He had record consultations, roundtables, and meetings with veterans. That is what he did. That is what I will do in support of my minister, and that is what we will do as long as we are here, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to advise you that I will be sharing my time with my good friend and somebody who I have great respect for, the honourable member from Caribou, Prince George. Before I stood up here today, Mr. Speaker, as I often do, I took a walk up to the third floor. I went to the Memorial Chamber and I looked at the books of remembrances. And I do that because it serves as a reminder to me the reason why I have the privilege and the honor of sitting in our symbol of democracy. And I do that often. I do that often out of respect for those who paid the ultimate sacrifice. I do that for their families. And I certainly appreciate the service and sacrifice that our members and of our military and their families have paid to this country. And you know, it's a sad day in this country when veterans who are suffering from PTSD have to stand in line behind a convicted murderer who never served a day in his life in order to receive PTSD benefits. I never thought we'd get to that point, quite frankly. But here we are. Here we are on an opposition day asking the government to do something very simple, and that is to stop the benefits to police killer Christopher Garnier. So you can imagine my surprise last week when we stood in question period and I asked the Prime Minister about this issue. And I asked what I thought were very fair questions, Mr. Speaker, questions about how this could happen and what he's going to do in order to resolve it. And of course, the Prime Minister stood up, as we've heard most of the day during the debate today, and talked about the platitudes on veterans, the fact that the Veterans Affairs Minister stood up and gave an infomercial on all the things that his government is doing. Well, if you ask veterans, they're not doing them very well, quite frankly. Veterans will tell you that. And I had a follow-up question. And the follow-up question was, in effect, how could he justify a person killing a police officer and a volunteer firefighter, by the way, as well? So she actually wore 2 uniforms in her community. How could the Prime Minister justify paying for PTSD benefits, those PTSD benefits that he received from committing the murder of police officer Christine Campbell, with Veterans Affairs money? And the answer by the Prime Minister was absolutely ridiculous. He accused us of fear-mongering, of being insensitive to the issue, and he refused to answer the question. He actually sat down and didn't answer the question, Mr. Speaker, in question period, in the House of Parliament. where the opposition is obligated to hold the government to account. And the reaction across the country since then has been nothing but incredible. Incredible in terms of the outrage for this Prime Minister and now the Minister of Veterans Affairs for refusing to answer the question. And it showed, again, Mr. Speaker, like I've said many times in this House, that the Prime Minister and this Liberal government don't want an opposition. What they want is an audience. Well, I've got news for the Prime Minister and I've got news for this government, that we're going to continue to push on those issues that are important to Canadians, and this is certainly important to Canadians. And that's why we're standing here today, all day in Parliament, asking the government to stop this. Stop this incredible, egregious act of paying a benefit for PTSD to a convicted police murderer who never served a day of his life, not even one single minute of his life in Canada's military, and yet he's receiving those benefits. In fact, Mr. Speaker, on that day, within posing that question to the Prime Minister, I suggested a fact that if a serving member of Canada's military were to commit a murder, not only would their benefits be lost, but so too would the benefits of their family. And Christopher Garnier was not a dependent, as it's defined under any benefit plan. Certainly the plan within us here in Parliament, we are entitled to benefits for dependents, as many workplaces are that see those benefits paid up to 21. And in the case that those students are in post-secondary education, your children are in post-secondary education, they get those benefits paid until they're 25. They don't get them when they're 30. They're cut off. And so it's a real simple solution on the part of the government. So we're standing here today, not only on behalf of veterans and their families, not only on behalf of the Campbell family and their friends, but more importantly, we're standing here today for Christine Campbell, the police officer that was killed by Christopher Garnier in Truro, Nova Scotia, to say at all levels, that this is wrong. And we're asking the Minister and the Prime Minister, which is well within their prerogative, to act on this case. Now, the reaction, as I said, Mr. Speaker, has been swift across this country. In fact, Stephen McNeil, the Premier of Nova Scotia, the Liberal Premier of Nova Scotia, said when this case broke almost 4 weeks ago that he was initially stunned and shocked by the department's help for Garnier. And he made the point in recent conversations with the Veterans Affairs Minister and another Nova Scotia minister, I don't quite know what his title is at this point, he seems to hide a lot, that I don't believe anyone in drafting of this policy to look after military families believed that it would be looking after a convicted killer in our province, and I strongly voiced that issue with the federal government and my colleagues, and they said they will look into it. Look into it. Well, it's been 4 weeks. In fact, the family, we've heard from Christine Campbell's aunt, who wrote publicly on Facebook that Garnier has twisted the system. And she said she's sickened by this. There are actual veterans who return from war or multiple wars, and they're killing themselves because they can't get help from the PTSD that they suffer through at no fault of their own. And that was Christine Campbell's aunt. And subsequent to Thursday, the reaction that I've received has been swift. It's been anger. It's been disbelief, Mr. Speaker, from right across this country. Serving RCMP member a former co-worker of Constable Campbell, who talks about the fact that they've been trying to receive PTSD benefits for 7 years. Another one that said that they received a letter, a FOAD letter, F-O-A-D letter, which they refer to as F-off and die letter from Veterans Affairs. And these are the types of examples of what people are telling me and telling my colleagues right across this country. I think it was best said by Medrick Cousineau, who I call a friend and is an advocate for PTSD service dogs. He was interviewed recently and he said, what Garnier is suffering from is not PTSD. What Garnier is suffering from is remorse. Remorse for killing Christine Campbell, remorse for putting her body in a composting bin, and remorse for dumping that body under a bridge. And what have we heard from Nova Scotia MPs? Nothing. Not a single word. Some of them are going to stand up today and tout the government's success with veterans. As I said earlier, that's arguable. We've heard nothing from Nova Scotia MPs. They've sat there with crickets, Mr. Speaker, when they should be outraged by this case. The same type of outrage that was caused by this murder and the same type of outrage that is going on right now in Nova Scotia because of the government's abject failure to deal with this situation and remedy it properly. Now, we heard that the minister earlier was talking about bumping this down to some mid-level bureaucrats, letting mid-level area managers decide in the future. Well, I got news for the minister, Mr. Speaker. That department belongs to the Government of Canada. It belongs to the Parliament of Canada, and it belongs to the people of Canada. And if this minister is not going to accept responsibility and make the right decision for the sake of the Campbell family, for the sake of the veterans who have to stand behind Christopher Garnier to gain those benefits, if he's not going to accept responsibility for what goes on in his department, then what need is there for him? If he's not going to accept responsibility and run his department and run it properly and do the right thing, Mr. Speaker, I call on this minister, the Minister of Veterans Affairs, to resign his post and put somebody in there who can do the job effectively.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Laval-les-Îles.
The honourable member for Laval-des-Îles.
And I thank my colleague for his speech, but I would like him, if he's real, and to be honest with the Canadian people in comparing for the last 10 years what the last government did to the veteran, and in those 3 years what our government is doing. Is he going to have the courage to say the truth to the Canadian people? Thank you, Mr. President.
The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, if that member has the courage to stand up and says that his government acts like petulant little teenagers every time they're faced with a serious issue in this country, accept responsibility. Accept responsibility for this situation. The decision to provide benefits for Mr. Garnier was made by this government, the current government, the Liberal government. It was made by the Prime Minister, and it was made by the Minister of Veterans Affairs. And it was made in their overall responsibility and control of government. I find it absolutely shameful that they're going back in the past to try to hide the fact that they did this, and they're not willing to do anything to correct it. It's shameful, Mr. Speaker, and quite frankly, it's disgusting that they keep harping on that. Jeez.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to thank my friend and colleague from Barrie-Innisfil for the important work he's done for veterans, for bringing forward a bill to recognize the sacred obligation of veterans, which was defeated by the Liberal government. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, I have to talk about services for veterans today. We know that the Liberal government, today they want to spend their time patting themselves on the back while the backlog's growing, while veterans are waiting longer and longer to get the services and the follow-up that they deserve on disability benefits. But we also know that the Conservatives cut 1,000 jobs when they were in government. And I have to ask the member, does he regret that decision to cut 1,000 jobs? And how does he foresee moving forward on how we should be making sure that the backlog is eliminated and veterans get the services they very much and so deserve?
For Barrie-Innisfil.
Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, when I have gone across the country in my role previously as a critic for Veterans Affairs, I was the first one to acknowledge that there were mistakes that were made in the past. You know what? And acknowledging problems is the first step in correcting them. This Prime Minister actually stood up in Belleville with his hand over his heart and made promises to veterans, promises that he knew that he had no intention to keep. In fact, if you go back to Edmonton and you see the reaction to Brock Blazek, the Canadian veteran, when he was asked the question, he said that veterans were asking for more than what the Prime Minister could give right now. Well, actually, Mr. Prime Minister, what veterans are asking for is what you promised them. And he has failed in every aspect. Our veterans of this country, and I'll tell you what, Mr. Speaker, veterans are taking notice. They're taking notice of the failed promises, they're taking notice of the red herrings, and they're taking notice of this issue as well. And they're not going to forget it in 2019.
Comments? We have time for a very brief one for the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Bad cases make bad law, Mr. Speaker. What do we do with a 16-year-old that dealt drugs? She's the daughter of a veteran of 20 years. That vet has PTSD to his services. Should that 16-year-old be denied services, denied education benefits when she later gets her life in order? That is a hypothetical case, but a case which could be real. The Conservatives are suggesting cutting benefits for families over 21 years of age. Now, let's take another case. A 50-year-old veteran who was killed in service of his country has a 30-year-old son. Should that family be allowed to have benefits? He's a 30-year-old person. The member here suggested anyone over 21 should not have services. And I think families should have those services.
For Barrie Innisfil.
It doesn't even deserve a reply, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about a completely different situation here. Those who are part of the military receive benefits. They receive benefits until they're 25. They receive it until they're 25. I guess it's a hot topic for him. I guess he can't justify it.
Nous avons un appel au règlement, l'honorable député.
Point of order. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to say that from my position, I can't hear anything. I'm just hearing shouting. I can't understand what's being answered. Thank you for your comment. That's not really a point of order, but it is definitely relevant.
That when someone is speaking in the House, there are people who are interested in hearing them, not your comments that are coming out. And I don't mean this everyone. There's only about maybe 2 or 3 today who insist on having their opinions heard over and above what people are really trying to hear. So I'll just leave it with everyone, and maybe I'll impose the rules a little bit harsher when people start shouting across or shouting at each other. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil, he has 25 seconds to finish his response.
It won't take that long, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, the member from Winnipeg Centre has an extreme amount of guilt in his heart right now for having to react in the manner in which he is, knowing full well that what his government is doing, what the Prime Minister, what the Minister of Veterans Affairs is doing, is completely wrong. Canadians know it. He knows it. That's why he's acting out the way he is.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Cariboo, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honored to stand here today. I'm actually disappointed but not surprised by the comments that are coming from some of our colleagues across the floor, some that I deeply respect in terms of their service to our country, but the talking points that they've gone on. I listened intently to this debate. Mr. Speaker, it was August 28th where I received a message from our veteran community asking if I was aware of the fact that a convicted murderer by the name of Chris Garnier, who heinously murdered Catherine Campbell, who was a Truro police officer of 6 years, badge number 137, and Catherine was also a volunteer firefighter, Mr. Speaker, and Chris Garnier took that life. And in the process of the legal battle that he and his family have waged, they've used every dilatory motion possible to re-victimize Miss Campbell's family, putting a peace bond on her family members during the court case because Mr. Garnier's family felt threatened. And now when the sentencing comes up, all of a sudden he's got PTSD. PTSD from what, Mr. Speaker? PTSD from the crime that he committed, the murder that he committed. And how did we find this out? Well, there was an email that was sent forth during the sentencing, which was only just about a month and a half ago. Since August 28th, where I did a video on my social media, over 90,000 Canadians have viewed it. And Mr. Speaker, they are angry. The comments that we've got have been incredible, and people are furious. Mr. Speaker, I want to read one for you. I am not allowed to lend my voice to the outrage of providing services to a non-veteran convicted murderer. However, I am absolutely speechless. Well, perhaps not speechless, but I'm trying to be polite and professional. As a citizen of this country, I am so angry and ashamed. As a Veterans Affairs employee, this is not what I signed up for when I began my career providing services to our veterans and their families. I love my job, and it's an honor to support those who are willing to lay down their lives for me and my fellow citizens. But now, I just want to go home with my head hung in shame, knowing that what someone in my organization has approved. They went on to say that under family services, it clearly states that we do not cover family members' own mental health issues. It is a provincial jurisdiction, or in this case, it is a Corrections Canada jurisdiction. We only directly support veterans with their mental health issues, family members with support only as needed for them to participate in the Veterans Rehab Plan. Mr. Speaker, I offer that to you because all we have heard from the minister straight across the Liberal caucus is garbage. There's no other way to put it. And it is shameful, Mr. Speaker. Veterans, first responders are listening in today. Mr. Speaker, I have had, if not hundreds, possibly even thousands of messages regarding this issue. Chris Garnier murdered Catherine Campbell, and every step of the way, and he is currently appealing his case now because guess what? The judge was heavy-handed in sentencing. Heavy-handed, Mr. Speaker. Chris Garnier met Catherine Campbell. 2 hours later, he had murdered her. He dumped her into a recycling bin and wheeled her through Halifax and tossed her away like a piece of trash. And now he and his family are trying to milk the system, using PTSD as an excuse. You know what, Mr. Speaker? It's shameful. You know, Mr. Speaker, through my work with my Bill C-211, how hard we have worked in terms of trying to break the stigma so that those that are suffering can feel comfortable and know that when they come forward to talk about their stories, that they will be believed. And now we have this dirtbag. Mr. Speaker, yeah, I said it, and I believe that with my whole heart. This man is re-victimizing the family. He's taking advantage of a situation. He's using every tool possible. And now he's using PTSD as a mitigating factor, hopefully to get some leniency in his sentencing. And we have colleagues across the way, some, most, all I respect dearly, and I respect their service. And they're coming out spewing the talking points. Mr. Speaker, if a veteran commits a crime, he loses his benefits. My honourable colleague from Barrie Innisfil mentioned it earlier that that a dependent is not a 30-year-old. To have a convicted murderer jumping in front of a veteran or a first responder that requires treatment is shameful. The day after I posted my video, the minister said he was seized with this issue. Seized with it. It's been 28 days. And he stands in this house and blathers on. He has an opportunity at the beginning of this debate to talk about the action that he's taken on this case. But he continues to spew political talking points. You can tell that we're going into an election season, Mr. Speaker. But on an issue like this, it is absolutely shameful. I promised I wasn't going to get heated up, but Mr. Speaker, I've got more messages from veterans. Hey, Mr. Doherty, I just want to scream and cry at the same time. I've been waiting in line for what seems like forever. Every time Veterans Affairs has got some excuse as to why. I served 21 years for my country. 21 years for my country, yet I have to continue to wait in line. Mr. Speaker, did I tell you that Mr. Garnier's already been receiving this treatment, yet he was only just sentenced about a month and a half ago. So he immediately jumped to the front of the line. How did he do that, Mr. Speaker? Lots of questions. Highly connected, Mr. Speaker? We don't know, but it is absolutely shameful. Mr. Speaker, this veteran goes on to say, I am so lit up. I don't know what to do. I don't even know if the thoughts that are going through my mind. I don't know what to do. Mr. Speaker, I have 2 minutes that are left, and I wish I had so much more on this because it is absolutely shameful for what we're doing. Catherine Campbell served our country, served our community. She wore 2 uniforms, and Christopher Garnier took his life. It is not about hypothetical cases. It is not about coulda, woulda, shoulda. It's not about the veterans, his father's treatment plan. It has nothing to do with that. That's what they're parading out there. Has not even been brought up. It's been brought up. His lawyer said he needs treatment for PTSD because of the crime that he committed, the murder that he committed. And that is shameful, Mr. Speaker. He has jumped to the front of the line. I'm going to leave you with this because I don't have much more time. And I think it's important to say. Mr. Speaker, freedom isn't free. Our brave men and women who have served our country and our communities, they paid our collective debt for our freedom, our safety, and our security. When they ask for help, rather than welcoming them and telling them that their bill is paid in full, they're continually refused service or told to go to the back of the line. Many of them are losing hope. And we continue to lose veterans and first responders at a horrendous rate. Why? Because of issues like this, where they lose faith in the process. Mr. Speaker, this is wrong. Those brave men and women who put their uniform on every day in service to our country and to our community and to our flag, they sacrificed for you and I. Christopher Garnier did not serve. Instead, he took the life of someone who served her community, was willing to give her life for her community. And I think the Campbells, the Canadians, our veterans, our first responders, they deserve better than what they're hearing from talking points from this minister. And with that, I'll cede the floor.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I really do appreciate the service from the other member and what he does in the House, and how he doesn't even use speaking notes. I too try not to use speaking notes, just a piece of paper. I've written down some thoughts. But really, the decisions we make today in this House actually do impact decisions that will occur in the future and how we have regulations that are interpreted by bureaucrats and functionaries. So what do we actually do when we have a 16-year-old that did deal drugs and was convicted of it? She's a daughter of a veteran of 20 years, and that vet has PTSD and receiving services from Veterans Affairs. Should that 16-year-old be denied services, be denied education benefits later on, which she may be entitled to? Now, she may get her life back in order, but should she be denied those services? And I'd like to also highlight another thing. Now, let's say you have a serving member who's 50 years old. He's killed in the line of action or in service of his country. He has a 30-year-old son who didn't do anything wrong, but he's 30 years old. He's not 21. He's not 25. He's not going to post-secondary, but he loses his father. And that is, because 20 years old, it's quite reasonable to have a child at, be 50 years old in the military and have a child which is 30 or even 20 years old. Should that person be allowed services at the age of 30? And that is an important question to ask. And this is what this debate is about, is what level of services should we be offering to families and to the veterans of those families?
For Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, this debate isn't about hypothetical questions. It's about a real issue. It's a real issue where Christopher Garnier, a convicted murderer, is receiving benefits, mental health benefits, before that of our veterans or our first responders that are deserving of that. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what these guys want to do. They want to deflect and blame others, and they want to throw hypothetical scenarios out there. Let's talk about the real issue. And the real issue is that we have a convicted murderer that is playing silly bugger with the court system and our Veterans Affairs system and taking benefits away from veterans. He's claiming PTSD. He's playing games with this. And every step of the way, he is re-victimizing Catherine Campbell's family. Mr. Speaker, they deserve better. Canadians deserve better, and I will not dignify that with an answer.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. I just want to remind the honourable members that parliamentary language is requested or is something that we try to promote as much as possible in the House. And one of the words that we used, I'm not sure if it's kind of borderline, but let's not push the envelope. Honourable
member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, here we're facing a really heinous, monstrous crime, which is terribly sad. But I'd like to know if my colleague thinks, you know, even if we put this crime aside, and even if we set aside the fact that PTSD may be involved, we're talking about someone who's 30 years old. And so even setting aside the crime, I don't think that Veterans Affairs should be paying for the treatment. So does my colleague agree that even if there hadn't been a crime committed, in this case, this person should not be paid and should not be considered a priority? Because we need to, it's not like children who are dependent on their parents or anything like that.
For Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, look, regardless of the crime, a 30-year-old who is serving time, Veterans Affairs have got a program in place to make sure that our veterans are made whole when they come back. And how they go about doing that is one way. I do not believe that a convicted murderer or somebody or a 30-year-old should be receiving these mental health benefits when they are actually available. They are available through correctional services and provincial programs. They do not need to take the place of a veteran or a first responder in this case, and it is shameful when we have veterans that are being denied services, simple services, because of this, and it is shameful. I really, Mr. Speaker, I really wish the debate would just focus around this issue at hand, that is Christopher Gardner and the murder of Catherine Campbell, and the fact that Christopher Gardner is receiving PTSD treatment from Veterans Affairs. It should be nothing else other than that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would advise you that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Winnipeg Centre. Mr. Speaker, I can't imagine that there's a single heart in this place that does not go out to the family of Constable Campbell. And we grieve with them, and we share the frustration of Canadians who are upset with a convicted killer having received mental health services through Veterans Canada. Unfortunately, my friends across the way are taking advantage of a tragic situation to once again play politics with veterans' benefits. And while it may be cathartic for some on that side to adjudicate this case in public, it's essential to protect the privacy of veterans who are clients of the department, and for that reason, we won't be commenting on the specifics of any veteran's personal information, including the medical benefits that he or she may access. Mr. Speaker, our government made a commitment to make it easier for the men and women who have served in uniform so courageously, who gave us so much, to access the benefits that they so rightfully deserve. And in 2015, we pledged to make it easier for veterans to access services, to do more to support families, to streamline benefits, reduce the administrative burden, improve the veterans' experience with Veterans Affairs Canada, and help them to make a successful transition to life after service. These were ambitious goals, and our government is making progress in leaps and bounds. The veterans community told us loud and clear that we need to make it simpler, easier, and more user-friendly to access the programs and services of Veterans Affairs. They told us about the effect of the backlog of applications for benefits and services and the time they have to wait for decisions to be made. They also told us that they don't always know about the suite of programs and services available to them, both of which are a result of the 10 years of cuts we saw under the Harper Conservatives. So over the past 3 years, we've made significant improvements to both the programs and services available and our ability to communicate them to veterans. To make it easier for veterans to talk to our staff about these benefits, we reopened the 9 offices the Conservatives closed and opened a 10th one in Surrey and hired over 475 new staff, which includes over 180 case managers. We also increased service in the north. In 2017, our staff made 12 trips to Iqaluit, Yellowknife, and Whitehorse to meet with veterans and their families. Our staff is committed to ensuring our veterans and their families are better informed, served, and supported. We owe veterans the means to get back on their feet and on with their lives, and that's what our department is committed to deliver every day, to help them accomplish that with a successful transition, and after they release from the military, to rebuild their lives and enjoy a healthy state of well-being. We learned from the 2016 Life After Service studies that while 52% of regular forces veterans report experiencing an easy or moderately easy transition to post-service life, 32% report having trouble. And with the Canadian Armed Forces projecting an average of 2,500 medical releases per year over the next 5 years, we recognize the importance of strengthening our transition services to members. We also recognize that no 2 veterans are the same. Each has their own personal history and experiences that result in different needs and different challenges. And this is why you hear so much about the department's flexible approach to benefits and services that can be tailored to each veteran and family's individual needs. We have worked to create a system that can be adapted to each veteran's particular needs at that particular point in time. We saw that the cookie-cutter approach left some veterans falling through the cracks. So our Pension for Life not only addresses the wide variety of needs of veterans, but also takes into account feedback from veterans on the need to reduce the complexity of support programs available to veterans and their families. Pension for Life has 3 key pillars: a monthly tax-free financial compensation, services and benefits, and an income replacement benefit. This income replacement benefit will consolidate 6 income support benefits into one single financial benefit to simplify the administrative demand on veterans and their families. Mr. Speaker, veterans told us to streamline our programs. That's exactly what we have done. And let me come back to the idea that no 2 veterans are the same. While some prefer to interact with staff in person, some veterans prefer to find information and manage their interaction with the department themselves using online tools. Working with feedback gathered through the Service Delivery Review, Veterans Affairs simplified its online system, MyVac account. They made registration both easier and more secure, simplified the language, and added functionality. Veterans, Mr. Speaker, can now communicate with department staff, including case managers, using secure messaging in their MyVac account. Veterans can ask questions about their benefits and services and get reliable answers from qualified agents. The program is proving popular and is gaining more than 1,000 new users every month. The department has also taken concrete measures to improve service delivery by telephone and is taking the initiative to reach out to veterans to get the information needed to support claims and to explain benefits. With all of these new and enhanced benefits and services and increased efforts to inform veterans of what's available to them, application rates have increased dramatically over recent years. For example, over the past 3 years, we've seen a 32% increase in disability benefits applications, and that is good news. It means more veterans are aware of the benefits for which they may be eligible. To keep up with the rise in demand and ensure that veterans get service and benefits that they need when they need them, the government is spending $42.8 million over 2 years, starting this year, to improve service delivery to Veterans Affairs Canada. And following our announcement of this funding, Union of Veterans Affairs Employees President Carl Gannon Jr. said, $42.8 million over 2 years to rebuild service delivery capacity. I can more than live with this. We're going to do better to get veterans the benefits and services they need when they need them. So, Mr. Speaker, following 10 years of nothing but cuts to funding and staff, we are rebuilding the trust of veterans with the investments needed to deliver services effectively and efficiently. In addition to additional funding, we've also made changes to ensure veterans receive the benefits that they're entitled to. Veterans Affairs staff triage claims to ensure that veterans who apply for mental health services receive priority in their evaluation so they can receive treatment without delay. Mental health is an area where we do provide access to services before a veteran is approved in order to make sure they're getting the support they need to get better as soon as possible. Through additional staffing and process improvements, we have been able to increase the number of disability claims processed. For example, 96% of first applications completed for PTSD are approved, 96%. As more veterans keep putting up their hand and asking for help, we want to make sure that we have the staff and the capacity to make sure they have access to services they need as quickly as we possibly can. And to that end, we have hired more than 475 new frontline staff, new employees, to help ensure that veterans, Canadian Armed Forces members, RCMP personnel, and their families are provided with the best possible services when and where they need them. So, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, Veterans Affairs continues to strive to provide faster, more efficient, and higher quality service for our clients. I think all of us here can agree that Canada's veterans deserve respect, financial security, and fair treatment. And I assure you, this government is committed to treating our veterans with the care, compassion, and respect they have earned. And it's still important to remember, too, there is a veteran involved here, and that the government of any day and any stripe, has a responsibility to his or her health and well-being. What happened in Nova Scotia is a tragedy, and there is no person in this House who does not mourn with the family of Constable Campbell. No family should have to deal with the loss of their loved one. To play politics with so tragic a situation diminishes all of us and our responsibility to everyone involved. We all know there is more to do always, especially after inheriting a system left so neglected by the party opposite. We stand by our commitment to improve the lives of the men and women who have dedicated their lives to our peace and security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member Cross for his speech. And through you, Mr. Speaker, all the new and enhanced benefits indicated in this member's speech. I wonder if that member believes a 30-year-old murderer of an off-duty police officer should receive treatment programs designated for post-traumatic stress to our military that were set up for veterans, even though he was entitled to treatment for mental health issues through Canada Corrections Services.
The honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, thank the member Cross for his comments and his service in RCMP. This is a terrible tragedy that has come to our attention. We feel the shock and disappointment that everybody does, and our minister has taken steps to see what the best outcome can be for Canadians and veterans. I think it's fair to say that, and my friend across the way has had many years of experience, enough to know that knee-jerk reactions are not the way to deal with problems that may have complexities, a solution that may create unintended consequences down the line. So we're looking at it, and that's all I'd like to say for now. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, through you, I'd like to ask the question that the member from Yellowhead asked in perhaps a little different way, and that is whether the minister has made a mistake in that Mr. Garnier is entitled to funding through the correctional services or the penal system it's not as if he's destitute. It's not as if he's not going to get services. The funding that has been provided to him is designed for veterans. This case is quite different than the cases that are being given by the members of the government. This situation is a situation where the funding was given to a man that committed a murder. He may be entitled to mental health services, but that's through the penal system. So as a result of what's happening, that funding should be going to veterans. And we're talking about the long waiting lists of veterans that are looking for benefits, and it's being taken away by Mr. Garnier.
The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, thanks for the comments. And once again, we need to go through the process to find out exactly what the situation is and how it came to be to the place that we are at now. But I have to say again, with all due respect to my friend across the way, we heard testimony in the Veterans Committee of years, going back 8, 10 years of witness testimony and requests and upset at delays and lack of funding and lack of resources. So we're in the position now as the new government of trying to correct mistakes that were made in the past.
We have questions and comments. We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, and I first want to start off by going, that's a golf clap, Mr. Speaker. That's a golf clap. Because the honourable colleague stood for 10 minutes and gave a speech and said that this is, at the very end of his speech, he said this is a horrific case. You know what, Mr. Speaker? He dedicated 3 lines of that 10-minute speech to Catherine Campbell and to Christopher Garnier and the issue that we have at hand. Mr. Speaker, he said that they listened to veterans. So I want to ask you, or the honourable colleague through you, Mr. Speaker, what is he going to say? What does he say to the veterans that are watching right now that wrote us and said that this is horrific? And they shared their own stories of Veterans Affairs turning a blind eye and shutting the door on them and shuffling to the back. And they are outraged with this. What does he have to say to that?
Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Mr. Speaker, most members of Parliament will receive critical questions and remarks about services. We work with many veterans in our office. One of my staffers was walking in a shopping center and encountered a gentleman who we'd been working with, and she says, "By the way, how did that all work out for you?" And he said, "Well, I received a significant amount of money from Veterans Affairs as a result of the intervention." There are many, many good news stories out there that don't get told and should be told because we're working hard for our veterans.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. President,
Mr. Speaker,
I'd like to offer my sincere condolences to the family of Constable Campbell. I think this is a terrible situation. I think we all do share a sense of outrage at what occurred. But I'd also like to offer my thoughts on this debate because I think I do have a specific preference or a specific perspective on this debate. I have been serving for 22 years in the Canadian Armed Forces, and I'm in fact actually still a serving member, a proud member of the Naval Reserves here in Canada. I remember, though, when I first joined the Canadian Armed Forces and I was posted to Valcartier in Quebec, our military base there, with the Vandus. It was a fun and exhilarating time as a young man to join the regular forces, to serve full-time, and it was also extremely tough. It was very, very hard. I remember in that early period in the 90s when I first joined, the work that was done by our leadership to make families the center of services, the center of life in the military. I remember taking mental health training with my fellow soldiers, and we had to take this yearly. I learned that there are 3 components to serving well and learning to serve well. It's ensuring that we have a good personal life, a good professional life, and also a good family life. 3 principal spheres. And if one of them wasn't working well, we would find and encounter great difficulties in our professional life. We would not be able to accomplish the mission that had been set out for us. So we could not miss any of these elements. Now, as a serving member for 22 years, I have always believed that families should be at the center of military life. In fact, I had a family when I was in the military. And I believe this is actually the Canadian Forces policy, though sometimes it's not always respected within the Canadian Forces because sometimes mission requirements do take a precedent. Nonetheless, there are policies that are there to defend families. So in 2000, the Canadian Armed Forces recognized and came out with the Canadian Forces Family Policy. But I think in this debate, one of the central questions which we are actually talking about is the level or amount of services actually offered to families. And I think the central question the Conservatives are asking is not the one which is politically expedient that they're talking about, but should the minister have arbitrary power to deny benefits to vets and their families, not using due process and not using administrative justice? Should they be allowed to be politically expedient when it suits them? Now, Conservatives are quick to the gun to take action now and to think later. And we know that Conservatives are willing to use their ministerial executive power to punish vets and their families who offer criticism of the government, because they did so under their previous administration, under the previous regime. They did so when they silenced vets and released their medical information without their consent, when they shared that medical information. And I'm going to talk about that in a little bit because it is central to this case as well. I will say we must stand with vets and their families come what may. Now, another important aspect of this debate is that services are important, and the question is who actually gets those services. I remember that it was very difficult to obtain services that vets were actually entitled to, especially when I was in the military. But if we believe that families are important and we have a family policy, do we use this one case to then limit the amount of services offered to families? I think bad cases make extremely bad law. But here in this case, in this debate, the Conservatives love using bad cases because this is easy. But this bad case makes extremely bad law. It will make bad rules and it will make bad regulations. And decisions today actually do matter. They impact the services that are offered. And they impact how those rules and regulations will be interpreted in the future, not only by us in this House, but by the bureaucrats and the functionaries who actually carry out the orders of the executive branch. The Conservative motion, in my opinion, is going to lead to a tightening of rules. And this will have unintended consequences for vets and their families. I remember during the war in Afghanistan how we needed to support our families to ensure that we had the widest opportunity to offer all services. We had the freedom to offer those services to those families no matter what their situation, because each family was unique and each veteran's case was unique. So I have asked hypothetical situations, and people have not been happy that I have asked questions, but I'm supposed to ask questions. What do we do with a 16-year-old that dealt drugs? She is the daughter of a veteran who was a veteran for 20 years. That vet has PTSD due to his services. Should that 16-year-old be denied services, denied education benefits later on when she gets her life in order? Let's say that 16-year-old committed an even more heinous crime rather than just dealing drugs, but doing something irreparable, destroying the lives of others in ways that cannot be repaired. That is a hypothetical case, but it is possible. 16. Now, it could be a real case. Now, the Conservative political posturing puts at risk the benefits for the military family. They make it harder for bureaucrats to give them the services that they require. So we could tighten the rules. We could satisfy the political expediency of the Conservative Party. We could take action now, think later, and regret later. But as the member from Calgary Nose Hill said, let's talk about leadership. She talked about leadership in this debate. I remember a time in 2009, with the war in Afghanistan going full regime, that there were cuts that were made by the Harper Conservative government, the cabinet that she was a member of, and had the opportunity of forcing her leadership on her cabinet colleagues, yet they still made the cuts to the military while we were serving in Afghanistan. We had thousands of reservists serving on Army bases right across the country. And I remember at my military base in Valcartier how the contracts of reservists who were serving full-time were not renewed, even though we were waging a war and working very hard to advance the national interests of Canada and serve the government and the people of Canada. That put at jeopardy the mission, because the Conservatives didn't really seem to care about what we were doing. They just decided, we're going to tell you what you should be doing and not listen to you because you're the experts. Now, those reservists filled important roles. They were an important component of mission success for many units in Afghanistan and back in Canada. And the Harper Conservatives cut those jobs. They cancelled those contracts, and they caused chaos in the deployed units trying to fight a war. I like to talk about what the Conservatives did in their decade of darkness for veterans. You know, last year, the retired General Rick Hillier, in 2014, said, and he was the former head of the Canadian military, he was talking about suicide and mental health anguish among Canadian soldiers. I do not think we have any idea of the scale and scope of what the impact would be. I truly do not. This is beyond a medical issue. I think many of our young men and women have lost confidence in our country to support them. And why would they not? The Conservative government at that time had killed the lifetime benefit for veterans. They did it on April 6, 2006, when they enacted the new Veterans Charter while they were in power. The Harper minister insulted veterans, closed 9 veteran offices. The Auditor General found the Harper government failing veterans. The Conservatives slashed 900 jobs in Veterans Affairs despite pleas from managers. There was more than $1 billion that was not spent by the ministry to help veterans, and there was a judge that ordered the government to pay $887 million to vets. Now, I do not believe that we should release the medical information of veterans, even in debates in the House of Commons. When Sean Bria spoke out against legislation to strip vets of lifetime pensions, he never imagined in his dreams the government of the day of Harper would try and smear his reputation by using his medical records against him. His medical and financial details had been circulated after he criticized the new Veterans Charter. And a veteran official said, it's time to take the gloves off. And that is reported in the Huffington Post. The Privacy Commissioner said Bria's case was alarming and the treatment of his personal information was very inappropriate. Retired Colonel Michael Drapeau, a lawyer with expertise in privacy law, said the government's actions were despicable, it is dishonorable, unethical, and also illegal. But this never stopped the government from going ahead. We can order bureaucrats and cow them into doing what we want, but sometimes we need due process and time to think about these issues to make sure that we do not have unintended consequences of impacting everyone and their families who are veterans, because it is most important that the considerations in here be deliberate and well thought out, not simply dog whistle politics, trying to score easy political points on the backs of veterans, using them for political expediency to advance the interests of one political party.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my friend for his comments today. But he will know, Mr. Speaker, that during our time in office, we increased spending on veterans by over 35%, Mr. Speaker, in various categories. But one of the things that was disturbing about my colleague's speech today is his trying to conflate the issue of family with using a minor as an example. And here we have a 30-year-old person who was convicted of killing a cop who never served a day in his life, collecting veterans' benefits that should be going to support our veterans. Does my colleague actually believe that this is the way to treat our veterans when they're waiting in line for services, and here we have someone who is a convicted killer of a policewoman and is receiving benefits, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
So another hypothetical. A 50-year-old service member killed in the line of duty for his country has a 30-year-old son. If we start limiting the age of the family members who are entitled to services, because we're starting to say you're 30 years old. And I'm not talking about crime, I'm talking about the age. And this is what the Conservatives have led us down a path about age. They've said over age 21, they're not entitled. Over age 25, if they're in university, they're not entitled. And what I'm saying is there is a reason for that, because we do have service members who are 50, who have a 30-year-old son, and that service member is killed. And so we need to be able to support those families to make sure that they have the services which are required to help them. And so that is the question, is how do you make these regulations better so we can actually serve families and respect each and every value that we find here in Canada, all the Canadian values which are extremely important. And I think that is an important question that we need to answer and think about with not only ourselves, but with bureaucrats, and talk to veterans and find out how we can make these regulations better, but really ensuring that the services get to the people who need to have them the most, and that's veterans and their families, because families are at the center of military life.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened most of the day so far to my colleague across the way, who seems to be the point man for the government today in the House on this. And what he fails to understand is this is a one-off case. And the government, the minister, the Prime Minister, and this member himself are hiding behind hypotheticals, and they don't have the courage to actually know when something's right or wrong and fix it. So just like the minister who could say this is wrong and demand that his department officials fix it, in the hypotheticals that he's talking about, the minister could at some future point in time, should they ever come to pass, and say, this is wrong, fix it. So why is this member, who is a veteran himself, unable to understand that's how government actually works, and that's the purpose of members of Parliament, that's the purpose of the leadership of a minister, to fix rights and wrongs when the bureaucracy gets it wrong? And does he honestly think that the credibility of Veterans Affairs is being served by this ridiculous defense that this member is putting forward right now?
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, you know, we can counter as well at the opposite side, has ridiculous arguments and has presented a ridiculous debate and wasted the time of the House. But nonetheless, I will continue debating this because it is important to the families of veterans. You know, if I had a 16-year-old son who committed a crime, who, for instance, was dealing drugs, and I happened to have PTSD, and, you know, maybe in the service of my country, I did have some terrible and dark moments in my life, and I will admit to that. Nonetheless, if I knew later on that might limit his ability to, if he managed to set himself on the right track, obtain services which he might be entitled to, I'd want him to be able to obtain those services. And I want to be sure that when we're setting regulations, we're not cutting off people who shouldn't get them. And I think that is most important to veterans, because we can use one case to decide thousands of people's future, but we shouldn't be doing that. We should use one case, perhaps just to think about one simple case. But if we want to open a larger debate about services actually offered to veterans, I think we should do so in a calm and a more beneficial way, which will bring greater accord to people. And I don't think this case is the way to do it, because the Conservatives are simply trying to score easy political points off the backs of veterans and their families, using them pawns in their own political game so they can promote themselves on social media and get more likes on Facebook. And that's all they're doing.
Before resuming debate, we went through this earlier, and I realize there's a few members who have come in as the rotation goes through. We went through the etiquette of not shouting while someone is answering or asking a question in the House. So I just want to remind the honourable members that to show respect and keep decorum in the House. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is one occasion that I'm actually sad I have to rise in the House to speak on this issue. As I say, I normally begin my remarks with what an honour it is for me to rise on behalf of my constituents in Durham, on behalf of my experiences in the private sector, in the charitable space, and as many members of this House know, speak to the issues that affect the Canadian Armed Forces, their families, and our veterans. And as I said last week in this House, the Conservatives were going to be back here every day until the Liberals start to take some sense of ownership of their files, Mr. Speaker. This is the People's House. This is the House of Commons, where we are representing our constituents and the concerns of Canadians, be they veterans, family members, first responders, their families, who are outraged by this situation. I will say I'm dividing my time with the member from Brandis Souris. Christopher Garnier is not a veteran, Mr. Speaker. He never served a day in uniform, yet he took the life of Catherine Campbell, who wore 2 uniforms of service for her community and her country. She was a police officer, Mr. Speaker, and in her spare time, she was also a volunteer firefighter. A young Canadian, we should be proud and should celebrate the fact that she dedicated so much of her life to serving others. Christopher Garnier snuffed out that life, Mr. Speaker, and he should be treated accordingly. He should be given no benefits from the federal government, Mr. Speaker, certainly not those that are safeguarded for veterans. We've talked on all sides of this House, and the member from Winnipeg Centre knows this. There's a sacred obligation to our veterans. My first response when I stood in this House was to echo the words of Sir Robert Borden and the profound duty we owe to our veterans. In fact, I've echoed the sentiment of World War I veteran who died in that conflict, Talbot Papineau, whose famous family now bears the name of the Prime Minister's seat, on the obligations we owe from the moment someone joins the Canadian Armed Forces at 18, 19, 20 or older till the end of their life. We owe them that obligation. And those seriously injured, that obligation includes supports, benefits, and treatment. Mr. Garnier is not one of those people, Mr. Speaker. And there's been a number of absolutely false arguments put forward by this government in their stubborn refusal to just do the right thing, acknowledge there was an error, and rectify it. But Mr. Garnier, in September 2015, as the Superior Court of Nova Scotia has confirmed, killed Catherine Campbell and then desecrated her remains, Mr. Speaker. I won't go into the sordid details, but they're horrific. In December 2017, he was convicted of second-degree murder, and he was sentenced in August of this year for killing a Canadian, a fine Canadian. What is horrific as well to not only the family but to veterans across the country, sometime ahead of his sentencing, he started receiving benefits from Veterans Affairs Canada. Benefits that this government's own documentation show wait times for assessment are getting past the 9-month mark on average, Mr. Speaker. So in many ways, Mr. Garnier was placed ahead of veterans who are waiting for operational stress injury support, mainly counseling, psychiatric counseling, peer support services, Mr. Speaker. How a convicted murderer who never served a day in his life received those benefits is a scandal. And the failure to own that scandal by the Minister of Veterans Affairs is shameful. And to suggest that privacy or other reasons are preventing the discussion, I'd invite anyone to see the coverage of the case in the Chronicle Herald newspaper or on CBC, Mr. Speaker, where Mr. Garnier's lawyer told the court that his client has PTSD from committing murder, where the father of the killer admits to the court that his son has PTSD from a murder. That PTSD has nothing to do with his father's service in the Canadian Armed Forces. And for the ministers to suggest that I don't know the file, Mr. Speaker, is a joke. Since I joined the Canadian Armed Forces at the age of 18 until this very day, I've either been in uniform or I've been working to support those in it, Mr. Speaker. And when I was minister, I admitted where we fell short and worked with veterans to make a plan to make it right. I never lied, I never misled, and I always read my briefings. And I will debate any member of that side of the House any day on any of the issues related to the Canadian Armed Forces and veterans. But what I will do now is tell them, because the minister, we know from the news, doesn't read reports, he shelves them. There is not a single program within Veterans Affairs that Mr. Garnier would be eligible for, or programs outside. I was happy as a new member of Parliament to visit Can Praxis in Rocky Mountain House, Alberta, which was trailblazing equine therapy for a veteran or first responder and a member of their family who were struggling. A dependent child, a spouse. There are some programs available for spouses, for dependent children, Mr. Speaker. We're not talking about any of those circumstances in the Garnier case. This is an adult, non-dependent who murdered someone. And I'm sure that murder and the horrific circumstances around it has upset his family. But that has nothing to do with the service related to that veteran, Mr. Speaker. That veteran, the father, needs as much support as we can provide. His adult, non-dependent child is not eligible for any programming. And the very fact that he can be accelerated before his judicial proceeding and sentences is even complete, he's receiving some benefits that some veterans are waiting for, is a travesty. What I'd like to see, instead of the minister hiding behind privacy when all Canadians can see this entire sordid story online or in the newspapers, I'd like him to take some ownership. A mistake was made where someone said there was eligibility when there was no eligibility. There is no legislative requirement for Mr. Garnier to get support. There's no privacy concerns that they can't discuss it. He is ineligible. In fact, if the father had committed this crime while he was in uniform, he would not be eligible for service or for treatment, Mr. Speaker. That's how black and white this issue is. And the very fact that the Liberals, once they craft a talking point, they won't move away from it when veterans and Canadians are asking them. Show some reality here. We're always going to have cases where we need to do better, where we find a veteran or their family has fallen through the cracks. Let's fix those cases, rebuild trust, and not erode the trust by showing veterans we're going to allow someone ineligible to access benefits faster than them. As the minister should know if he would read up, the permanent impairment allowance many veterans receive under the new Veterans Charter, which we increased the PIA supplement, that was the focus of my attention as minister. And a vast majority of veterans receiving the permanent impairment allowance have operational stress injuries. It's been something the Canadian Armed Forces has been struggling with. I talked about it on the 20th anniversary of the crash of Swissair, the first time I ever heard operational stress injury. That's why we were opening operational stress injury clinics, not administrative offices that people still don't use. It's amazing they're still talking about those issues. It shows they don't understand it, Mr. Speaker. So, as I said last week, if that minister showed some leadership, Mr. Speaker, I would rise in this House and thank him on behalf of my constituents, on behalf of veterans, to show that if a mistake is made within the department, he will own, acknowledge, and rectify that mistake. And if they don't, they will hear us every day because we are listening to Canadians. We are listening to military families and veterans who are discouraged, are disappointed. It's time for them to show ownership, Mr. Speaker. Stop this shameless treatment for Christopher Garnier.
Questions and comments. Questions commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's interesting to see the former minister take the type of position, and he has been somewhat consistent, and I'd like to point out that consistency. But first, I sat in opposition for years. While he, as a minister, allowed those offices for vets in every region of our country to remain closed, even though hundreds, if not thousands of veterans called upon Stephen Harper and his government and him as the minister to reopen those offices, and he completely refused to listen to what the veterans actually had to say, Mr. Speaker. But there is a difference between the Conservatives and the Liberals. You see, we value our veterans and the need for privacy.
I'm having a hard time hearing the question. I just want to... Okay. Normally, I just want to remind the members, when the Speaker stands, normally it's quiet. Normally. I just want to remind everyone, I'm trying to hear the question, and I can't because of the heckling going back and forth. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the Conservatives back in 2010, they'll remember Mr. Bria. Mr. Bria was an individual that had some issues with regards to the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. And because of that, the minister at the time goes and gets all sorts of briefing, including the medical history of Mr. Bria. And then there's information that was leaked to the media dealing with this case. Bottom line is that the Conservative Party had to apologize for breaching the privacy of a vet. I'm wondering if the member across the way would not acknowledge that it is important that we protect the privacy of our veterans.
Good question.
Now, I had a hard time hearing the question. I'm hoping I don't have a hard time hearing the answer. The Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Winnipeg North said we should apologize to veterans. He should apologize to veterans for eroding their trust with putting a murderer ahead of veterans in line. He also said they value our veterans. He's a veteran. He served as an air traffic controller. I've thanked him publicly for his service, as I will today. I think all parliamentarians value our veterans. But right now, with the Garnier case, only the Conservatives are listening to our veterans, Mr. Speaker. They are outraged by the fact a mistake was made, and rather than rectify the mistake, we see privacy concerns. We suggest we're not serving veterans by serving someone who never wore a day in uniform. I asked that member who has served to go speak to the Winnipeg Police, to volunteer firefighters outside of Winnipeg, and ask them whether we should be respecting a victim like Catherine Campbell by helping her murderer or rectifying the error that was made at Veterans Affairs.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much. Given that my colleague was Minister for Veterans Affairs, I would like to know, in his opinion, what should be the criteria to use to determine eligibility for the child of a veteran to receive benefits or not. In the case that is before us, why Mr. Garnier would not meet those criteria. The Honourable Member for Durham.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je veux remercier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank the Honourable Member for her question.
Canadian Armed Forces, and I've been proud to do some veterans work with the member from Abitibi-Témiscamingue, and I appreciate that. Good question. The determination on benefits is a subjective one. So someone at Veterans Affairs made a decision. It was a wrong decision, Mr. Speaker, because there are no programs whatsoever for adult, non-dependent children. Mr. Garnier was in his late 20s, mid to late 20s, when he committed a horrific crime. He was not a dependent child. Even if there was a dependent child, Mr. Speaker, most of the programming, either family-based counseling or some programs with the child directly, relate to stress, operational stress, transference injury from the veteran in the home. The mom or dad that has an injury, that can affect the wellness of the family, Mr. Speaker. I support those programs. This is not a circumstance where those programs would be eligible because the PTSD, in the words of the killer's father, do not come from his service in uniform. They come from committing a horrific crime as an adult. That minister should get to know the files in his own department before he embarrasses himself day after day defending a clear error.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brandon Souris. I want to remind the honourable member that he'll have 10 minutes to give his speech, and the questions will take place after we return. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, our Conservative caucus is shining a giant spotlight on an egregious error that needs to be rectified. Since the news of a convicted murderer receiving assistance from Veteran Affairs Canada, the reaction from veterans and everyday Canadians has been swift and overwhelmingly negative. Some are in shock that such a thing could happen. One would think that a person who approved this paperwork would have immediately took this up the chain of command and said something must be done. I would hope that they said the policy should be changed and the decision must not stand. Well, no one faults the original crafter of the policy, as who could have ever imagined that Veteran Affairs funding could ever flow to a convicted murderer. There is never a wrong time to do the right thing, and the House is now seized with this issue. We are here now, and let's deal with this matter once and for all. Now, when the news went public about what had happened, I thought there had to be a terrible mistake. I agree with the Minister of Veteran Affairs when he said that people are frustrated with how this happened. I know he understands that this is inappropriate. But what I don't know is if he wants to change the policy. But like most Canadians, I shake my head and wonder how could a convicted murderer be able to receive funding from Veteran Affairs Canada so he could go through private treatment while in jail after he brutally killed an off-duty police officer. But somehow it happened. Veteran Affairs Canada is actually paying for his private treatment. And somehow the promised review of why this was carried out is taking weeks to finish. And somehow the Prime Minister saw fit to stand up in this House and refuse to answer questions. Well, I have news for the Prime Minister. Not only will our Conservative caucus continue to stand up and ask the tough questions, we will force him to vote on it. We want the Prime Minister and the entire Liberal caucus to support our motion to revoke Veteran Affairs funding that is going to pay the private treatment of a convicted murderer. Someone who never served a day in the Canadian Armed Forces. He never wore the uniform. He never served our country. And most certainly is not entitled to any private treatment paid through Veteran Affairs. With this motion, we want the Prime Minister to send a strong message to the entire veterans community that what happened is wrong and it must be fixed immediately. It'll also be an opportunity for every member to be on the record on where they stand and if they want to fix this egregious application of the Veteran Affairs policies. And we have to seriously think that if we do not revoke this funding, what sort of message will it send to every veteran out there who is wondering how this could have happened? To quote retired Sergeant Colin Saunders, who organized a protest this year on Parliament Hill over veterans' benefits, he said, and I quote, "In this circumstance, I find it really hard to chew on that we're spending taxpayers' money like that to help someone when we also have veterans that are having a really hard time getting treatment through VAC. Certainly, there's a lot of veterans whose family members need help or need services, and they're not getting it," end quote. And he's right. Sadly, there are those who are currently appealing decisions on why they are not receiving benefits. But yet Veteran Affairs has the funding to pay for PTSD treatment for a convicted murderer. To stress the failure of how this happened, if the convicted murderer had in fact served in the Canadian Armed Forces, he would have been kicked out with a dishonorable discharge. And he probably would not have ever received benefits. But in this case, because the convicted murderer wasn't actually a veteran, he gets to continue to receive assistance. To quote another veteran, Medrick Cousineau, who is the founder of Pause for Thought, which helps place service dogs to veterans who need them, said, and I quote, "How can you have a department who will bend over willy-nilly and yawn to support that? Who will drag its feet toward supporting service dogs for veterans?" He's absolutely right. This is the government that had almost 3 years to ensure that veterans suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder can be paired with service dogs. And we just learned that there will be further delays as a result of their inaction. Our veterans deserve programs and benefits designed to meet their ever-evolving needs. And yet, under this government, we have seen nothing but more backlogs and delays. The Liberals have repeatedly demonstrated they don't intend on honouring all the promises they made to veterans during the 2015 election campaign. While we are not here debating the promises the Liberals have failed to implement, we are here to rectify a very serious error in the application of veterans' benefits. This decision is wrong on so many levels, and the longer we take to fix it, the more veterans and Canadians will continue to lose faith in the system. They are losing faith in the Prime Minister, who had the gall to tell veterans, quote, "They are asking for more than we can give," end quote. Not only did he give that flippant remark, he refused to apologize for it. The reason why that comment stung and made people's blood boil is that we see waste and out-of-control spending on a weekly basis. Today's debate is just another example of misplaced spending that should never have happened. While the Liberal government just wrote a $4.5 billion check to a Texas oil company, they have a very difficult time keeping the promises they made to our veterans. And the veteran community is paying attention. They will not soon forget the Prime Minister's comment or overlook payments to provide private treatment to a convicted murderer. They are deeply upset that after the Prime Minister promised not to take veterans to court, he did exactly that. They're angry that he didn't keep his promise to establish lifelong pensions as an option for injured veterans. Well, I know the Prime Minister does not like facing these tough questions. That's what Parliament is for. He can continue to throw insults and downplay the whole fiasco, but we will not stay silent. We are here to hold the government's feet to the fire and make them accountable for their actions. Shrugging this off, and pretending that it doesn't matter will not make this problem go away. We want the funding to cease immediately, and we want the policy changed so this situation never happens again. We would be shirking our responsibilities as parliamentarians if we did not fix this in the most expeditious manner. I implore my Liberal colleagues to vote in favour of this motion. Stand with us. Send a strong message that funding meant for veterans should never go to convicted murderers. Let us be united in condemning what has transpired and pledge to never let it happen ever again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris will have 5 minutes of questions coming to him when we resume debates. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today in this place, and I begin by acknowledging we're on the traditional territory of the Algonquins people.
We are here today because today at the University of Victoria, it marks the beginning of a historic program.
There is the launch of a long-awaited historic first. The world's first law program, a degree-granting program in Indigenous law. And I couldn't be more honored to be able to recognize today, I would have liked to have been there with them, but John Burrows, who holds the Canada Research Chair in Indigenous Law, Val Napoleon, who is also engaged with this issue as the Law Foundation Chair in Aboriginal Justice and Governance, are launching a program that is rooted in the earth, looking to Indigenous law as well as common law to direct Canada's future. To them I say, Haishka Siam, I raise my hands to you, all honor. Thank you, Miigwech.
L'honorable député d'Ottawa-Vanier.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier. Mr. Speaker, it's National Coaches Day.
Thank their coaches for all they do for our kids and our communities. As a mother of 3 children who all have marvelous coaches, I have seen firsthand how important they are in shaping our youth. Par leur travail, les
Through their work, coaches contribute to make Canada a healthy country.
Competing in the Olympics, our coaches are always there to support, inspire, and guide us not only in sport, but in life as well. We know that most coaches are volunteers who contribute their time to help our youth from across the country to learn. Alors cette semaine, c'est
So this week it's our turn to encourage them. Let's say thanks to them. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts for all the good they do.
all members to celebrate coaches using #ThanksCoach, mot-clic Merci Coach. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, we know that agriculture is the backbone of the Canadian economy. The International Ploughing Match was held last week in Chatham, Kent, near Paincourt, on 850 acres of land in Lambton, Kent, Middlesex. This annual event is one of the best in Canada that celebrates our agriculture industry and provides learning experiences for urban and rural folks and thousands of school children. Mr. Speaker, it would not have been possible without the help of 1,000 volunteers who dedicated time, land, and resources. In particular, I want to thank Jean-Marie and Lucille Laprise, the host farmers and co-chairs Leon Leclerc and Darren Caniff. The IPM was a great opportunity to showcase one of the most productive agriculture areas in Canada and talk about the career opportunities in our agriculture industry. Thanks again to all the volunteers.
Bravo.
The honourable member for Coastal Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in memory of a truly great man, Reverend Wesley Oak, who passed away on September 16th at the age of 96. Growing up in Notre Dame Bay, Reverend Oak was one of the last World War II veterans from Newfoundland and Labrador, having served in the 166th Newfoundland Field Regiment. He fought mainly in Italy, but was also active in England and Africa. He spoke openly about the time he spent serving and has provided us with honest stories and the hard truths of what wartime was like. After serving in the war, he was ordained as a minister in the United Church for 22 years, serving God and his congregation. One thing that Reverend Oak will always be remembered for is a fundraiser he did for Ganders Heritage Memorial Park. He raised $35,000 at the age of 92. And at 92, he also went skydiving at 10,000 feet. Wow. He leaves behind his wife Myrtle, with whom today he would have celebrated his 72nd wedding anniversary. We will always miss you, Reverend Oak, and for making this country better and safe.
The honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
People in Northeast Winnipeg are fed up with scam phone calls. They're among the thousands of Canadians that every year are harassed on the phone by unscrupulous con artists. Some fall victim to these schemes, losing their life savings and their sense of trust in the world around them. My office is receiving more and more reports of these calls. The people on the line pretend to be in a position of authority and threaten legal action if their target doesn't agree to pay a bogus fee. Some people are getting 1 or more calls a day, and they're reaching their wits' end. While Canadians are encouraged to report these scams to the RCMP's Canadian Anti-Fraud Centre, too often they're met with a busy signal. When that happens, the information that should help international law enforcement find and shut these guys down doesn't get to where it needs to go. Clearly, the Canadian Anti-Fraud Centre needs more resources to do its job protecting Canadians from these ill-willed and irritating invasions of their privacy. I call on the government to do so. Thank you.
Honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, September is Dystonia Awareness Month. It is estimated that 50,000 Canadians have this disease, which is the 3rd most common movement disorder following tremors and Parkinson's disease. Those with dystonia suffer from painful involuntary muscle contractions on any part of their body, including their arms, legs, face, and vocal cords. On top of this physical pain, those with dystonia often experience depression, anxiety, and social phobias. Mr. Speaker, there is a low awareness of dystonia, and the biggest challenge can be getting the proper diagnosis. There is no known cure for the disease, but we must raise the awareness. This disease has been brought to my attention by a fellow Cape Bretoner, Jason Young. He was instrumental in getting the world's largest fill in Sydney lit up blue for the month of September to raise awareness. To those who live and fight this battle, know that you're not alone. And it's my hope that together we can promote, educate, and find a cure for this terrible disease.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, over the course of the summer, I had the pleasure of speaking to thousands of constituents. One such group is the Nicaraguan community, whom I had the pleasure of meeting with recently. The situation in Nicaragua has continued to deteriorate over the past months, and the Ortega regime continued to resort to violent oppression of the Nicaraguans' rights. Enforced disappearances, assaults, and even murder are tragically being employed to prevent people from protesting. Statements and condemnation from the international community have done a little, and then has frustrated many of my Nicaraguan constituents. That's why I was happy to sponsor their petition E1804, calling on the government to sanction members of the Ortega regime with Canada Magnitsky Act. I encourage all Canadians to support this important petition and concrete steps to take and the tragic events in Nicaragua. Thank you.
The honourable member for Orleans.
Merci, Monsieur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, September 25, is Franco-Ontarian Day. For those in the House who might not know it, Franco-Ontarians are Canadians who live in Ontario and speak in French. Today is a day to celebrate the Francophone community and its history, which goes back to over 400 years. It's also a day to reflect on our past. At the start of the 20th century, Franco-Ontarians were unable to maintain French in schools following the adoption of Regulation 17, which imposed English as the only teaching language in Ontario schools. But thankfully, Franco-Ontarians protested and then created their own school system to help keep their communities whole. Today, our Franco-Ontarian identity is dynamic and strong, thanks to those who speak French. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Nickel Belt. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to share some excellent news with you about the success of Franco Cité High School, which I attended.
Applicants from Canada and the U.S. and were selected as the recipients of the Rydell 18 and 18 Smarter Football Program. The school was offered congratulations from arguably one of the NFL's greatest quarterbacks, Mr. Preston Manning. Manning est ambassadeur et
Mr. Manning is an ambassador for his sport, and he personally sent a video congratulating the school for winning this grant.
Roots movement that recognizes and rewards teams for implementing smarter tactics on and off the field. I wish to congratulate the faculty, the students at Franco Cité. J'aimerais, de la part de tout le monde ici.
Please join me, everyone, in wishing an excellent school year and a successful sports season at Franco Cité. Go, Patriots, go! Happy Franco-Ontarian Day.
The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, on the evening of August 29th, RCMP Corporal Graham Kingdon was shot while responding with his partner to a reported break and enter at a rural property near Onnell, Manitoba. Corporal Kingdon was transported by ambulance and then in a STARS helicopter to receive treatment in Winnipeg. Fortunately, the gunshot wound was not life-threatening, and he is now back at home with his family. Many people deserve recognition for their work that day. The emergency medical responders, STARS Air Ambulance, the Riding Mountain National Park wardens, the rural municipality of Harrison Park, and the RCMP communications team. I also want to acknowledge the strength of local residents who rallied in support of their community during this dire time, and law enforcement officers. Finally, I need to recognize the many brave RCMP officers who conducted a dangerous manhunt through the night, resulting in the arrest of 4 suspects. I am grateful for the bravery of each of them, along with Corporal Graham Kingdon and all the other officers of my constituency, and I want to thank them for all they do to protect our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je me lève aujourd'hui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to offer my sincere thanks to all New Brunswickers who played a role in the success of the election which happened last night. To all candidates, congratulations for working so hard over the last few weeks. Thank you to all the officials who also did their part at the polling stations. Thank you for being there for our candidates and for the political parties. Lastly, I would like to thank all of the volunteers who worked tirelessly over the last few weeks.
Volunteers help our candidates so much during an election campaign. Volunteers donate their hard-earned dollars. Volunteers make sandwiches and cook dinner. Volunteers provide energy and support for candidates who are tired as they knock on doors and make phone calls. Everybody in this chamber, I know, appreciates the work of volunteers who support them on the campaign trail. To our volunteers, merci beaucoup.
The honourable member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, for this first Gender Equality Week, I decided to capture the thoughts of some young people on the benefits. Johnny Chavan, a 5th grader from Jack Minor, who happens to be my son, said Gender Equality Week allows us to ensure that all people are recognized for what they do for Canada and that people can be successful no matter their gender. Faye Johnstone, a fierce, trans, feminine, and non-binary Twitter follower of mine, said that it is an opportunity to applaud the progress that we've made, but to be honest about surviving and thriving under the harsh realities of patriarchy, transphobia, and other forms of oppression, and to ensure that the voices and realities of gender diverse and marginalized communities are centered in the fight for gender equality. And lastly, Brianne Olu-Cole, a grade 6 female student at Captain Michael Vandenbos, said that this week is important so that society knows that no gender is superior to another and that we are all equal. Mr. Speaker, our young people get it. Happy Gender Equality Week.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, this week we celebrate just that. We celebrate women's equality, and Conservatives are proud advocates for the equal and fair treatment of women. As we celebrate this important week, however, we are confronted by a very grave atrocity that the Liberal government fails to acknowledge. The Prime Minister has signed off on giving veterans benefits to a man who viciously killed an off-duty police officer. Over and over again in question period, the Liberals continue to defend Chris Garnier, the killer, a man who brutally murdered off-duty police officer Catherine Campbell. During Women's Equality Week, we should be celebrating women like Catherine. Catherine was a young woman who overcame barriers in order to work in a male-dominated field of law enforcement. Catherine served her community as a volunteer firefighter for 10 years, and Catherine served as a role model to many, many people, women and men alike. In defense of equality, Conservatives will continue to call upon this government to respect the memory of Catherine Campbell. We ask the government to reverse its decision to grant veterans funding to the man who brutally took her life.
The honourable member for Buena Vista Burin Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Mr. Eddie Lake, a resident of Fortune in my riding. Mr. Lake is a decorated Second World War veteran who celebrated his 100th birthday on August 12th. Mr. Lake was in active military service for 5 years from 1940 to 1945. After 2 years of service in the Mediterranean Sea, he went home for leave. On his journey home, Mr. Lake was aboard the SS Caribou as it was attacked by a German U-boat and sank on October 14, 1942 in the Cabot Strait. Mr. Lake went on to serve in the invasions of Sicily, Salerno, Anzio, and Normandy, and at the end of the war in Europe, he volunteered to go to the Pacific, but his request was not granted, and he was told, "We think you've had enough." Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all of the residents of Buena Vista Burin Trinity, and indeed all Canadians, I want to thank Mr. Eddie Lake for his service and wish him all the best in his 100th year.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
In May of 2016, I warned the government to protect Canadians from CRA telephone scams from India. Their inaction is obscene. The government has over 60,000 recorded complaints around fraudulent calls from criminals impersonating CRA agents, demanding payment, threatening legal action, even incarceration. Millions of dollars have been scammed, but still nothing from the Liberals. They never do the hard work. While the Prime Minister was in India, he was more concerned about the optics of his junket and his dress rather than doing anything to protect Canadians from fraudsters and organized criminals stealing money from Canadians. Why did he not raise this issue? The Minister of Public Safety's indifference and incompetence with respect to Canadians' privacy and protecting these victims of scams is nothing short of scandalous and out of touch. I encourage all Canadians to call the Minister at 613-947-1153 to do something about this.
The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Blaine Higgs and the Progressive Conservative Party of New Brunswick on winning 22 seats, the most seats in the legislature last night. I, like other Canadians, were watching this election closely, and we see this as proof that New Brunswickers stand with Saskatchewan, Ontario, Manitoba, and would fight against the Prime Minister's carbon tariffs. Evidence that the people of New Brunswick will not be bystanders. They used their voice and chose to fight back against an unfair tax. Blaine Higgs and his entire Progressive Conservative team worked tirelessly over the campaign trail, putting New Brunswickers first, and committed to meet their environmental obligations without digging deeper in the taxpayer's pocket. We look forward to working with them.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, September 25 is Franco-Ontarian Day. Today, I had the opportunity to celebrate this great day with the Minister for Canadian Heritage and Multiculturalism at the L'Escale High School in Rockland. Our ancestors would be proud of the sense of initiative and creativity which our school boards have shown in organizing the celebrations. We've come a long way since Regulation 17, since the creation of our school boards, and since the fight to save Montfort Hospital. But we must remain resilient. Thank you to organizations like l'ACFO Prescott Russell, the Assemblée de la Francophonie de l'Ontario, the CALEX, and all of our partners who are doing essential work to not only preserve but also promote Franco-Ontarian communities. Mr. Speaker, today I saw that the students at L'Escale and in Ontario are ready and willing to take up the torch and lead the way towards a better future. Happy Franco-Ontarian Day to all.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's record on Veterans Affairs is abysmal. First, he forced veterans back to court in order to prevent having to pay them the benefits he promised. Then he left over $300 million in funding unspent on veteran services. And the backlog for veterans waiting to have their benefits process has risen by over 50%. But to add disgusting insult to that injury, the department is now using veterans' money on a convicted killer. Will the Prime Minister finally do the right thing and cancel these benefits for this country?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the health and well-being of our veterans is our top priority. I have reviewed the department's findings on this issue, and I am directing them to ensure the services received by a family member of a veteran are related to the veteran's service, and where they are not, that the case be reviewed by a senior official. I am directing the department to immediately address its policy in providing treatment to family members under extenuating circumstances such as conviction of such a serious crime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the summer has passed, and after the Prime Minister guaranteed that the Trans Mountain project would be started this summer, the thousands of out-of-work energy workers in this country have been left disappointed. We are now nearing the end of September. The Prime Minister promised that he would introduce legislation that would allow the Trans Mountain project to be built. Will he introduce that legislation today?
Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, what we heard yesterday from the Leader of the Official Opposition was the failed policies of the Harper era. The the decade of failure was completely demonstrated yesterday when the official leader of the official opposition showed complete disregard for the courts, complete disregard for the environment, and complete disregard for the consultation with indigenous peoples. We are focused on getting this project back on track in the right way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Opposition House Leader, of course, knows that her side has other turns, and so I'd ask her to wait for those and allow those who have the floor to speak and not be interrupted. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister well knows that the previous Conservative government saw 4 major pipeline approvals approved and built under our government. But that wasn't the question. The question was the Prime Minister guaranteed that this project would be started this summer. He also promised legislation that would provide a path for the Trans Mountain project to be built. It's now the end of September. Will the Prime Minister introduce that legislation today?
Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the failed record of the Harper government to build a single pipeline to expand our global non-U.S. markets. When they got in office in 2006, 99% of Alberta's oil was sold to the United States. When they left office in 2015, 99% of Alberta's oil was sold to the United States. We are focused on expanding our global market so we can create more jobs for the middle class, so we can get a proper price for Alberta's oil and continue to grow our economy in the way that works.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we Conservatives think Trans Mountain is essential and critical for the economy of all Canadians. But what is the Liberal government doing? After having sent $4.5 billion to Houston, they seem pleased with the postponement. What a Liberal failure. Can the Liberal government give us a date? When will work begin on Trans Mountain?
Mr. Speaker, we understand that the investment in the Trans Mountain pipeline project is in the national interest. That's why we are moving forward on this project in the right way, making sure that we are respecting in our obligations to meaningfully consult with indigenous peoples, at the same time having a plan in place that allows us to protect the coastal communities, allows us to take action on the impact of the tanker traffic on the marine environment. We are committed to getting this project in the right way, Speaker.
The Honourable Member, Mr. Speaker, you'll have noticed that they can't tell us when the government will begin work on Trans Mountain. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister does not believe in Canada's energy potential. Now, I think that the Prime Minister wants to see it eliminated. On this side, we have a plan, constructive and realistic plan. Does the government agree that we should bring in legislation, make this a national project?
Mr. Speaker, for years, the previous government cut corners. They disregarded the environmental regulations and they ignored the indigenous people's right to be meaningfully consulted. And the result, not a single kilometer of pipeline built to get our resources to the global market. We are going to do things differently. We're going to consult with the indigenous peoples. We're going to make sure that we're taking action on protecting coastal communities, that we're taking action to ensure that the impact of the tanker traffic is meaningfully and properly considered. That's
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Néchet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques.
That's a message being delivered to this government from the Union of British Columbia Indian Chiefs. They're calling on this Prime Minister to cancel his directive to redo his failed process on the Trans Mountain expansion, doubling down on getting through the same flawed process to attain the court's bare minimum standard does not qualify as a meaningful consultation. Do Liberals understand that it takes much, much more to meaningfully consult with Indigenous peoples?
Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, our government understands that no relationship is more important to our government than the relationship with Indigenous peoples. we have committed to moving forward on this project in the right way. We have instructed the NEB to undertake the review that was denied by the previous Conservative government to factor in the impact of the marine shipping on the marine environment. We will be announcing the rest of the plan very, very shortly, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, this rhetoric, as we just heard with the Minister, and then there are facts. We have two parties who want, whatever the cost, to force the expansion of Trans Mountain. They want to do the absolute minimum to respond to the Federal Court of Appeal, and worse, they may want to do away outright with consultations with Indigenous communities. They have to hold consultations, meaningful consultations, with the people who will have to live with this pipeline and the risks of leaks. Do they not understand that Indigenous people have rights on their land?
Speaker, the issue that the member of the NDP is not focused on is that we need to make sure that we are expanding our global market for our natural resources. That is why it is very important that we do it in the right way, which includes meaningful consultation with the Indigenous communities, at the same time making sure that we're protecting our environment, that we are looking after the issues that court has identified. It is very important that we reduce our dependency on the single customer that we have, which is the United States, to sell our oil resources.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, James Bay.
Will be done no matter what. And as Minister adds that Canada will not be able to accommodate all Indigenous concerns, what that means is that they have decided to willfully violate their constitutional duties and obligations. Mr. Speaker, sounds like a most important relationship, doesn't it? Why doesn't the Prime Minister just say the truth and tell the Indigenous peoples that he doesn't give a fuck about their rights?
The honourable member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavut EU is an experienced member and knows that that is unparliamentary language, and I'd ask him to withdraw the word and apologize.
Mr. Speaker, what is happening is so insulting that it makes me so angry, but I do withdraw the word. I sincerely thank the honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, we have a tremendous amount of respect for Indigenous Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Since being appointed to this office, this department, I have been reaching out to Indigenous leaders before even the court's decision, and I will continue to do so. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, there's no relationship more important to our government than the relationship with Indigenous peoples, and we're going to move forward on this project in the right way, making sure that we're meeting our constitutional obligations to meaningfully consult with Indigenous.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this certainly doesn't feel like respect to many Indigenous communities across this country. The Union of BC Chiefs are calling for this Prime Minister to accept the federal court's decision once and for all and cancel the expansion of this disastrous Trans Mountain Pipeline and Tanker project. How can this government stand in this House, in this country, and say that this is their most important relationship?
Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, like all other Canadians, there are diverse views among Indigenous peoples on the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion. We respect that and we value that. There are a number of First Nations communities that have signed benefit agreements because they see the value of this project, and there are other communities that are against it. And we will work with all of them because we understand that try to build a consensus is something that is important for a project such as this to move forward in the right way.
Member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Christopher Garnier was convicted of second-degree murder when he murdered a female police officer by the name of Catherine Campbell. Apparently, he now suffers from PTSD as a result of committing the murder. Veterans Affairs Canada is paying for services for Mr. Garnier. The murderer has been put to the front of the line, while our men and women who served our country are not receiving benefits because they're still waiting. Mr. Speaker, what I'd like to know from the Minister of Veterans Affairs, will he do the right thing and cancel the benefits that Mr. Garnier is receiving?
The Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is moments like this that our commitment to our veterans is tested. We cannot discuss the treatment of this individual without discussing the treatment of the father, without discussing the treatment of the veteran. And I stand before this House as someone who will not infringe upon the privacy of that veteran. We all know because of their track record what that side of the House would have us do because they did it before. They played with veterans' health records like they were playing cards. We will not. Even in this most trying of times, we will not.
Order. The honourable member for Milton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what can I say? On August 31st, this minister, the Minister of Veterans Affairs, indicated that he was going to ask his department what had happened and get to the bottom of it. He told a newspaper report that. It's taken 25 days to get to the bottom of this. Now, Speaker, I served as a minister. And as a result, I know that you can get this information in 24 hours, not in 24 days. Mr. Speaker, I want to know this very specifically. Will people who are receiving benefits that have committed heinous crimes like murder have their payments taken away retroactively?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I cannot discuss this case. And I cannot discuss this case without infringing upon the privacy of a veteran. I will not play games with veterans. I will not, even in this most trying and egregious of times, when the son of a veteran is a convicted cop killer, I will not turn my back on that veteran. And for any veteran who is watching this debate, let them know this government, even under the most extenuating of circumstances, will not turn their back on veterans.
Order. Order. Alors, l'honorable député de Richmond.
The honourable member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, Christopher Garnier was found guilty of the second-degree murder of Constable Catherine Campbell. This man is receiving benefits from the Department of Veterans Affairs while he is in prison and has never served in the Canadian Armed Forces. This is a disgrace for our country, for our veterans, and for the memory of Constable Catherine Campbell. Can the Prime Minister finally shoulder his responsibilities and put an end to this injustice immediately? The Honourable Minister.
Extenuating of circumstances, we will stand by our veterans. We have shown that time and again. We have shown that time and again, Mr. Speaker, when we have increased benefits for veterans, we have increased services. We have reopened offices. We have increased staff. We have given them back their ID card, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to show respect for veterans, even in this most trying of times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, the facts are simple. The Minister of Veterans Affairs is presently paying for the treatment of Christopher Garnier, even though he killed Constable Catherine Campbell. This is quite simply outrageous. The Campbell family is angry, veterans are angry, Canadians are angry, we are angry. This just doesn't make sense. The Prime Minister has the power to put an end to this injustice and do it. What is he waiting for? The Honourable Minister.
Many people in this House have expressed their outrage. Canadians have expressed their outrage. But our outrage will not factor into the treatment of veterans. Our outrage should not factor into justice and into laws. We will stand by our veterans, Mr. Speaker, even now, even in the most extenuating of circumstances. We will stand by our veterans.
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Today by the Minister are obvious.
Order. The member started a little early. I'm going to ask him to start again. The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker. Today, the comments in the debate around the Chris Garnier case shows a clear lack of leadership and the ability that this minister has and the Prime Minister to intervene and stop this outrageous situation where this murderer is receiving veterans' benefits. This is not a theater today for this minister to pat himself on the back. This is a place where we ask him to solve this now or resign.
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs. Order.
Mr. Speaker, for 10 years, this House was used as a place where people on that side of that House cut benefits, cut services, closed offices, cut staff, took away an ID card from veterans. We will continue to stand by our veterans. We will continue to rebuild a department that was near.
The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, this minister continues to defend the indefensible on this Garnier case. Catherine Campbell was brutally murdered, put into a compost bin and dumped under a bridge. This is a one-off situation. This is a mistake by Veterans Affairs to make this decision in the first place. Yet he and the Prime Minister will not even speak to the issue of addressing it as Canadians are demanding, and especially veterans. If he's not willing to do this, it's his place in this House to resign his position.
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we cannot discuss the details of this case without discussing the case of the veteran. And we will not. I will not discuss the case of this veteran. We will stand by veterans in this country, even in the most extenuating of circumstances, even in the most egregious of circumstances, even in these circumstances where the son of a veteran is convicted of killing a police officer. Even now, we will stand with that veteran, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. When they bought Trans Mountain, the Liberals also acquired the Puget Sound line, which sends bitumen to the U.S. And the state of Washington's Environment Department is worried. They're criticizing the serious inadequacies of the plan in case of a spill. They want to know what will happen if this heavy bitumen hits the sea and threatens species such as salmon and killer whales. Even the Americans are afraid of the Liberals when it comes to the environment.
Mr. Speaker, environmental sustainability is at the heart of everything that this government does. The decision with respect to the Trans Mountain Pipeline originally was based on an assessment with respect to the environmental considerations. We've done enormous amount of work with respect to issues associated with diluted bitumen and spills potentially in the water. We've done an enormous amount of work on ensuring that we are protecting the coast, preventing spills. We've done an enormous amount of work on recovering the killer whales and working to ensure that the measures that are being put into place will more than mitigate the impact of the excess tanker traffic. Mr. Speaker, this project is being done in an environmentally responsible way that advances Canada's economic interests.
Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
You know, when the Liberals bought a 65-year-old leaky pipeline, most Canadians thought they definitely would have a super-duper cleanup plan in case of an oil spill. Well, apparently not. Washington State is raising the alarm, saying the Liberals' emergency plan has, quote, major deficiencies in critical areas to protect salmon and whales. It's like the Liberals went out and bought a 72 Pinto, no airbags, no seatbelts, and said, kids, hop in, let's go for a ride. No parent would do this, so why did the Liberals burden Canadians with this old pipeline, didn't even bother to keep the receipt for $4.5 billion, and don't have an emergency plan to clean up a spill?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, some in the House like to engage in theatre. We like to engage in facts. So we have done the work to ensure that the process can be handled in an environmentally sustainable way. The Oceans Protection Plan is addressing concerns with respect to spill prevention, concerns with respect to spill response. We've released 3 peer-reviewed studies with respect to the impacts on marine environment. We've done an enormous amount to ensure that we're protecting the marine environment, killer whales and other species. This project is being done, has been constructed in an environmentally responsible way. We are balancing the economy and the environment, ensuring that both...
Order. Order.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil. I will ask the Honourable Member for Longueuil à Saint-Hubert to remain calm.
Carry on. Christopher Garnier brutally murdered an off-duty police officer by the name of Catherine Campbell. During sentencing, the judge stated that Mr. Garnier punched her in the face, he broke her nose, he strangled her to death, and he treated her remains like garbage. Direct quote. The Prime Minister claims to be a champion of women's rights. Why then has he signed off on granting veterans benefits to a man who never, ever, ever served a single day in the Canadian Armed Forces, but killed an off-duty female police officer? Why is that okay?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, my heart goes out to the family of Constable Campbell. They should not have to endure this. They should not have to endure this case being brought out for political expediency. They should not have to endure it, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to stand by our veterans. We will continue to stand by our veterans as we have every day in this House for the past 3 years, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le Mr. Speaker, for 2 weeks now we've been interrogating the government about the case of Chris Garnier, a criminal who is receiving assistance reserved for courageous veterans. All we see is Liberal inaction. The Conservatives showed leadership when serial killer Clifford Olson was getting his old age security. We stopped that. We put an end to it. When will the minister shoulder his responsibilities, and when will he intervene personally with respect to Christopher Garnier?
Mr. Speaker, once again, even in the face of a political expediency, we will stand by our veterans. We have spent $10 billion in 3 years on our veterans and their families. We have increased benefits. We have increased services. We have increased staff. We have reopened offices. And we've given them back their ID cards, Mr. Speaker. Even in the most trying of circumstances, we will stand with our veterans.
Order. The member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, they may stand beside Chris Garnier, but we will stand with the victim and her family in this case, Mr. Speaker. This gentleman, Chris Garnier, was 30 years old. He never served a single day in the Canadian Forces, yet this Liberal government is using veterans' benefits to pay for his PTSD therapy. PTSD he developed because of how he killed the victim. The Prime Minister has had a month to end this outrage. So when will he finally do the right thing and guarantee that not a single cent more will go to Chris Garnier?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, those on the other side of the House had 10 years to do better by our veterans, and I wish we could only accuse them of inaction. That might have been easier. But it wasn't inaction, Mr. Speaker. It was...
I'd ask the honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound, not to keep interrupting. In spite of how strongly people feel on these subjects, we have to have debate that allows one side to speak at a time and show respect for this institution and this place. The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs has 20 seconds left.
In 10 years, they stood time and again in 10 years, and they cut benefits. They cut services. They closed offices. They cut staff, and they even took away their ID card. I wish we could accuse them of inaction, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope. Order.
We are not talking about a veteran. We're talking about a 30-year-old murderer who never spent a day in uniform. The Prime Minister could have ended these payments with the stroke of a pen. Instead, he endorsed them. But we know where the Prime Minister stands, but tonight every member of this House will be given an opportunity to tell Canadians where they stand. Will a single Liberal member of Parliament stand up for what's right, or will they endorse the Prime Minister's plan of paying veterans' benefits to convicted murderers?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, one of the people at the centre of this is a veteran, and that veteran's family. And even in this, even in the most extenuating of circumstances, we will stand with that veteran, as we have stood with veterans every day when we have voted for increases to veterans' benefits, to veterans' services, when we have reopened offices, when we have increased staff. Every time we vote on the side of veterans, even in the most trying of circumstances, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Essex.
Canadians expect the Liberals to secure a new NAFTA that defends our jobs in key sectors. A new poll shows Canadians also want a deal that defends access to affordable prescription medications. But according to reports, negotiators are considering U.S. proposals that will lead to higher drug costs for Canadians and for public drug plans. I think of my constituent Cheryl. Every year, she must pay thousands of dollars out of pocket for heart and blood pressure medications. Will the Prime Minister commit that NAFTA 2.0 will not raise the cost of drugs for Canadians?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Canada-U.S. Relations.
Our government knows how proud Canadians are of our public health care system, and we're going to defend it. We also know that the affordability of and access to prescription drugs remains an important issue for all Canadians. We will continue to work with the provinces, territories and our partners to lower drug prices and provide timely access to medicines. This is an important issue for our government, and we've said such during the NAFTA discussions. Our government will always stand up for Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Victoria.
Our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Canadian courts have given women the right to choose, medical assistance in dying, LGBTQ2 rights, collective bargaining rights, and more. And while the notwithstanding clause is part of the Charter, so far it's always been used sparingly, maybe no longer. Canadians are telling me just how disappointed they are that the Liberals refuse to even study the use of the clause, which lets legislatures, of course, override their rights. So what we want to know is this: why won't the Liberals even allow a study of this notwithstanding clause so we can better protect the charter rights of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental and Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our government has been very clear. We think the notwithstanding clause should only be considered in the most exceptional of circumstances. We think that the government's responsibility is to stand up for the charter rights of Canadians. That's something that this government, Mr. Speaker, will always do. We've expressed publicly our dismay when the Government of Ontario was considering using the notwithstanding clause. Our Toronto caucus stood firmly against that position and will continue to defend, Mr. Speaker, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
Honourable Député de Nickel-Belt.
The Honourable Member for Nickel-Belt. Mr. Speaker, on Franco-Ontarian Day, we join the Francophones and Francophiles to celebrate culture, language and tradition of Franco-Ontarians. Can the Minister for Tourism, Francophones, who went to a school in Orleans to make an announcement, could she inform this House of the good news that she shared during that visit? The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate the Honourable Member for Nickel Belt, and I join my voice to his in celebrating in green and white Franco-Ontarian Day. Today, I was at Notre-Dame-des-Champs School, and I met with 310 students to announce $7.5 million for the 700 Francophone schools and 300 Anglophone minority schools in Canada, so that students have access to cultural activities. As a government, we believe in our official languages, and we believe in our children.
Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Speaker, after a summer of failures, this Prime Minister still has no plan to get Trans Mountain built. Conservatives unveiled their plan. Complete Indigenous consultation immediately. Enact emergency legislation. Request a stay and appeal the federal court ruling. And pass Bill S-245 clarifying the pipeline is under federal jurisdiction. We have a plan while Liberals just delay. Will the government adopt the Conservative plan and bring jobs and investment back to Canada?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, after a decade of failure, the official opposition is still repeating the same things that they have done for a decade. Complete disregard for the federal court's ruling. Complete disregard taking action on the environmental sustainability, including the protection of the coastal communities. Complete disregard for engaging Indigenous peoples in a meaningful dialogue. We are going to move forward on this project in the right way, responding to the issues that are relevant to this decision. And we'll be announcing that plan very shortly. Thank you.
Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, Trans Mountain Pipeline is critical for the 43 First Nations with benefit agreements and many others. Yesterday, the Leader of Canada's Conservatives announced a comprehensive plan that makes use of every tool in the toolbox to get this pipeline built. This includes meaningful consultation with Indigenous peoples, which they didn't do when they just simply sent a note-taker. When will the Liberals show some leadership and announce a real plan instead of dithering along like they have been?
The member for Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, our government understands that getting our natural resources to global market, non-U.S. market, is very important to create jobs and grow our economy. But we're going to do that in a responsible way. And that responsible way is to making sure that we are respecting the environment, that we're taking action on protecting our marine environment, at the same time in a meaningful consultation with the Indigenous peoples. We recognize there's diversity of opinion among Indigenous peoples, and we respect that, and we will continue to work with all of them. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Foothills.
Conservatives unveiled our plan to build the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion to the public yesterday. Our plan addresses all of the risks to build this pipeline. That's right. The Liberals have a choice. They can continue to delay this project and in doing so continue their record of failure. Or they can follow the Conservatives' plan, use every tool available to them to get this pipeline built. When will the minister start doing his job, get Canadians back to work, and get the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion project underway?
Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, what they announced yesterday was the repetition of a decade of failure, which is to ignore the direction from the courts, ignore and disregard the courts, disregard the environment, disregard the consultation with Indigenous peoples. If they followed the proper procedure, Mr. Speaker, they might have probably would have built a pipeline to get our resources to the global market. 99% of our oil is sold to one customer, which is the United States, Mr. Speaker. We need to diversify our natural resources market, and we're going to do that in a proper right way.
Honourable Member for Foothills.
Pipeline companies invest billions of dollars in consultants and environmental assessments, and that is just to table their proposal. They made these investments under Conservative governments because they knew Conservatives would champion these projects. But under the Liberal watch, not one single major piece of oil infrastructure has been proposed, and that is in 3 years. When will the Liberals understand that their failed policies are not getting 1 inch of pipeline built? When will they do their job, get the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion moving?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think it will be beneficial for the member to understand that the decision made in 2014 to exclude from the NEB the review of the marine shipping and its impact on the environment was done under the Harper government. And the court has been very clear that that was the wrong decision to make. We are going to correct that. We have directed the NEB to consider the impact of the marine shipping on the marine environment, and we're going to move forward on this project in the right way because we understand that creating jobs and protecting the environment go ahead.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thousands of Canadian families have lost loved ones to an overdose epidemic this government has failed to stem. Health professionals, Canada's Chief Public Health Officer, the President of the Canadian Medical Association, big city mayors and police chiefs all want to decriminalize and regulate substance use to save lives. Instead, today we see the Prime Minister sign on to the failed war on drugs approach demanded by Donald Trump. Wow. Are the Liberals truly so desperate for a new NAFTA that they are prepared to put Canadians' lives at risk to get it?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, protecting the health and safety of Canadians is my top priority. We are in a national public health crisis when it comes to the opioid epidemic, and we've seen the tragic numbers that were released last week. The numbers are more than numbers, Mr. Speaker. These are lives of Canadians. Substance abuse is an international problem, and the global call for action will help us move forward. 130 countries have signed on to the declaration, and we certainly want to be a part of that conversation. If we're not around the table, Mr. Speaker, we certainly won't be able to affect change.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, today, to the surprise of the international community and experts, the Liberals endorsed the devastating war on drugs put forth by President Trump. Trump told the UN would no longer be supporting multilateralism, would be cutting international assistance, and would be opposing the International Criminal Court. He doesn't even want to promote human rights anymore. So instead of trying to please the Trump administration, will the Liberals take a stand and condemn the American president's dangerous rhetoric? The Honourable Minister. Protecting the health of Canadians is my top priority as Minister of Health. We are currently in an opioid crisis, a national crisis, and we are facing it. Last week, the figures came out and they were tragic. They're not just figures, but we're talking about lives that are being lost in this country. The use of illicit substance is a world issue, a global issue, and we need to act globally. Countries signed the declaration, and we acknowledge that there are different positions. It's impossible to make change without being around the table.
Speaker, while the Minister for Veterans Affairs has been doubling down on his ridiculous answers to our questions, his department has gone out during question period and has stated that going forward, Veterans Affairs will no longer provide treatment to any veteran's family member who is in federal or provincial prison. But the question is this, because the minister has stood here for days, for 29 days, and not answered this question, will he rescind the benefits to Chris Garnier?
The Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I cannot talk about this case without talking about the case of the veteran. And I will stand by that veteran. I will stand by that veteran even under the most excruciating of circumstances, where a family member has committed such an egregious crime. Even then, this government will stand by them. Thank you.
Calgary Nose Hill.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, so the minister's department has gone forward and given the exact opposite answer. Yes. We're asking a very simple question here. They've said going forward there will be no benefits to people who are in federal prison. He has to come up with an answer to this. Will he rescind the benefits for a cop killer, Chris Garnier?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we will stand by the veteran who is at the center of this case. Our support for that veteran is unwavering. Even now, even in the most extenuating of circumstances, we will stand by that veteran.
The Honourable
Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, there are no veterans at the heart of this issue. There is just Christopher Garnier, who killed Catherine Campbell. He took her daughter away. He's receiving money from Veterans Affairs when he didn't serve a single minute, Mr. Speaker. Will the government rescind those payments, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
In the 40-plus town halls that I have done across this country with veterans and their families, I can tell you, I know the cost of 10 years of not just neglect but malice towards our veterans and their families. And I wish we had seen more of that indignation that we see today over the 10 years that these people had to do right by our veterans and our families.
Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, our government is proud to have a feminist foreign policy. Gender equality produces greater prosperity and a more peaceful and secure world. Yep. At the Women's Foreign Ministers meeting in Montreal, the Minister for Foreign Affairs reaffirmed Canada's international leadership in promoting women's empowerment, gender equality, peace, and security. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs update the House on this important announcement?
Good question.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Etobicoke Centre for his tireless work on this issue. Our government knows that women are powerful agents for change and for peace. And we also know that when women are involved in the peace process, peace agreements tend to last longer. That's why the Minister of Global Affairs was proud to announce the creation of Ambassador for Women, Peace and Security. Women's empowerment is a crucial issue, and I hope that all of my colleagues in this House will join us in celebrating this important announcement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse et Chemin-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, 3 times I've asked the Minister of Defence and the Prime Minister to fix the fiasco with the Bastion du Roi at the Citadel. We're talking about a possible collapse based on their experts. Now, architects have talked about the original stone. Why are they taking poor quality U.S. stone? This is contempt for Quebecers and for our Canadian heritage.
The Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, we value the rich heritage of the Citadel in Quebec City. So let me be clear. We will repair the fort using original Citadel stones. In cases where damage to the original stone is too severe, a Quebec bidder has been contracted to ensure additional stones meet strict regulations. National Defence is doing its work to make sure this stone follows the requirements because we understand how important this is to Quebec City. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Nanaimo Ladysmith.
The pay gap between men and women is 32%. It's even worse for women with disabilities, Indigenous and racialized women. Women are done waiting. We want economic justice now. But every day we hear heartbreaking stories about women in poverty with the same root cause, no pay equity. If Liberals were serious about gender equality, why are women still waiting for the proactive pay equity legislation they've been promised for 42 years?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the member opposite that equal pay for work of equal value is a human right, and that's why we're so proud as a government to be moving forward with proactive pay equity legislation. It's a key way that we are demonstrating our commitment to gender equality. It's a key way that we will attempt to close the gender wage gap, and we are already working diligently. Consultations have been done, and we will be moving forward with pay equity legislation later this year. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, this week is National Coaches Week, a week to recognize coaches from coast to coast to coast and the incredible contributions to athletes, families, and communities. I'd like to thank all coaches in my riding of Brampton North, including my son's soccer coach, for their dedication and countless hours of helping our youth and athletes learn, train, and succeed. Merci de promouvoir les athletes.
Thank you for promoting young athletes throughout their lives.
Or tell this House how important coaches are to the communities in Canada.
Excellent. The Honourable Minister.
Thanks to my colleague from Brampton North for that question. Mr. Speaker, happy National Coaches Week. All over Canada, coaches give their time to help athletes and youth succeed in sport and in life. Coaches are supporters, motivators, and role models. They help athletes to dream, to set goals, believe in themselves, and to reach their full potential. Today, I ask all members of the House to join me and thank the coaches you know using the hashtag #ThanksCoach.
The honourable member for order. The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, it's increasingly evident that the Liberal environment and energy policy is an unmitigated disaster. The Liberal carbon tax has been resoundingly rejected as just a tax on Canadians that will have literally no impact on global emissions. And even with significant Canadian taxpayer dollars spent, there is a broad consensus that we will still not meet our greenhouse gas emissions commitments. So will the government confirm today that despite all of their bluster, in fact, they will not, in fact, meet our Paris Agreement targets?
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, this government is confident it's going to meet its Paris Agreement targets. The honourable member seemingly has not read the report from Stephen Harper's former Director of Policy that indicated that when we put a price on pollution, it's going to have a net economic benefit for middle-class Canadian families. Mr. Speaker, I invite the honourable member to get on board instead of taking money out of his constituents' pockets so he can make pollution free again.
The honourable member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Mr. Speaker, on Sunday, the Minister for Border Security claimed that the vast majority of the 35,000 irregular border crossers have left Canada. Finally, he admitted that it's about 1%. Is there... Well, in fact, the problem there is that those people are in limbo because their files simply aren't being processed. Is there someone in the government who's aware of the situation? Is there someone who has a mandate to take action on migrants?
The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we believe that it's important to start with the facts. We make decisions as a government based on evidence, and data shows that the number of interceptions at the border has decreased over last year. We believe, Mr. Speaker, that it's important for our government to respect Canadian law, to work with our partners, including the Quebec government and other partners, in order to respect our commitments, but also to ensure that the safety of Canadians remains the priority, and that is exactly what we're doing. The honourable member for Bécancour-Nicolet-Sorel. Mr. Speaker, last April, the government promised Quebec a program to screen immigrants in the coming week. In May, they said, oh, we'd have to wait a few weeks. End of July, we're almost there, they said. But today, there's still no plan. No plan, and Quebec is still waiting for more than $100 million in compensation for social services expenditures incurred last year alone. So I'll repeat my colleague's question. Is there anyone who has a real mandate to do something on the migrant file? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the answer is yes. My colleague, the Minister for Border Security, and I have had conversations, very encouraging discussions with the Quebec government and other partners. We have acknowledged the government's obligation to compensate the cost of temporary housing for our partners, including for the Quebec government. I've had several discussions and conversations, very encouraging ones. Quebec has been a leading partner with our government, and we will continue to work with our partners.
Violence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The urgent warnings from climate scientists are increasingly punctuated by extreme weather events, whether forest fires, floods, hurricanes, or tornadoes. But this government is prepared to spend far more on pipelines than on climate action. It's as though we really believe in reconciliation for Indigenous peoples, but first we need to build a few more residential schools. Will this government instruct the National Energy Board to include climate impacts of the pipeline we now own, as it did for private sector Energy East?
Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands for the question. We were elected on a commitment to grow the economy and protect the environment at the same time. This means we're going to take steps to get our resources to new markets while we still take steps to protect our environment and meet our Paris Agreement commitments. I note in particular, Mr. Speaker, that we're moving forward with a price on pollution that will reduce emissions. We're investing in clean technology, and we put $1.5 billion into our Oceans Protection Plan to protect our oceans and waterways. As a coastal MP in an area that the honourable member is very familiar with, this is a commitment we share, and I look forward to continuing to partner with her to move forward.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the recipients of the 2019 Inspire Awards. Barbara Todd Hager, Grand Chief Ronald Derrickson, Juju Mary Snowshoe, Dr. Vianne Timmons, Dr. Marilyn Cook, Diane Corbière, Peter Dinsdale, Brigitte Laquette, Billy Ray Belcourt, Kelly Fraser, James Lavallee, and Atawat Atkiturk. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, business of supply, resuming debate on the opposition motion regarding veterans, standing in the name of Mr. McColman.
Order. Order. I'd ask honourable colleagues to take their conversations outside, and I would include, of course, the honourable member for Cape Breton Council. I'm sure it's an important conversation, but I encourage him to continue that outside, although the honourable member for City of Victoria has some doubt about that, but I'll let those two debate that later. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor to rise today in the House to talk about this very important topic. I think I first want to start my remarks by Paying my sympathy to Constable Catherine Campbell. This was a heinous tragedy and a crime that was committed upon her. I think that it's fair to say that the nation feels for her family and what they've had to endure over the past time since her tragic death. And I also want to take the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to talk a little bit about the military personnel writ large. I have the opportunity to serve the constituents of Kingston and the island, and in that we have a military base. And I've been surrounded by military personnel my whole life, and I've had the opportunity to engage with them from time to time. But I would say it wasn't until I became a member of the Defense Committee when serving in this House that I really gained an appreciation as to why our military personnel throughout the world have the incredible reputation that they do. And if you've had the opportunity to engage with our military in various parts of the world, you will see that they deserve and they command a certain level of respect from others that they are engaging with. I think quite often we tend to think that it's the politicians and the policies that we make and that we've made throughout the years that have given Canada this great reputation of being peacekeepers and peace builders throughout the world. But in fact, it's our military folks who have been instrumental in really extending the Canadian way to others and really imparting upon people what it means to be Canadian and the values that we stand for. It's our military personnel that really give us the distinction of what we've come to be so proud of, and that's the peacekeeping abilities. Us politicians will come and go, Mr. Speaker, but it's our military personnel who last throughout generations in various different parts of the world that truly give Canada the amazing name that we do have. The motion that we're debating today, Mr. Speaker, I think is very timely, and I'm glad to be able to stand and speak to it because we have the opportunity here to speak specifically to where we've come as a government on the veterans file, where we were before that, and what we plan to see into the future. And I guess I preface my comments on that by saying that there is, in my opinion, never enough that we can do for our veterans. Our veterans have given us the incredible quality of life that we've come to enjoy, the ability to sit in this House and have these debates. And it's because of them and because of their willingness to go into other parts of the world and to give us this incredible opportunity that we are here today and that we have the amazing quality of life that we do. And I should say, Mr. Speaker, you caught me off guard when I jumped up there to speak, but I will be splitting my time today with the member from Winnipeg North. What I'd like to talk about, Mr. Speaker, is where we were with our veterans over 10 years with the Conservatives and what they were actually able to do to the Veterans Affairs system writ large, and how we saw diminishing services and supports for vets throughout the years. So let's start in terms of where a lot of the files have come. So, for example, Mr. Speaker, the reality is over 10 years, the Conservatives looked at the Veterans Affairs Department as a place to cut costs in an effort to balance budgets, which they in fact failed to do in almost every single year. And some examples of that were killing the lifetime pensions for veterans, closing 9 Veterans Affairs offices throughout the country. And in fact, it was the Auditor General who found that the previous Conservative government failed veterans, noting the percentage of returned soldiers with mental health issues had actually increased 6-fold between 2002 and 2014. The Conservatives slashed 900 jobs, despite pleas from managers from various different departments in Veterans Affairs not to do that, because of the impacts that would have in delivering services to veterans. The Conservatives clawed back nearly $1 billion from Veterans Affairs, generally speaking. And in fact, the courts ordered the Conservative government to pay $887 million to vets. The court, Mr. Speaker, had to order the previous Conservative government to pay vets. But, Mr. Speaker, we come to where we are today and what we're trying to do. And of course, when you look at the record and the 10 years of the failure of a decade, perhaps we could call it. When you look at the failure of a decade with the Conservative government as it related to veterans, this isn't something that you're just going to flip the switch on and be able to bring back all the services immediately, especially when you talk about the money that was stripped from the department, the employees that were fired and terminated from within the department. But not only has this government worked in reestablishing the services that existed 10 years ago, but has also surpassed those services in many regards. The service that our veterans provided to our nation is, as I said earlier, invaluable, and this government understands that. And there have been no costs that have been spared in rewarding their service for providing our veterans with the quality of life that they deserve. So let's talk about some of those things. The accomplishments in the budget of 2016. We invested, this government, $5.7 billion to provide veterans with better financial security by increasing income replacement from 75% to 90% of veterans' pre-release salary and increasing the annual maximum pain and suffering compensation. We reopened offices. Not only did we reopen all 9 offices that were closed in Corner Brook, Newfoundland, Brandon, Manitoba, Sydney, Nova Scotia, Kelowna, BC, Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, Charlottetown, PEI, Thunder Bay, Ontario, Windsor, Ontario, and Prince George, BC. We reopened all 9 of those, and then in addition to that, opened another one in Surrey, BC, and expanded outreach, which expanded outreach into the north. And Veterans Affairs staff are now able to travel to territories and to northern communities monthly to meet with veterans and their families. A little bit closer to home, Mr. Speaker, in Eastern Ontario, of the 9 offices that were reopened, 2 of them were in Ontario, in Thunder Bay and Windsor. We've seen that the reopened office in Thunder Bay has brought up to 7 additional frontline staff to the province to improve the access to veterans. The Thunder Bay office serves approximately 1,700 veterans, as well as enable approximately 70 veterans who work with case managers to meet with them in person. Some of the other things, Mr. Speaker, of the 900 staff that were terminated from Veterans Affairs, 460 new staff have been brought on. And this government has a commitment to making sure that we can move from the 40-to-1 ratio of veterans to caseworkers to the 25-to-1. 40-to-1 is where the previous government left us, 40 veterans for every caseworker. And we are moving and have made significant progress. I believe we're around 30 veterans per caseworker now, and we are moving towards that 25-to-1 ratio. Pensions for life. We committed to bringing back pensions for life to make things simpler, make services simpler, and that's exactly what's been done. Veterans whose service and sacrifice results in illness or injuries now get up to monthly tax-free pension for life of $1,150. Veterans who are greatly injured and impact on their quality of life can receive an additional $1,500 a month tax-free for life. Veterans whose injuries prevent them from finding gainful work will now get the income replacement benefit, providing 90% of a veteran's pre-release salary monthly, indexed annually. In addition to that, and I know I'm running out of time, Mr. Speaker, we have provided various different other services for our veterans. So I guess what I'm trying to say here, Mr. Speaker, is despite the fact of the political gaming with this particular issue, and it is an extremely unfortunate one, this government has been absolutely committed to veterans and has not only been restoring what the previous Conservative government removed from veterans, but has been going above and beyond that. I'm extremely proud of this government's reputation on the veterans file, and I look forward to continuing to work on this because, as I said earlier, there will never be enough that we can do for veterans, and we must always strive to do more and better for those who gave us the incredible quality of life that we have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today the debate has been certainly concerning and very puzzling, and it really revolves around this government's response from the very beginning. Sometimes things happen that are very unusual and clearly wrong. And I want to go back to an example when people heard that Clifford Olson was receiving OAS, the immediate response of the Prime Minister was, I've instructed the Minister to look at what options are available to us, rectify the situation because it should be rectified. Now, it took a little while to make sure it was rectified in a way that didn't have unintended consequences, but it was recognized from the offset that this was wrong and that it needed to be rectified. What is it with the Liberals in this government that could have continued to try and defend and hide behind all sorts of ridiculous arguments in this particular case? It's wrong. It should be rectified. Why are they not willing to go there for so many weeks?
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to get this question because the reality of the situation is it was the Veterans Charter in 2006 that the Conservative government brought in that extended benefits to the veterans' families, and it hadn't been changed since 2011. But it was the extension of those benefits that actually enabled what happened and what they're talking about in this motion. In my opinion, Mr. Speaker, this House is about policy setting, and we should create good policy. If you want to have a discussion about what should be in that charter to trigger certain aspects of it to remove somebody's ability to access the benefits, then we should have that discussion. We should have that policy debate. But the reality of the matter is that it was the Conservatives that brought in this piece of legislation that has enabled what we're here debating today.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm certainly not going to defend the Conservatives' record on Veterans Affairs, but I think it's a bit egregious for the Liberals to try to pretend they're any better. If we look at the ratio of caseworkers to veterans right now, let's take 3 cities. Kingston, 1 in every 42. That hasn't changed. Thunder Bay, 1 in 42. Calgary, 1 in 42. So the member is criticizing the Conservatives for having a ratio of 1 to 40, and we're seeing cities across this country where the ratio is actually higher. Now, the other problem, of course, was that the Conservatives shortchanged veterans by putting aside about $150 million that should be invested in veterans' care. And yet, we look in the last 2 years, $143 million left on the table. The year before last, this year, it's $148 million. So what we're seeing is the Liberals copying the shortchanging of veterans that started under the Conservatives. Will the member admit that the Liberal government has not done what it should be doing to help our nation's veterans?
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
No, I will not admit to that, Mr. Speaker. You can cherry pick your numbers if you want and cherry pick 2 or 3 different cities. But the reality is if you look at the averages, the average under the Conservatives previously was 30 to 1, and the average, was 40 to 1, and our goal is 25 to 1, and we're currently at 33 to 1. So yes, I know if you cherry pick certain areas, you can have numbers that make the debate sound great in this place. But the reality is, if you look at the averages, they're exactly what I had presented.
We got time for just a short question and response. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, I want this member just to maybe take a moment and be mindful that it was actually the Paul Martin Liberal government that introduced the new Veterans Charter, which was, again, the minister of the day had to present it to this place and be accountable for it. The Conservative Party under Mr. Harper had successive ministers that tried to improve that piece of legislation. And again, the member can say whether we fell short, that's up to him. But he can't misconstrue those facts. The second thing I would say, Mr. Speaker, is this debate is about the Minister of Veterans Affairs not correcting a wrong which is being seen right across this country. Does this member believe that that minister needs to stand up and answer legitimate questions in regards to the misuse of funds going to a convicted cop killer that has never served a day in his life to our great military?
Honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated earlier, I would suggest that this place is for policy. This place, what we debate in here is policy and about how we shape policy so that it can properly impact those who are receiving benefits in this case. If you want to have a discussion about what in the policy triggers somebody not getting the benefits, let's have that discussion. But to use an opportunity in an extremely tragic situation like this as a political tool is extremely disappointing, and I think Canadians see right through it.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And right from the start, may I say that my heart, and I believe the hearts and thoughts go out to the Campbell family and everything that they've had to endure. I think that there's a certain grieving element of this that is often overlooked, and to believe for anyone to try to give a false impression that members on all sides of this House would in any way try to take away from the grieving Campbell family, I think would be unjust and not fair to try to imply that. So I just wanted to express my wishes to the late Constable Campbell's family and friends in that very important circle, having to go through what they've had to endure. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, we do have a government that is committed to our Canadian forces, in particular our veterans and their families. We have seen a turning of a page, I would suggest to you, since the last federal election. For many years, I sat in the opposition benches, and I saw, as a veteran myself, having served for over 3 years in Alberta in the Canadian Forces in air traffic control as an assistant, I had the opportunity to walk in many different parades with World War II vets in particular, Mr. Speaker, and understand and appreciate the many different illnesses and that huge sense of pride and service that they had provided to Canadians, both during the time of war and the times after war, because the service is something that's ongoing, I would suggest to you, even upon retirement. The pensions, the benefits, these are all very important things that we provide to veterans because it is the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker. And that also incorporates families. Now, having said that, as I pointed out, for years I sat in the opposition benches and I saw government actions that spoke much louder than the words that we've heard today inside the chamber. And let me just cite a couple of examples that had a profound negative impact on our veterans. One of the issues that was quite common at the time, Mr. Speaker, was the number of individuals that were working for Veterans Affairs that were actually losing their jobs. We're talking about hundreds of individuals who were let go under Stephen Harper, Mr. Speaker, at a significant cost in terms of quality of service to our veterans. And I think that that is something that needs to be recognized. The other issue in terms of that was raised day after day was the issue of the closure of offices in different regions of Canada where we had veteran services that were actually being closed, and they're being referred to, well, pick up the phone and call this particular number, as opposed to being able to have that face-to-face interaction. You know, in my own community of Manitoba, the Brandon office was one of those offices that were closed. Contrast that to what we have seen since the last federal election, where we have opened up a new Centre of Excellence for Post-Trauma Stress Disorder. We launched the Joint Suicide Prevention Strategy along the Canadian Armed Forces. We've reopened those 9 offices across the country, Mr. Speaker, that I made reference that were closed. We provided better frontline services and had 10 regional offices. We operate 19 operational stress injury clinics, which include 8 satellite clinics to offer services closer to where veterans live. As I indicated, we hired over 450 other additional individuals, Mr. Speaker, to help provide services for the vets. We instituted the Pension for Life program, a program that will have a very strong and powerful impact, Mr. Speaker, for our veterans. These are some of the actions that this government has actually taken over the last 2.5, 3 years. Through budgets, we have seen dramatic increases, Mr. Speaker, by the tune of hundreds of millions of additional dollars being put into Veterans Affairs in order to support our vets in a very real and tangible way, Mr. Speaker. Literally thousands of contact individuals dealing with mental health type of issues. We've seen tax benefits or breaks given to areas where there's mental health services, and one of the things that comes to my mind is the service dogs, because we have seen the positive impact that those service dogs, which can be a fairly costly expenditure, Mr. Speaker, is having for our vets. So there have been many actions by this government over the last 2.5, 3 years, and I would contrast that any day with the previous 10 years of Stephen Harper, Mr. Speaker. Now, today we have a motion that's been brought forward by the official opposition that I believe, Mr. Speaker, would have been better discussed and debated, whether it's through question period, in which the Conservatives have attempted to do, Mr. Speaker, and I'll withhold providing a commentary in terms of just to what degree and how effective their questions or that sense of cooperation has been in terms of trying to look at the issue, Mr. Speaker, because there is a difference between the Conservatives and the New Democrats when it comes to the issue of privacy for veterans. You see, we've had the current minister stand in his place with passion, Mr. Speaker, explain very clearly how important it is that we respect the rights of privacy for our vets. Even today in question period, earlier today when he addressed this motion, he has consistently stood up for veterans in providing that assurance that this is a government that will respect privacy. I think the minister raises it for a good reason, because prior we saw the Conservative government deal with an issue of privacy in which, Mr. Speaker, I believe that they did a great disservice to Canadians. And the individual that I want to refer to, because it highlights the difference between the Conservatives and the Liberals when it comes to veterans and maintaining the issue of privacy. Many of us might recall Sean Bryea. Sean Bryea was an individual that had concerns in regards to the Conservative government at the time, back in 2010. He raised a number of issues, Mr. Speaker, and the minister at the time then asked for some reports. A part of those reports were the medical records of Mr. Bryea. Well, those records, Mr. Speaker, ultimately were leaked out in one form or another to media, where there were some actual reports that were done. It was an attempt, I believe, to ultimately discredit a veteran, Mr. Speaker. I would ultimately argue that the government of the day did not do what it was supposed to do, and that was to stand by our vets and protect the privacy of our vets, Mr. Speaker. Now, at the end of the day, the Harper government ended up apologizing for violating the privacy of that particular veteran. So fast forward it today, where we have the minister who has clearly indicated that what we're really talking about in good part here, Mr. Speaker, is the privacy of a veteran. And the message I believe that he is sending to veterans in all regions of our country, Mr. Speaker, is that we have a government that will stand by our vets and respect their privacy, Mr. Speaker, that they're not going to have a leak coming out from this government. Now, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, if you just compare what it is that we have done in 2.5, 3 years for our veterans in Canada to the 10+ years of the Conservatives, that veterans will understand and appreciate that this government has been there for them in a very real and tangible way, and this is a government that will stand up for the privacy of our veterans and their records. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, the member from Winnipeg North just threw out some stuff in here that just has to be addressed. First of all, didn't address the lack of leadership by the minister. When the Minister of Veterans Affairs was in here getting bombarded with questions, refused to take responsibility on why Chris Garnier was receiving veterans benefits, Veterans Affairs Canada actually rescinded the policy, but yet the minister refused to back down. That's a lack of leadership. The member from Winnipeg North talks about the PTSD service dogs. Well, Veterans Affairs canceled the program on September 18th. It's no longer in place because they said that there hasn't been enough done on the file from the research side, yet all the research shows there's been a significant reduction in PTSD of veterans using service dogs. Talks about all the money they're spending. Well, guess what? They lapsed $372 million in veterans funding, and the list goes on and on when you start adding in, he talks about veteran Sean Brouet, and he fails to mention that Sean Brouet is actually suing the Minister of Veterans Affairs for defamation of character. So again, the member gets up here and he yells and screams all the time, but yet just it's disappointing that as a veteran, all he does is a partisan hack when he's in the House, and that has to end.
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if the member was to review his comments and then just contrast it to the budget, a budget document that says that there was an expansion of the medical tax break for these specialty dogs, Mr. Speaker. So it's a direct contradiction in terms of what it is the member has just said. The member just said that the minister has not been doing his job on this issue, and he's implying that. The minister's responsibility is to the veterans of Canada and is protecting the rights and the privacy of our veterans. Now, the member might not like the manner in which I present myself at times, because I'm quite passionate on a wide spectrum of different issues, and having served in the Canadian Forces, those are some of the issues or some of the days in which I'm very, very proud to have been a member of the Canadian Forces and in fact serve in that capacity.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I want to thank the member from Winnipeg North for his speech. Mr. Speaker, we've just learned that the Liberal government has now decided to take a sledgehammer approach to this situation. They not only have revoked services for Mr. Garnier, which we support. This is an outrageous case. But now they've taken all services from the families of veterans that are incarcerated. All services. So this, Mr. Speaker, doesn't take into account that maybe a family member may be incarcerated as a result of something where they've fallen afoul with the law, directly related to maybe a mental illness or PTSD from their experience with the veteran that served, that may have come home with some real difficult challenges, Mr. Speaker. And now they've taken a sledgehammer approach to this without analysis, without testimony at committee, without examining it properly. The NDP, we brought forward questions through a letter. We took an approach because we knew this is a sensitive issue, and we didn't want to see veterans lose services that they fought so hard for, Mr. Speaker, and for their family members. And now this government, this is how they've responded. They've mishandled this situation terribly from the get-go. The minister should have intervened early on, cited that this was a unique case, and fixed it. And instead, they've just made a terrible mess, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you know, you have the Conservatives that are saying one thing on one hand, and now the NDP saying something completely different on the other hand. You know, the minister initially and consistently has indicated that he is working with his departmental officials to get a better understanding of the circumstances, while at the same time respecting the privacy of a vet. And that is, I would ultimately argue, the responsible thing to do. It is the right thing to do. The minister is, in fact, on top of this particular file, and the government will, in fact, move forward, ultimately, Mr. Speaker, with the idea of respecting our vets, as every budget and piece of legislation that we have provided has demonstrated that this is a government that values and respects our vets and the family members of them.
The time has expired for the period for questions and comments. I note there are members trying to participate in this particular part of the debate, and we'll take every effort to make sure that happens in the next round. Resuming debate, and the honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at the outset, I'd like to say I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke on this important issue. And I rise today to speak on our Conservative opposition motion regarding the outrageous and unjust payment of veterans' benefits to cover post-traumatic stress disorder treatment for a convicted second-degree murderer. And at the outset, I want to say that my heart is with the family of Officer Campbell. You know, the murder of a loved one is something that you can never get over. And although justice has been served in the sentence of your loved one's killer, knowing that this criminal has received benefits that are intended for veterans must be painful to see. And it's painful for me to talk about this issue as well. And it's not something that I gladly rise today to speak about, but it's something serious, and it needs to be addressed. And this government has failed to address this issue adequately. And it has been known for several weeks now that a convicted killer who has never served in the Canadian Forces is receiving benefits intended for veterans. And we know that there is a veteran involved, and we certainly want to respect the privacy of this individual and their family. But we cannot allow that right to privacy to bypass the fundamental principle that veterans' benefits are for veterans and their families, not for convicted killers who have never served a day in their lives. And I want to recognize, you know, that there's been some movement on this issue over the last couple of hours, but I think that a lot of my speech still applies. You know, I'm proud to represent many communities that have significant numbers of military personnel and their families. And many of these soldiers later choose to retire in my area after their years of service. And they're looking for a quiet place to settle down on a country acreage or in a small town. And I've had the privilege of meeting with many of these veterans to discuss issues like their benefits. And I'm happy to call many of them my friends and my dearest supporters. Now, I'm going to speak about two veterans today that I have had the opportunity to get to know over the past year, and they have had a really big impact on me. Many of you in this House know of Major Mark Campbell, an infantry officer who lost both his legs to an IED in Afghanistan. Now, he and his comrades recently took the federal government to court again and again, finally to the Supreme Court, where their case was refused to be heard. And it's then when they realized that the party that had promised them never to take a veteran to court to fight for their benefits had broken their promise. Now, I bring up this example because in the past few weeks, we have seen a government and a prime minister and his Minister of Veterans Affairs who has absolutely stonewalled this parliament, even in some cases refusing to answer questions and denigrating the opposition for having the audacity to hold them accountable. Now, they claim they're standing up for a veteran and that we should not be speaking out on this outrageous decision from Veterans Affairs for a killer who is receiving benefits who has never served. And Mr. Speaker, I would ask this: why is this Liberal government fighting against our veterans so fiercely in our courts, and yet in this House will defend so vigorously someone who has never served? And I often say in my riding that I'm running because I want to put victims and their families first and not criminals. But too often it seems that the Liberals put criminals first and not victims and their families. Now, many of you in this House also remember back in February when the Prime Minister came to Edmonton and he took questions from a constituent of mine former corporal and Afghanistan veteran Brock Blastic. Now, Brock told the Prime Minister that he was ready to be killed in action, but he was not ready for his government to turn its back on him. And some of that's on us as Conservatives, but a lot of that is also on this Liberal government. And you know what the Prime Minister's response to Brock was? You're asking for more than we can give right now. And today we see that resources that should be going to our veterans are being diverted inappropriately to someone who has never served. Someone who, even if they had served, would not be eligible for these benefits because they would have been dishonorably discharged for their crimes. Now, why does the Prime Minister tell our veterans, you're asking for more than we can give, while holding out his hand to provide for those who are not entitled to these benefits? Now, when this issue came up, I decided to text Brock to ask him what he thought. And now he messaged me back later. He said, this is another slap in the face to veterans. The government says that every claim is treated on a case-by-case basis. But what could the case have been for a 30-year-old cop killer who never served? Now, Brock, who has been continually denied benefits from Veterans Affairs, despite having lost a leg, suffering 55% soft tissue loss, 80% nerve damage in his other leg, and 30% nerve damage in his arm. Someone who has been diagnosed with PTSD from his time serving his country in Afghanistan, and yet he has been denied his full benefits. Now, last week, the Prime Minister rose in this House to state that when a member serves, their family serves with them. And this is something I absolutely agree with, Mr. Speaker. It's absolutely true. But no member of the Canadian Forces who murdered a police officer, or murdered anyone for that matter, and then who hid the body of their victim, and then was even caught in the process of trying to make it impossible to find the body, would be eligible for those benefits. No one who served would be given those benefits. Now, why should someone who has never been served be treated better? And this brings me to my final example, Mr. Speaker. And this extraordinary woman is not a veteran herself, and her husband did not serve in the Canadian Forces, but he gave his life nonetheless in service as a member of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. And this man is the late Constable David Wynn from St. Albert, Alberta, which is just next to my riding in Sturgeon River Parkland. And his wife's name is Shelley McInnes Wynn. And Shelley and I have known each other for a couple years now. And despite the crime that was committed against her and her family, she has never backed down from saying what needs to be said. Now, the Prime Minister says, as I said earlier, that when a member serves, their family serves with them. Now, if the Prime Minister is true to his word, why then does Shelley have to fight this government for funding to cover the cost of her PTSD treatments from the brutal murder of her husband that fateful day? Why does she have to fight? Has she not served enough? Has she not given enough? Why does she have to fight while this other killer gets his benefits up front? Shouldn't a victim be given priority? And why is it that the Liberals will fight so hard to ensure that every criminal will get their payout, will receive their benefits, and yet throw the book at and stymie the needs of victims' families with endless bureaucracy? It's perverse, Mr. Speaker. It defies logic and common sense. And speaking for my constituents, I call on the Liberals, do the right thing. Don't hide behind sympathy or some legal bafflegab, but instead take action. And today we've seen some action, but we need to get more clarity on that action. Rescind these benefits that are for our veterans, not for criminals. Give him what he is due as a criminal in our justice system, but do not give him what he has not earned through service to this nation. And immediately after this, I hope that this government will work immediately to ensure that no victim and no victim's family should have to fight their bureaucracy for the benefits that they deserve. In short, Mr. Speaker, stand up for victims, stand up for their families, do the right thing, rescind these benefits, get the job done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well said. Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The honourable member for New Westminster No. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. You know, I have many veterans in my riding, and in fact, today is actually the birthday of one of them, so I want to wish happy birthday to Max. Max, this summer, went to a camp. It's called Camp My Way, where he was allowed and had a great experience dealing with the issues that he has around his post-traumatic stress disorder. The reality for Max is he had to fundraise to get there, and he is currently working with my office because of the completely powerful impact that Camp My Way had on his life. So when we look at this really sad case, and I think all of us in this House understand that this is, you know, a devastating thing that we're discussing here today, we just have to look at the reality that Veterans Affairs has a lapse spending of over $300 million. Can the member share with this House a little bit about what that really means for supporting our veterans in this country?
Honourable member for Sturgeon River, Parkland.
Well, I just want to thank my honourable colleague for her excellent question, and I also want to wish happy birthday to her constituent, Max. You know, as someone who's also served in the Canadian Forces, you know, when you see somebody who has put themselves out there to serve our country, and you want to ensure that they get the best possible treatment that they can get. And I think one of the things that we need to recognize is that all treatment needs to be veteran-led, in the sense that a veteran is most of the time the best person to know what will work best for them. And we've seen that with the service dog program, with the equine program, and I certainly see a lot of the potential with the camp that my colleague mentioned. And I think we need to refocus and reorient so that it's veteran-led treatment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to focus on the last sentence that the member made in his presentation where he said, "Stand up for veterans." I'm curious how he can say something like that when over 10 years, all the Conservative government did was strip away benefits and services from veterans. They killed the lifetime pensions for veterans. They closed 9 offices. They fired 900 employees in Veterans Affairs. They had to have the courts order them to pay vets the money that they owed. In fact, at the time, Judge Robert Barnes said that the clawbacks created by the Conservative government, quote, create particularly harsh effect on the most seriously disabled Canadian Forces members, and I reject it unreservedly, end quote. How can the member say that we need to stand up for the vets in Canada when the record of the Conservative government over 10 years was so abysmal?
Member for Sturgeon River, Parkland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you know, it takes, you know, a lot to go and, you know, admit that when you were wrong. And, you know, a lot of things that us Conservatives did, you know, we did some great things for our veterans, especially in our final years, fixing a lot of the problems that had to be fixed. But for a government to just completely abdicate any responsibility for their actions in this case is just arrogant, Mr. Speaker. Recognize your own faults. Humility is the beginning of wisdom, Mr. Speaker. And if this government starts showing some humility, maybe they'll get something done for our veterans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for London, Fanshawe.
Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. I'm a little concerned, though, about the reality of selective memory in this place. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we have a covenant with our veterans in terms of their unlimited liability. And I would like to remind the House that the Conservatives took Equitas to court for fighting for that unlimited liability. Now, of course, as has been mentioned, the Liberals continued that court case. They even used the same lawyers as the Conservatives, but the Conservatives started it.
Member for Sturgeon River, Parkland.
Well, I thank the member for our question, and I think it certainly comes from a well-intentioned place, but I think the member may be a little bit confused about the concept of unlimited liability, which I certainly know very well from my position in the forces, is that you as a soldier are willing to give everything when you put on that uniform for your country, and that is something that is sacred, absolutely, Mr. Speaker. And I think, you know, when our government comes along and they need to fulfill their obligations to our veterans, and I think all governments certainly try their best, but there was a lot of falling short, Mr. Speaker, and we need to recognize that and rectify those things. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for the great riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke in the Upper Ottawa Valley, home to Garrison Petawawa, training ground of the Warriors, I'm pleased to add my voice to the groundswell of Canadians demanding veterans benefits for veterans and their deserving family members. It's absolutely unbelievable that this Liberal government cries poverty when it comes to paying out funds that have already been set aside for veterans, but can find $10.5 million to hand out to a confessed soldier murderer. The federal government has no problem paying out funds earmarked for veterans to a convicted cop killer, but denies veterans benefits. A veteran in Edmonton said, "I was prepared to be killed in action. What I wasn't prepared for, Mr. Prime Minister, is Canada turning its back on me." The Prime Minister's party response? That veterans are asking for more than he can give them right now. It was appalling. Actually, what veterans are asking for is what the Prime Minister promised them. In terms of pain, suffering, and incapacity payments, most, if not all, veterans who might qualify for such benefits under the Liberal April 2019 election bribe plan will receive less than under the programs that were available from the Conservative government. It's sad that the members for Kanata Carleton and for Orleans, as former Canadian Forces members, to see them supporting their party's decision to refuse to fund worthwhile programs like service dogs for veterans. Study after study has shown service dogs help veterans with PTSD and so much more. Despite all the evidence, and I know from working with veterans and sharing their success stories with service dogs, this cold, callous Prime Minister is out of touch when he claims veterans are asking for too much. The benefits are real. I led the initiative to have service dogs matched with veterans in Canada. I saw the benefits firsthand when a friend and former soldier's service dog not only assisted him as a seeing eye dog for his blindness, but sensed and stopped PTSD reactions to sights, smells, and sounds. Treatment that is drug-free. Despite all the evidence, the Liberal Party still refuses to fund service dogs. That means veterans who need service dogs are forced to rely on the charity of others, since the combined training of the dog and master can cost upwards of $40,000. Federal government policy on veterans? Veterans funds for terrorists and cop killers? No money for veterans. Shame. Many may never get their service dog. Others have to wait years. Veterans who put their lives on the line for Canada should not have to wait. It's just not right. My riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke is home to the Joan D. Bray Veteran Learning Centre at Willis College in Arnprior. The centre, through the financial generosity of College President Rima Aristocat, pioneered the veteran-friendly transition program. The program, developed by Willis College Arnprior's campus manager Bernard Doyle with the help of veterans, is a place where changing technology is helping veterans. Its graduates fill key positions in cybersecurity. This is an example of the private sector responding to the needs of veterans. This is not the approach the federal government takes to veterans' needs. What a cruel trick to play on veterans. Announce a plan or some other program that few, if any, qualify for, spend veterans' funds on empty storefronts in government ridings, and hope enough time will pass that veterans will forget what they were originally promised. Budget 2016 marked the beginning of a second Liberal era of darkness for Canada's women and men in the Canadian Armed Forces. In my riding, which includes Garrison Petawawa, Canada's largest army base, we remember the decade of darkness that came after the political decision to scapegoat and disband the Canadian Airborne Regiment and the deep cuts in defense spending which followed that politically motivated decision. The decision to relocate or reprofile, Liberals speak for cut, $8.5 billion in defense allocations in Budget 2017, in addition to previous cuts, confirms the worst fears of our women and men in uniform. Canada's veterans are being told they should just wait, that tomorrow and the next budget will fix everything. It's the tomorrow budget, but tomorrow never comes. It's a false economy to plan on denying veterans benefits with the expectation that the veterans will eventually give up fighting for what they're entitled to or die off from their injuries. Last year in this House, I posed a question to the Prime Minister on behalf of Warrant Officer Roger Perreault, a veteran in the Canadian Armed Forces, regarding the decision to reward terrorists who maim and kill Canadian soldiers while denying compensation to soldiers injured in roadside bomb attacks. Retired Warrant Officer Roger Perreault is an Afghan veteran who served his country honorably. His great-grandfather was an engineer in the First World War. Roger carried his great-grandfather's cap badge for good luck to Afghanistan. In addition to serving in Afghanistan, he served twice in Bosnia and 3 special duty areas over a span of 27 years. He was medically released from the military in 2017. Retired Warrant Officer Roger Perreault was injured in 2006 in a blast from an improvised explosive device while serving in Afghanistan. He's had 3 back surgeries, 2 hip replacements, and other complications. His release was timed to take place 2 days before the government's fake news announcement that all support programs would be in place for veterans before an injured soldier was discharged from the military. Nothing was in place for Roger and his family. Now, released from the military, retired Warrant Officer Roger Perreault is being denied the critical injury benefit by Veterans Affairs, being told that at age 47, his injuries are a result of his body wearing out, ignoring the injuries of the IED blast. Today, Veteran Warrant Officer Roger Perreault informs me that the Veterans Review and Appeal Board has denied his appeal of the original decision, which denied him the critical injury benefit he obviously deserves. What's most appalling about the latest denial is the cavalier dismissal of the attending medical professional's assessment, attacking the credibility of a doctor who treated Warrant Officer Roger Perreault shows how low this government will stoop to deny a veteran benefits. Attacking a medical professional who treated Roger demonstrates the extremes this government will go to just to deny a veteran help. The Prime Minister should be ashamed that a Canadian veteran who sacrifices health and well-being of his family is treated in such a shoddy fashion. Retired Warrant Officer Roger Perreault's wife, Fran, remembers his departure every day very clearly because her family would never be the same again. On August 1st, I put one man on the bus. On November 3rd, a different man came home. He looked like my husband. He talked like my husband, but it wasn't my husband. Part of him is still over there somewhere, and I don't know if I'll ever get it back. End of quote. On the evening of October 7th, 2006, while on mission in Afghanistan, Warrant Officer Roger Perreault was on a routine patrol in a Lab 3. He'd stopped behind another Lab 3 and dismounted when a large explosion ripped the left side of the LAV, throwing him to the ground. While at the time Roger considered himself lucky to have survived the explosion, several of his close comrades in arms were not so lucky. Trooper Mark Andrew Wilson of the Royal Canadian Dragoons died that day. On September 3rd, 2006, Sergeant Hank Stachnik from Rogers 2 Combat Engineer Regiment, Warrant Officer Richard Francis Nolan, and Warrant Officer Frank Robert Mellish of the Royal Canadian Regiment died during a Taliban assault. Roger's haunted by memories of those fallen comrades. Now, considering the treatment he's receiving from his own government, he's not so sure who was the lucky one. Additional existing and future benefits have highly restrictive criteria. The Liberals have made it so difficult to qualify for the critical injury benefit that by their own estimates, only 6 veterans per year qualify going forward. Worst of all, the critical injury benefit that would make a real difference in the life of this injured veteran and his family is a pittance in comparison to the $10.5 million paid out to a confessed terrorist. A terrorist who built IEDs as part of his mission to kill Canadian soldiers. Warrant Officer Perot and other Afghanistan veterans are the real Canadian heroes. Let's start treating them like heroes.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire, the honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for her speech and for her passion in regards to veterans. I know she does have a military base in her riding and is passionate about the subject. But she talks about instances going back to 2006. And I know it's sometimes that we want to forget about previous government that was in office, especially since veterans' offices were shuttered, programs were cut. Does she want to comment on the additional $10 billion in money that has been spent by this government for veterans and the priority that this government has taken after 10 years of Stephen Harper and what his government did?
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I'll do even better. I'll conclude my remarks and my answer to his question by quoting from the Liberal Party candidate I defeated in the last federal election and what he now has to say on social media about the Prime Minister. Quote, 3 years ago, I decided to seek the Liberal nomination for the candidacy in Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. My only political goal was to play a role in assuring that no other brave Canadian soldier would be penalized at home due to their service. I was inspired by the Prime Minister's promises to fix things. I was inspired by the presence of other veterans lining up to win nominations for the Liberals. I legitimately felt hopeful for the first time in a long time. I believed them. Now, I realize I was wrong. The Prime Minister recently stated that Canadian veterans want more than Canada can give. I stood behind the Prime Minister on stage on August 2015 when he made a promise to veterans, a promise which was obviously, in retrospect, a political bargaining chip. I have had first-hand experience as a service member, stakeholder, and party member with respect to the way our military is regarded and treated. At some of the highest levels, I've personally witnessed the way in which our injured and ill are regarded with skepticism, suspicion, and cynicism by members of the governing party. It needs to end now. Veterans benefits for veterans.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay, Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for her speech. You know, when we first started this process, when we learned about the Garnier case, veterans, Canadians were outraged. They were outraged. They wanted this fixed. We talked to veterans organizations, but they're also concerned about the ramifications of fixing this. They didn't want it to affect veterans and their families' benefits that they fought so hard for, Mr. Speaker. Recently, we just learned this afternoon that the Liberals have decided to take a sledgehammer approach to this now. They've decided to cut all benefits for all family members of veterans that are incarcerated, regardless of the crime. Like if someone had a small amounts of marijuana or whether the crime or their PTSD or mental health illness was a direct result of the member's service. They've just decided to take away all of their benefits. Mr. Speaker, I wish that the Liberals would have taken an approach that was more inclusive and examined the situation. Clearly, they had to deal with the Garnier situation. But to just take a blanket approach to this situation and take all benefits from affected family members that might be affected by a veteran service is concerning to me. And I wonder if the member supports the Liberal decision to take away benefits from all veterans' family members that are incarcerated.
Good question.
Honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to put some thought into that, but what it does sound like is what the Liberals always do. Instead of correcting their missteps and their wrongdoing, they punish others for it. This is the way they've treated veterans in the past, and this is what they continue to do going forward.
Questions and comments? Time for one more question. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That was a cryptic answer to the previous question, so I guess I'll ask it again. Under what circumstances, under what level of crime or what level of incarceration should individuals have their benefits taken away versus not? If it's too much of if the minister went too far, could the honourable member please describe their policy plan and what they see going forward?
Honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would love to explain what our policy plan is, but he'll see it soon enough. As soon as the 2019 election is on, we will just bring forth all our policy initiatives, including one that will benefit veterans instead of taking away from them.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for London, Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member for New Westminster Burnaby. And thank you for the chance to once again speak about veterans and our Canadian Forces personnel. It was an honour to serve as NDP critic for Veterans Affairs, and I'm truly grateful for the dedication to veterans by the current critic, the member for Courtenay-Alberni. In my several years as critic and deputy critic, I learned that veterans are motivated by a deep love for Canada, loyalty to the service they consider a profound privilege, their families, and a deep sense of justice. Veterans understand justice, Mr. Speaker, is part of their DNA. They want it for the civilian population they serve in war and in peace. They want it for those trampled by violence, aggression, and dictatorial governments, and they want it for themselves and their families. In all the years I've been in this place, there has been a constant and recurring theme regarding how our veterans have been left behind and forgotten by the current and previous government. The covenant between the Canadian government and its veterans is considered an unlimited liability rather than providing comfort and care for the sacrifice of life in protecting this country. Veterans have been forced to take this and the previous government to court to defend and maintain lifetime pensions. This is the result of Veterans Affairs Canada's failure to provide prompt service and benefits, and when a dispute arises, Veterans Affairs systematically leaves veterans to the morass of the Veterans Review Board. In my own tenure as critic, I became aware of the heart-wrenching case of one young man whose mother contacted my office. Her son suffers from PTSD as a result of his service in the Canadian Forces, and over the past several months, he has presented as a suicide risk. His medical release has been held up for months by VAC, despite his desperate situation. The young man in question has just under 10 years of service. He feels that VAC is delaying help to get rid of him. Less than 10 years of service significantly affects his pension. I can't help but be reminded of the service personnel being pushed out just before they were entitled to a pension. The case is further complicated by the impacts this young man experienced as a result of the cocktail of drugs he was prescribed. The drugs caused him to experience sleeplessness, stress, disorientation, lethargy, and depression. Because he is still in the military, the health plan does not cover the cost of his medical marijuana prescription. He has undergone 29 med changes since his initial diagnosis and reports that each of the high-powered drugs was worse than the last. The medical marijuana has helped him immensely. He reports that he has finally slept fully for the first time in 3 years. But there is, as I previously mentioned, a catch, Mr. Speaker. Because the military health plan does not cover the cost of medical marijuana, and VAC would cover the cost once he is medically released. So they're not releasing him. His reassessment went back to VAC on May 3rd, 2018, and still remains at level 1. This young man is in panic mode. He and many others on the base believe VAC is delaying claims so that it doesn't have to make payouts up front. But this individual is fortunate. He has family advocating for him. Not every abandoned serviceman or woman has such advocacy. He's lucky to have a forceful mother. And, Mr. Speaker, I would tell my colleagues that Veterans Affairs Canada has not provided this young man the help he needs, either in the past when my office contacted them or now months later. This is the same mother who confronted the Minister of Veterans Affairs at the Legion Convention in Winnipeg last August to plead for her son. The minister announced then that he has empowered his frontline workers to get the job done. Well, Mr. Speaker, the job is not getting done by this government. Veterans, CF personnel, and their families continue to suffer. We demand better. I think it's important to view this through the lens of the Prime Minister's mandate letter to the Minister of Veterans Affairs. It states, veterans and their families have earned our respect and gratitude. Veterans should not have to fight their own government for the support and compensation they have earned. As Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence, your overarching goal will be to ensure that our government lives up to our sacred obligation to veterans and their families. I expect you to ensure that veterans receive the respect, support, care, and economic opportunities they deserve. You will ensure that we honor the service of our veterans and provide new career opportunities, make it easier for veterans to access services, including mental health services, and do more to support the families of Canada's veterans. Well, it's a lovely letter, Mr. Speaker, and it expresses a lovely sentiment. But pretty words and flowery promises mean nothing when they're not supported by action. Real and substantive change that results in better access to services for our military personnel and veterans who have given of themselves in service and have every right to expect this government to live up to its side of the covenant. So let's look at the Liberal promises to veterans and the reality that exists despite those promises. Liberals promised an education and training benefit of up to $80,000 in funding to further education, begin a new track, or be used for career or personal development courses in order to give veterans purpose and help them feel satisfied with their main post-military job or activity. In reality, Mr. Speaker, the program is so insufficiently staffed and wretchedly underfunded that it cannot provide any substantive or lasting benefits to veterans trying to access it. This government promised to reopen Veterans Affairs Service offices closed by the previous Conservative government, but as reported by Global News on September the 20th, after nearly 3 years in power, the Liberals have not followed through with a pledge to ensure there is an adequate number of caseworkers to help veterans make the transition to civilian life. The Prime Minister promised the government would provide one caseworker for every 25 veterans, but the ratio remains too high at 33 to 1. In some regions of the country, it's 1 to 42. In cities like Kingston, Thunder Bay, and Calgary, that is unacceptable. And with their term running out next year, the Liberals are only halfway towards meeting their goals. They promised to reestablish lifelong pensions as an option for veterans, but instead, as eloquently outlined by veteran Sean Bria in his January piece for the CBC, the government merely resurrected ghosts of Christmases past with a hodgepodge of benefits that amount to recycled, remodeled, and repackaged programs that already exist. And, Mr. Speaker, upon the death of a veteran, the spouse receives nothing. If what had been delivered were a real pension, the spouse would receive a benefit. Liberals promised to eliminate the clawback of benefits for veterans who marry after age 60, the infamous gold diggers clause. That hasn't happened. And the elderly spouses in this country, some of whom have loved and cared for a veteran for 20, 25 years, are terrified of the poverty they will face because Liberals failed them to. This government promised to deliver a high standard of service and care for veterans requiring medical assistance. Well, Speaker, I wish to tell you that the situation I described earlier of a mother contacting my office in desperate need of help for her son is not an isolated one. It is not an isolated event. And while the Liberals recycled their promises, and the blunt truth is that they left $372 million unspent, This is money earmarked for veterans and their families, and as a result, we see veterans and their families suffering without access to medical care and resources, in fear that their family might be the next to lose a loved one to suicide as a result of negligence on the part of this government. And so, Mr. Speaker, we have this Conservative motion before the House about a truly tragic and heartbreaking murder and the unimaginable pain suffered by the victim's family. By all means, the perpetrator needs mental health care from Corrections Canada, not Veterans Affairs. We must not forget, and veterans will never forget, the harm they and their families suffered under this and the previous Conservative governments. These same Conservatives who have brought forward this motion cut Veterans Affairs in their mandate. It was a cut of 5% right across the board because apparently, like the Prime Minister, they too felt they did not have enough money to support our veterans. Now, they did have money for fake lakes, CEO tax breaks, enough to take veterans to court, enough to ship the former Prime Minister's limo to India to the tune of $1 million, and enough to leave $1.1 billion allocated for veterans unspent. But no money for veteran services, no money for caseworkers, no money for the spouses and children left without real help. Mr. Speaker, let us all remember the conduct and the failures of both these parties. Let us remember it, let us take them to task, and let us determine how best and honorably we can serve veterans. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would really like to thank my colleague from London Fanshawe for her excellent speech and all of her hard work to advocate for veterans and to speak for veterans in this House when they feel that they have been mistreated by previous Conservative and the current Liberal government. I commend her on her work. She's deeply respected in the veterans community, and her voice is desperately needed in this conversation today. So, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have failed veterans, and they failed to meet their target to have adequate number of case managers to even help veterans, as my colleague mentioned. And beyond the lack of frontline services, veterans have to wait longer and longer to find out if they qualify for benefits, and this growing backlog is unacceptable. Liberals are going back on their election commitment and failing to live up to the service standards while not spending money approved by Parliament to help veterans. The money is there, but unspent by the Liberals, Mr. Speaker. As opposition, the Liberals blasted Stephen Harper for doing this exact same thing. Can the member from London Fanshawe comment on the hypocrisy of this? Hear, hear.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. I referenced earlier this very strange amnesia that takes over in this place. One party forgetting what another party has done, and it is. Well, it is indeed hypocritical. My colleague mentions the length of time needed or taken in order to provide services for veterans. They are promised that within 16 weeks they're going to get a service and help. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, if you're suicidal. 16 weeks. Are you going to be alive at the end of that? And even worse, it's 29 and 32 weeks before a veteran gets help. And even at that, very often it's just not adequate. So I'm very, very concerned and very disappointed that this Parliament, that this House, that these governments have not seen fit to look after our veterans.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly agreed with some components of her speech, but I think I would need more time to talk about some of the other issues that she brought up. But I think if I want to look at the motion that we're looking at today, and I think it sounded like she was going to agree and support our position, this was something that is unusual. It was something that does not sit well with the Canadian public in terms of the, a convicted murderer getting access to veterans' benefits when he's never served. And I would just like to ask her, I think, had the minister responded initially and appropriately to this particular travesty, we probably wouldn't even need to be having this debate today. It's really the fact that they continue to really put forward all sorts of very inappropriate arguments that is why we are actually here today.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. And of course, we don't know all of the details of this case, and we have to be very, very careful as legislators, as members of this House, that we take into account all the information. But as I said earlier, by all means, provide this mentally ill young man with health care. I mean, the tragedy is that government after government has cut services for mental health care in this country, and we reap the tragic results of that. By all means, provide this young man with mental health care through Corrections Canada, not Veterans Affairs.
I think we have time for just a short question and response. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the member is wrong. The government has provided literally hundreds of millions of dollars of additional funds. The Government of Canada has opened up regional offices throughout Canada, the 9 that were previously closed. There's been tax benefits. There's been other issues related to mental health. This government has been very progressive in ensuring that our veterans get the services and their families that are necessary. This Prime Minister, the Pension for Life, there is so much that this government has done. My question to the member across the way, given the NDP were promising to balance the budget, how would they have proposed to do a fraction of what we have been able to do?
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess we would have done it by spending intelligently. I guess we would have done it by making sure that every dollar went where it was needed, instead of leaving $372 million on the table that belonged to veterans and their families. Yes, you opened offices, but you opened them without staff. And this nonsense about providing service, explain to me how people can go 29 and 32 weeks without any response from Veterans Affairs is at all looking after the veterans and the families of this country. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but I'm just a shade upset by the conduct of this government and the previous government. A fake pension is not a pension, and they know it's a fake pension, and so do the veterans of this country.
Before we go to resuming debate, it's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The honourable member for North Island Powell River, in respect to the Canada Revenue Agency. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, in respect to the status of women. And the honourable member for Courtenay Alberti, regarding the environment. Resuming debate, the honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to start off by giving my condolences to the family of Catherine Campbell. I can only imagine the heartbreak that they have gone through. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, we are supporting the motion. I wanted to start off, though, by referring back to question period earlier today, where we had a very theatrical performance by the Minister of Veterans Affairs that I thought was entirely inappropriate, quite shameful, in fact. I have been in this House for 15 years almost, Mr. Speaker, and I have not seen a performance that was so inappropriate for any minister as badly as the performance that we saw this afternoon. I wanted to cite that, Mr. Speaker, because after question period, we saw another indication of the complete disarray and chaos reigning within the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, because what we saw, Mr. Speaker, in complete contradiction to what the minister said in question period, is an announcement by Veterans Affairs that they will no longer pay for benefits for incarcerated relatives of veterans. Now, Mr. Speaker, that is not what the motion calls for. The motion calls very specifically for Veterans Affairs Canada benefits that have been extended to Chris Gagne. And yet, what this government did, what the Ministry of Veterans Affairs did, is actually pull all of the benefits to all of the relatives of veterans who are either in a provincial or federal institution, whether that is as a result of possession of marijuana that will soon be legalized or as a result of shoplifting, all potentially impacted by PTSD, as we know, Mr. Speaker. The government reacted, the Ministry of Veterans Affairs reacted by pulling all of the benefits, except, Mr. Speaker, when questioned, Minister of Veterans Affairs officials said that they could not confirm whether Mr. Garnier, who is the principal focus of the debate today, would actually have his benefits withdrawn. So, Mr. Speaker, we had a sad spectacle of the Minister of Veterans Affairs and then an announcement by the Ministry of Veterans Affairs which seems to have impacted, we don't know how many relatives of veterans, and yet the government doesn't seem to be dealing with the fundamental issue that we are debating here in the House. I say that is sad, Mr. Speaker, because I believe our nation's veterans deserve much better than the kind of improvised service and talking points and the theatrical performance that we saw for the Minister of Veterans Affairs. Now, Mr. Speaker, I come from a community that deeply appreciates our nation's veterans. In the cenotaph before City Hall in the city of New Westminster lie the names of many of our nation's veterans in a whole series of conflicts dating back to the Boer War and the First World War, the Second World War, the Korean conflict. Two of my relatives, my grandfather and my uncle's names are on that cenotaph before City Hall. And, Mr. Speaker, on Remembrance Day, New Westminster turns out in remarkably strong numbers, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 strong. The city of New Westminster turns out to remember our nation's veterans on Remembrance Day. Whether it is pouring rain or if there are high winds, it doesn't matter. The community turns out in the thousands to commemorate our nation's veterans. Mr. Speaker, just up the hill from the City Hall and the cenotaph that I spoke of is the headquarters of the Royal Westminster Regiment. And in that armory, there is a service prior to Remembrance Day that is always filled with 1,000, 1,500 people celebrating at a service prior to the Remembrance Day ceremony at City Hall. And the 1,000 or 1,200 or 1,500 people that are there at the armory then walk down in silence towards the cenotaph to commemorate with thousands of other citizens of New Westminster Remembrance Day. And a number of the veterans of the Royal Westminster Regiment have given their lives over the years, and New Westminster remembers. The other community I represent is the city of Burnaby, Mr. Speaker, and on Remembrance Day, there is always a service that is completely full held at the Veterans Hospital, which is George Derby Hospital. Now, Mr. Speaker, you'll remember just a few years ago under the former Conservative government, that hospital facility was simply cut of its funding, and the hospital was passed over to the provincial government. And what we've seen since then is I go to George Derby often, frequently, to honour our nation's veterans, is that the services to those veterans that are at George Derby Hospital in Burnaby have been severely cut over the years. We're seeing more and more frequently veterans calling for better services, as services that existed before have been slashed by the previous government, and those cuts have continued under the current government, Mr. Speaker. Now, there is a lot of rhetoric. I understand in this House of Commons often you'll see members of the government standing up and reading talking points that are provided to them, and they're supposed to put forward a strong argument about why the government has been doing everything that it's supposed to do. Mr. Speaker, I know from first-hand experience, and I think my colleagues in the NDP caucus can say the same thing, that it is very clear that the benefits and the programs and the supports that should be going to our nation's veterans simply are not. It is simply that. When we talk about, as Peter Stauffer, the former NDP veterans critic, who made a reputation nationally for speaking out for our nation's veterans, always said that the government has an ongoing fiduciary responsibility towards all of our nation's veterans. And whether it's the previous Conservative government or the current Liberal government, that is simply not the case. This should not be a partisan issue. This should be something that we all unite together on. There is no doubt if we ask 100 Canadians from coast to coast, 100% of them would say providing those benefits to our nation's veterans has to be a priority, regardless of which government is in power. And yet, as my colleague, the member from London Fanshawe, just mentioned, hundreds of millions of dollars over the last few years, over $1 billion over the last 10 years, has gone wanting. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, as we are seeing our nation's veterans not being able to access programs, not being able to access housing, often being left aside. That is simply unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. No Canadian would find that acceptable, that there are veterans in our country that are homeless. No Canadian would find that acceptable, that there are veterans that are trying to access addiction facilities and simply are not being provided with the supports that they need to have. No Canadian would find that acceptable, that mental health services or employment services are not being provided to veterans, or that they would have to wait months at a time before they could even access primary services. So, getting beyond the rhetoric, the question is simply this: is the government doing nearly enough for our nation's veterans? And the answer is no. The answer is they are simply not. The answer is there are veterans that will be sleeping outside tonight. That is unacceptable in a country as wealthy as Canada, where Canadians support our nation's veterans. That any veteran would have to sleep outside is simply unacceptable. Veterans would have to struggle with mental health issues and not get the services that they need is simply unacceptable. That veterans would struggle with addiction issues and not be given access to long-term addiction programs that will actually provide them with the supports they need. And, Mr. Speaker, I've spoken about this in the House before. The last door, for example, in New Westminster, that provides long-term addiction services, but has not been able to get the access from Veterans Affairs so that veterans can be referred to its very effective program. These are all signs of a ministry that is not doing its job, of a minister that is not doing his job, and a government that is not responding to the needs of our nation's veterans, regardless of the talking points. And I understand that these are handed out to the Liberal MPs, that they don't have a hand in drafting them. They're supposed to read what is printed before them. But surely there is an MP in the Liberal caucus that is willing to stand up and say the shortage and shortchanging of our nation's veterans have to stop, and we have to take the principle that all Canadian veterans are entitled to housing, are entitled to mental health supports, are entitled to services. Full stop, Mr. Speaker. And that is what we believe should be happening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the words that he spoke. I think we all agree that you don't want to do knee-jerk policy changes that have unintended consequences, but would he agree that a month, we're talking almost a month from when this was first reported to when we're finally getting a response from the government is completely inadequate? I think that having initially, had the minister initially said, this, by all appearances, seems to be wrong. I'm going to take action. I'm going to have a report back on my desk within 24 hours, and we're going to look at a policy moving forward that will make sure that this is taken care of. Would that not have been the appropriate response that anyone could reasonably expect from a minister, rather than waiting for weeks and weeks and weeks and then getting mixed in messages, or even the Prime Minister saying, I won't answer that question? It's quite shameful.
All member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
I would have to agree with the member. I have seldom seen, I know she has a long experience in the House of Commons too, I have seldom seen a file that has been handled as badly as this one. First, with the minister saying that there would be a response, then not getting a response, then defending, then not defending, then, as we saw just a few hours ago, Mr. Speaker, in the House saying something quite opposite to what was eventually announced, and then the substance of the issue of whether or not Mr. Garnier is still getting those veteran supports, is still not been addressed. But we now know that potentially dozens, potentially hundreds, we don't know how many, the government members don't know how many, Canadians now, relatives of veterans, are now impacted by a policy shift that goes in a different direction from certainly what the motion's calling for and certainly what members have been speaking to today. It has been badly handled, botched in a way that is so inappropriate, Mr. Speaker, when you think of the importance that all Canadians attach to our nation's veterans. They deserve better.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. To the Minister. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks, for his passion as well. And I extend my condolences to the Campbell family as well. Now, when the member opposite says families need to be supported, we have chosen to do so. I'd like to ask the honourable member if he agrees with our position, because we opened a post-traumatic stress disorder centre of excellency. We reopened 9 offices for operational stress injuries that the Conservatives closed. We are operating 19 clinics for our veterans. This is our record. Does the member opposite agree with those steps? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, I don't agree that they're doing enough for veterans in this country. I don't agree that through their announcements of these new programs that are just these old programs, and I don't agree that they're appropriate for veterans in Canada. I don't agree at all with taking over $300 million that should be for veterans, that's an adequate way to act. We've criticized that. We criticized the Conservatives when they took $1 billion, almost $1 billion away from veterans. But for the Liberals to do exactly the same thing at a pace of $150 million a year is not appropriate. And this shouldn't be a partisan issue this way. It should just be taking the appropriate action for our veterans. It's not about the Conservatives' action or the government's action at present. It's their responsibility, Mr. Speaker, to meet the needs of veterans. They should return the $372 million removed from Veterans Affairs, and they should be providing all veterans with housing services that they need. That is the message coming through clearly from Canadians.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm splitting my time with the member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, who will be sharing my time. And I want to thank the official opposition Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs, the member for Brantford, Brant, for his motion today. And it is disappointing that I even have to rise in this place today to have to speak to this despicable situation that the government has put themselves in, that it is so disappointing that when the Minister of Veterans Affairs found out that a convicted murderer, Chris Garnier, who is not a veteran, is receiving benefits under Veterans Affairs Canada for PTSD that he's experienced because he killed police officer Catherine Campbell, and that is a benefit that he should never be entitled to for his heinous crimes. Now, I got to say that you got to remember that this individual, Christopher Garnier, picked up, Catherine Campbell off duty, took her back to his apartment, broke her nose, strangled her, and desecrated her body by treating it like garbage and dumped it underneath the McDonald Bridge in Halifax. Catherine Campbell was not just an outstanding police officer, she was a volunteer firefighter, and I extend my condolences to her family. I hope that, that this whole situation, they haven't been re-victimized by the actions of Veterans Affairs by extending benefits to the killer of their daughter, benefits that they are not entitled to. And that, to me, is very disgusting. This whole thing, this whole debate today is disgusting. And it's disgusting because of this vicious act of murder by Garnier. I'm disgusted by a policy decision that may have been made erroneously by Veterans Affairs Canada. I'm disgusted by the shameful behavior of the Minister of Veterans Affairs. He gets in here every day and is full of pompous bravado, pounds his chest and rails against the opposition, but refuses to do anything to help our veterans and is allowing this murderer to actually go ahead of veterans in the line to get services for things like PTSD. That is a lack of leadership, and I am also disgusted by that. I think all veterans, people that are contacting us as members of Parliament, all veterans are disgusted by the behavior of this government and this failure of leadership by the Prime Minister not to intercede here, to correct the behavior of the Minister of Veterans Affairs and make sure that these services are being rescinded. Let's look at the facts, Mr. Speaker. Let's look at the facts because we're hearing all sorts of rhetoric coming from the Liberal benches. Christopher Garnier is not a vet. He's 30 years old and has never put on the uniform, and there is no way that he is entitled to any benefits under Veterans Affairs. Now, Liberals are claiming privacy because of the father, who was a veteran, but let's be clear that these types of services are allowed to the dependent children and spouses of our veterans, and they're still waiting in line while this non-dependent adult of 30 years of age is getting the benefits that other families should actually be receiving right now to deal with PTSD and operational stress injuries of their loved ones. Fact is, if you looked at the court case, as well as what was been reported in the media, Chris Garnier's father, Chris Garnier's lawyer, Chris Garnier's psychologist, all admitted in court and to the press that Chris Garnier's PTSD is a direct result of him murdering Catherine Campbell. His PTSD is guilt and remorse for the vicious attack and the way he desecrated the body of his victim. That should never, ever qualify for a Veterans Affairs benefit. You need to keep in mind, Mr. Speaker, that Corrections Services Canada offers mental health and counseling to all those that are incarcerated. There is no reason why Veterans Affairs Canada should ever feel that they need to provide service to anyone that is incarcerated. They have every opportunity to provide those services through other government agencies. And Corrections Services Canada has those services readily available to convicts right across this country. You know, we heard during question period, while we were hammering away at the Minister of Veterans Affairs for his ridiculous answers and his shameful behavior and his disrespect towards veterans and especially the family of Catherine Campbell, that they were going to rescind this policy. But yet, if you actually look at the details of what was announced, they're trying to provide cover to the minister who still refuses to rescind these benefits to Christopher Garnier. You know, throughout question period, Mr. Speaker, we heard the minister hide behind privacy, and we heard the Minister of Veterans Affairs say over and over again that he is going to stand by our veterans. Well, first of all, again, I must say, Christopher Garnier is not a veteran. He should never receive veterans benefits. No adult child of a veteran gets any benefits from Veterans Affairs Canada. If he is so convinced that he needs to stand by our veterans, what would he do in the case of former Colonel Russell Williams, who was a serial killer? When we were in government and we found that out, we rescinded all his veterans benefits, his veterans pensions, because this individual should not be entitled to any of it as an incarcerated serial killer. So how can the minister today stand in this place and says that he'll stand by any veteran despite any heinous crime that they commit, when the precedent was set by our former Conservative government that we would not provide benefits to someone like Russell Williams, a former colonel in the Air Force? He talks about that he's going to stand by our veterans. Well, Sean Brueus is suing that minister for defamation of character. That's how this minister acts. And when you think about it, he stands by our veterans. Well, he stands by everybody, but look how he's treating Admiral Mark Norman. It's this government that is taking him to court for something that he never did. Now, you know, we keep hearing from the Liberal benches, and we hear from the member from Winnipeg Centre and Winnipeg North get up here and talk about all the things that they're doing. Well, let's look at the real metrics of what the Liberals have done for veterans. Wait times underneath the Liberals have gone up from 16 weeks to actually 7 months. Veterans are waiting longer to get the benefits that they're entitled to, Mr. Speaker, under that Liberal government. We just saw announced just this past week that veterans now are going to be denied service dogs for PTSD, despite all the research showing a significant reduction in PTSD symptoms in our veterans. And what is Veterans Affairs doing under this minister? Well, they're going to take away that program, that great program where we actually see animal husbandry and animal companionship with our veterans reduces the impact of PTSD and other operational stress injuries, Mr. Speaker. And this minister, even though the Prime Minister promised that he would not take veterans back to court, it was this minister that actually beat veterans in court with the Equitas lawsuit. Great track record we have here. Of course, they cut $372 million over their tenure in their 3 years of veterans' benefits. Lapsed funding. So I guess when the Prime Minister stood in Edmonton and told a veteran right to his face in a town hall meeting that you're asking for more than we can give, well, Mr. Speaker, it truly proves a point that they had the money, they just don't want to spend the money on our veterans. And you talk about their benefits program, well, it's just a shell game. It's no life pension for life. It's just a shell game. It's a bunch of programs that they put together and tried to reinvent the wheel. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I say this. If there's any members on that Liberal bench who want to stand for our veterans rather than to stand for their Minister of Veterans Affairs, to stand tonight and vote yes for this motion and ensure that we stop and rescind all the policies and programs that are being offered to Christopher Garnier.
Questions and comments? Conseil commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had a number of roundtables with veterans from my riding of Oakville about 3 years ago, asking how things were with them, were they able to access services, and I heard uniformly that they were having difficulty accessing services, and I heard from a mother whose son had served and was a veteran suffering from PTSD and the concerns she had about adequate support and adequate treatment for them. So that's why I'm so glad to see that our government has been reinvesting in veterans, opened the new Centre of Excellence for Post-Traumatic Stress Order, and launched a joint suicide prevention strategy along with the Canadian Armed Forces. So my question to the member is, where was he? Where was he during the 10 years when the Conservatives lost the trust of the veterans community? Where was he when it came to improving mental health services? And where was he when the Auditor General said they were not doing enough to facilitate veterans' timely access to mental health services and benefits? Where was he during that decade?
For Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, I should remind the member that I used to be the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence, and I went across this country and met with airline injured. I actually opened the Centre of Excellence at the Ottawa Mental Health Centre that helped support our troops and our veterans in actually moving ahead on dealing with PTSD and operational stress injuries. And where's that member? He said he met with them 3 years ago. Why hasn't he met with them in the last 3 years? Because if he went and met with veterans groups today, as I am, they are disgusted by this government and the way they are using veterans as props rather than actually delivering services. And all you have to do is look at the metrics I put out there already. $372 million of lapsed funding through Veterans Affairs, and wait times for veterans have gone from 16 weeks, which is the mark, up to 7 months under this Liberal government. That is shameful.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And you know, I have a lot of respect for my colleague who has been presenting in the House. We sit on the Defence Committee together, and from time to time we actually see eye to eye. But I regret that this is not one of those issues, Mr. Speaker. The reality of the situation is that he's been trying to characterize the former government, the former Conservative government, as you know, friends of vets, when in reality that wasn't the case, Mr. Speaker. Let's look at some of the facts. Killing lifetime pensions for veterans, closing 9 Veterans Affairs offices, having to force a court to instruct the former Conservative government to pay back $887 million to veterans. How can he possibly claim that the former Conservative government was doing great things for veterans when the record shows completely otherwise?
Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
My friend from Kingston and the Islands shouldn't throw stones in glass houses. I tell you, Mr. Speaker, if you actually look at the facts, when you see them talk about opening up offices, but they actually have extended the wait times, that veterans are waiting for services up to 7 months. That isn't performance. He talks about money not spent, $372 million of lapsed funding under the Liberals. You know, people need to actually look at doing things for our veterans. That's why I was so happy in our National Policy Convention that we had just in Halifax this summer, that we brought forward a new policy called Duty of Care, and says that the Conservative Party Canada recognizes and accepts unreservedly the existence of a social covenant between the Government of Canada and those who have served in the Canadian Armed Forces, the Military Covenant. We're going to honour that, Mr. Speaker. We're going to make sure that, you know, even though he talks about ending lifetime pensions, got to remember that happened under the Paul Martin government when they brought forward the new Veterans Charter. And again, he needs to get his facts straight.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his impassioned speech. You know, in my riding of North Island, Powell River, I have numerous veterans that I work with frequently. I can think of one right now who has a service dog that really helps him with his post-traumatic stress, and he can't find housing because they don't take dogs. So I think when you look at the gaps of services, and I really think we need to commend the people like the Comox Military Family Resource Centre in my riding that work day in and day out with these veterans. I just want to ask the member if he could talk about what it really means for veterans on the ground when over $300 million is left on the table when there are services and needs that veterans have today. Thank you.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my friend from North Powell River, North Vancouver Island and Powell River. Beautiful riding. I've had the opportunity to be out to 19 Wing a couple of times and met with the Military Family Resource Centre there, along with the JPSU and the Integrated Personnel Support Service Centre. They do great work. And to know that there's money on the table that isn't getting used for things like PTSD service dogs for those veterans that need those services is really disappointing. When all the research shows, both Canadian and American research, that those service dogs do a great job. So the more that we can do to support those veterans, like in her riding, the better off we're going to be as a nation, and the more better off we're going to be in finding people that want to serve in uniform, knowing that they will be properly cared for by having in place a military covenant.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd just like to thank the previous speaker, the member of Parliament for Selkirk Interlake Eastman, for his intervention today, for his continuing support for veterans, both in his riding across the country. Mr. Speaker, I have some very serious concerns how this particular debate has been unfolding, and let's us first start back at how we got to this point. In this case, when citizens learned that a man who had been convicted for murdering a female police officer, who is receiving veterans benefits, and then learning that that particular man is not a veteran and has never served. That has created a strong level of outrage. But let us also be clear. These concerns, they came first and foremost from the family of the victim. I mention that so we can be perfectly clear that this was not something dreamt up by the opposition party. These are legitimate concerns raised by the victims of the family of a murdered police officer. Concerns raised by veterans who know full well that this was never what post-traumatic stress disorder benefits was created for. And finally, concerns raised by everyday Canadians. Even the Liberals' own Veterans Minister has conceded and stated in this place that, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, many of us who are uncomfortable with the decision that was made, end quote. So what happened next? Well, we know that the Prime Minister was asked about this, and what did he have to say? This Prime Minister demonstrated an unaccountable level of arrogance when he told Canadians that he would not answer questions on this subject, that for some reason he should not be held accountable for this decision. It's all part of the same pattern of a Prime Minister who has one set of rules for everyone else, but a very different set of rules for himself and his inner circle. He says these questions are plain politics with tragedy, and he will not answer them. He even called these questions, and I quote, a disgusting political game, end quote. And what happened next? The minister did his usual tap dance, and of course, the go-to Liberal talking point was to blame Harper. This, of course, is how Liberals try to cover for their ongoing failure, despite the fact they are 3 years into their own term. Keep in mind, it wasn't the previous Prime Minister Harper that set Liberals' own performance standards on serving veterans. That we learned recently has resulted in this Liberal government failing to even meet their own veteran service targets. Despite these failures to serve actual veterans, somehow they found a way to provide veteran benefits to a cop killer who was never a veteran. Now, this outraged the family of the victim. And we have cases where veterans are in court fighting this Liberal government to fulfill their promises made to veterans. And they see a convicted murderer, Mr. Speaker, who is not a veteran and is receiving benefits that they fought for, and in some cases are still fighting for. Now, that does create a level of outrage, Mr. Speaker. And yes, the Prime Minister, people are going to ask him why it is happening under his watch. This Prime Minister may not like the question, but to call it a disgusting political game and then to refuse to answer? Would this Prime Minister seriously pick up the phone and accuse the family of the victim of playing disgusting political games because they are outraged over this decision by his own government? And that's what this is about, Mr. Speaker. Accountability. This family wants answers. This family deserves answers. Earlier today, the minister joined into this debate, and I followed his comments closely. Only at the very end of his speech did he actually address the issue we're debating about. The minister told us that if veteran services are being received by a family member of a veteran when they are not related to the veteran's service-related illness or injury, that the case will be reviewed by a senior official before a decision is rendered. And flash forward, Mr. Speaker, to this afternoon while we're in question period. And yes, I say this, while in question period, the CBC releases a report that is entirely contradictory to what the minister told this place this morning. CBC now reports that Veterans Affairs Canada will no longer pay for benefits for incarcerated relatives of veterans in the wake of Christopher Garnier case. Now, while I believe many Canadians will strongly support this new policy, it does raise a few troubling questions. So, why did the minister tell us something completely different this morning? Why was the minister in this place during question period arguing in favor of the do-nothing approach? Why is it we only learn of this important new policy from the CBC and not the minister during question period? Seriously, is the minister even running his own department? On the weekend, we witnessed a minister of border security who clearly has no idea of what's going on in his department. And now this today. This, of course, all comes back to what I view as the core problem here. Let's recap first. When this first subject arose, the Prime Minister called it disgusting political games and refused to answer it. Yet, here we are, and not only has the question been validated, the department has actually changed their policy because of it. And let me quote again. CBC now reports, and I quote, Veterans Affairs Canada will no longer pay for benefits for incarcerated relatives of the veterans in the wake of the Christopher Garnier case. In particular, Mr. Speaker, I go back, in the wake of the Christopher Garnier case. You see, it was never a foolish political game. Those were real concerns from real people, and for this Prime Minister to simply blow them off with his usual habit of trying to shame anyone who dares to expect accountability from him is getting tiring. It also points to a pattern with this Prime Minister. In the past, when this Prime Minister didn't like uncomfortable questions, he would often accuse the opposition of throwing mud. Many of those uncomfortable questions, Mr. Speaker, led to this Prime Minister and members of his own cabinet being found guilty of ethics violations. In other words, I'm seeing a bit of a pattern. When this Prime Minister hits the mass outrage button over a question that he does not like, all too often it is because he does not know the answer. He just doesn't want to reveal it. Generally, this only applies to the Prime Minister and his inner circle, one of which is the Veterans Affairs Minister. So this matter has shown us that this Prime Minister needs to be more accountable to Canadians. Now, getting back to the topic at hand, we can commend the department for changing this policy thanks to the concern raised by the opposition. And I say thank you to the department because the minister clearly knew nothing about it. Otherwise, we have learned about this policy change from him instead of the CBC during question period today. That only leaves one important unanswered question, Mr. Speaker. We know Veterans Affairs will no longer pay for benefits of incarcerated relatives of veterans. What we do not know is, will this Liberal government stop providing veterans benefits to Christopher Garnier? We have asked this to the minister repeatedly, who's refused to answer, and he hides behind his department. Now, in fairness to the minister, perhaps like this most recent policy change, he doesn't know. Maybe he is waiting for his department to tell CBC so they can tell us. Whatever the answer is, this minister has had ample opportunity to provide a simple answer and refuses to do so. Mr. Speaker, I believe this is not ministerial accountability in this place. Everyone in this place knows that. And we can all send a message to this minister and, of course, who is a BF, to this Prime Minister. We can vote to stop these benefits. That is what I'm asking all members of this place to do, to join with us in saying no more in this case, Mr. Speaker. That's what this motion is about. That's what it should remain when we stand in our places today and vote as honourable members. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In some of my interventions today, I've discussed or I've shared my dismay at the fact that we're not debating policy here, that we're not actually debating what we could be doing differently and setting up the policy that directs this in a way in such it would prevent something like this from happening in the future. I'm wondering if the member opposite can share his insight into how he would develop this policy in such a way that certain thresholds would be adhered to in terms of what criminal activity was where the tolerance level is, what general activities, if there would be a tolerance level. Can he contribute to a policy objective rather than just trying to pick on one particular scenario that occurred?
Well, member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, the outrage from the family, the outrage from veterans, the outrage from Canadians in regards to the specific case. Now, the department has changed the policy. The minister has shown less than to dignify us with a proper response. Mr. Speaker, this member wants to talk about policy. You know what? Policies are put in place, but when people start falling through the cracks, when there are failures and gaps in that policy, it's up to backbench MPs, not just the opposition, to go to their parliament here to hold the government and their ministers to account. That's exactly what we're supposed to do. So this member can try and say, if we only have the perfect policy, well, you won't need ministers anymore. You won't need MPs anymore. You know what? We're here to fight for our constituents, to make sure their voices are being heard. When will that member hear that, Mr. Speaker?
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my first occasion rising on the debate today because I'm troubled by it. I'm having trouble. Obviously, every Canadian is offended by the idea that a convicted murderer is getting benefits from Veterans Affairs, even though that person was never a veteran. On the face of it, it's outrageous. And that's what troubles me. We're having an entire debate about a specific personal instance, and I'm going to vote with the Conservative motion. I don't see any reason that I wouldn't. The difficulty I have is that I have respect for the Minister of Veterans Affairs as well. He appears tortured before us. He appears to have confidential information that he can't divulge. If that were true, and that's what I'm asking my friend from Interlake Selkirk, how would we explain this? There's no political advantage to the minister to deflect as he has. It entirely goes against political advantage. It's indefensible. Could he possibly have confidential information that he can't divulge? That's the part I'm really struggling with here.
Honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I certainly would want to hear from the Member of Parliament for Selkirk Interlake Eastman to answer the member from Saanich Gulf Islands specifically. She'll have to settle for another BCer. But I just go back to this, Mr. Speaker, is when we see a policy and a case specific where it is fundamentally wrong, and all of us feel that in this space, the minister should not just simply say, well, there's concerns, and I'll huddle back. He had 20-plus days. 29 days, thank you. We're hearing from the member here, specifically to address this. You know, Mr. Speaker, that's not accountability. I would like to see more accountability from this government. I will be voting in favor of the Conservative Supply Day motion. I'm happy to hear the member from Saanich Gulf Islands will stand on this issue with us, and I really do hope Liberal members consider standing with us. Thank you.
It being 5:15 p.m., it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Monsieur McColman.
Mr. McColman, seconded by Mr. Brassard, moves that given the Prime Minister has told veterans that they are asking for more than we are able to give, the House call on the Minister of Veterans Affairs to revoke the Veterans Affairs Canada benefits that have been extended to Chris Garnier.
Is incarcerated for second-degree murder and for interfering with the dead body of police officer Catherine Campbell, and is currently receiving benefits for a disability he sustained while committing his heinous crimes. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
question is the following one. Order. Mr. McColman, seconded by Mr. Brassard, moved that given the Prime Minister has told veterans that they are asking for more than we are able to give, the House call on the Minister of Veterans Affairs to revoke the Veterans Affairs Canada benefits that have been extended to Chris Garnier, who is not a veteran, is incarcerated for second-degree murder and for interfering with the dead body of police officer Catherine Campbell, and is currently receiving benefits for a disability he sustained while committing his heinous crimes. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abutayev.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Belford's Lord Minster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lord Minster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Godet.
Mr. Godet.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yodega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Ms. Malkinson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. John.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Miss May, Saanich Golf Island.
Miss May, Saanich Golf Island.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. McCarty Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Margano.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Ronnie.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratenzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jivsnevsky.
Mr. Jezewski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pescasilido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayub.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur Elikuri.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Eilson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon Les Métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon Le Métis Matin Metapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Yeas pour 127, 127. Nays contre 151, 151.
I declare the motion defeated. It being 5:55 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration and second reading of Bill C-316, an act to amend the Canada Revenue Agency Act organ donors in the name of Mr. Webb.
Just start there.
Yeah, just start at this.
Order. We're about to begin. I encourage everyone to take their conversations into the lobby or maybe just sit down and maybe whisper amongst themselves rather than talking out loud. Mr. Weber, seconded by Mr. Waugh, moves that Bill C-316, an act to amend the Canada Revenue Agency Act, organ donors, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Debate. The Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for those who may not already know, I've been a long-time advocate of organ and tissue donation in Canada. In fact, a few years ago, I passed a bill in the Alberta Legislature as an MLA, resulting in the creation of the Alberta Organ and Tissue Donation Registry. It also put in place a strong and robust education and awareness program that also included adding donor hearts to our Alberta driver's license. However, the reality is 4,600 Canadians are still waiting a life-saving transplant, and we need to do more to find those critical matches to save more lives. This is an issue that transcends political lines and offers us, as parliamentarians, the opportunity to make a difference in every corner of the country. Mr. Speaker, the Humboldt Broncos tragedy last spring highlighted the issue across Canada when Logan Boulet signed up as an organ donor just weeks before his tragic death. This incredibly kind gesture prompted thousands more to register, but it is still not enough. Because while over 90% of Canadians say they support organ donation, only 25%.
Everyone, that debate is taking place, and I'm having a hard time hearing what the Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation is saying. So I just want to remind you that if you've got a conversation, maybe just either keep it down or outside. The Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
Well, I'm going to continue on where I left off, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Humboldt Broncos tragedy last spring highlighted the issue across Canada when Logan Boulet signed up as an organ donor just weeks before his tragic death. This incredibly kind gesture prompted thousands more to register, but it is still not enough. Because while over 90% of Canadians say that they support organ donation, only 25% are registered. In the meantime, hundreds die every year waiting for a donor. Sadly, Canada has one of the lowest donation rates in the world. A single organ donor can save up to 8 people, and a single tissue donor can help up to 75 individuals. Mr. Speaker, my bill, Bill C-316, proposes a very simple, very effective method to increase the size of organ donor base here in Canada. It will also help update existing databases, but most importantly, Mr. Speaker, it will save lives. I am proposing that we use the annual tax form to ask Canadians if they would like to become a registered organ donor and if they consent to have this information passed to their provincial government for addition to their existing organ donor registries. Before I go further, Mr. Speaker, I must thank the 20 members of Parliament from all parties in the House who have stepped forward to officially second my bill. Just let that sink in. There are members from all political parties in this House that have signed on as official seconders to this bill. That is a rare occurrence indeed. This extraordinary, nonpartisan approach demonstrates how a sensible idea can bring us together as a House to improve the lives of all Canadians. This collaborative approach has extended to the Health Committee, the committee that I serve on, along with 9 other colleagues of mine who have been extremely supportive of improving the organ and tissue donation situation here in Canada. And I deeply appreciate the support on this issue and with this bill. This is not a political issue. It is a human issue. Any one of us could be in need of donor organs or tissues at any time. Just asking the simple question can increase the number of donors. Just recently, Mr. Speaker, donor registration jumped up 15% in British Columbia, when drivers were asked directly at licensing locations across the province if they wanted to be donors. Jumped up 15%. So imagine what we can do on a national scale. Mr. Speaker, tax forms, by law, are restricted to collecting data for the purposes of taxation only. This is why we need to amend the law to allow for this common sense approach to a national problem. My bill is modeled on the successful inclusion on the tax form of the question asking Canadians if they want Elections Canada to be kept informed of their current information. My bill has been crafted in keeping with this successful precedent. Other initiatives to improve organ donation have been voted down in the past here in this House of Commons, as some felt the proposals were an infringement on provincial jurisdiction. My bill does not infringe on the provincial responsibility of managing donor lists. It just supports their existing work. My proposal is so simple and could be implemented so quickly. The federal government, via the Canada Revenue Agency, already successfully shares data every day with all the provinces and territories via encrypted networks with strong and reliable privacy safeguards. In addition, the existing infrastructure would support this change at virtually no cost. The CRA already shares dozens of data fields of information on every taxpayer with the provinces and territories, and this would simply be one more data exchange. The tax form is a way to update this information annually via a legally binding document. It would allow for provincial lists to remain current and relevant. While some methods used by the provinces, such as driver's license and healthcare cards, help register donors, as they do, none have reached as far a reach as the tax form. And the existing voluntary online method of registering is neither proactive or fully effective. Those, for example, who move from one province to another rarely update their information. The tax form approach overcomes these common problems. As the federal government is simply collecting the data and passing it to the provinces, we will not be opening the jurisdictional can of worms. The federal government will not be encroaching on provincial jurisdiction because we are not setting up a federal registry. We will provide the information to the province, and they will use the information as they see fit. The provinces will still be maintaining their own lists, and we'll just be supplying them with data for that purpose. Mr. Speaker, when someone dies, the tax department is often one of the first government agencies to be notified. This too will help update provincial registries and keep them current. This is a huge opportunity for this House to show leadership in organ and tissue donation efforts. And Mr. Speaker, stakeholders have been universally supportive of this bill, and the thousands of affected families with loved ones on waiting lists will welcome this additional help. One stakeholder, the Ontario Trillium Gift of Life Network, is the largest registry in Canada, and their CEO, Ms. Ronnie Gazzi, said, and I quote, "We would support creating an opportunity for Canadians when filing their income tax returns to register their consent for organ and tissue donation. The income tax return becomes a gateway and an annual reminder to drive Canadians to organ and tissue donor registration. We share with you the goal of substantially improving awareness of organ and tissue donation and improving health of Canadians by increasing the number of life-saving transplants," unquote. Mr. Speaker, the federal agency responsible for organ donation is the Canadian Blood Services, and their Vice President, Dr. Isa Levy, said, and I quote, "Just like our colleagues, we support a transactional touch point that will raise the awareness, especially if it leads to the conversation. But for sure, this is something to be welcomed," unquote. And Elizabeth Miles, the Kidney Foundation of Canada, has written to the Prime Minister expressing their support for this change. And Dr. Amit Garg and the Canadian Society of Nephrology is a society of physicians and scientists specializing in the care of kidney disease, and Dr. West of the Canadian National Transplant Research Program also expressed their strong support for this bill. And the list goes on. Support for this legislation reaches far and wide across this country and into every community. Mr. Speaker, the Health Committee just tabled a report on organ donation this very morning in the House with a number of key recommendations. The committee wanted to know what role the federal government could play in strengthening Canada's organ donation and transplantation system. One of the key recommendations in the report deals directly with the debate that we are having right now. If this bill is passed, it would go a long way to fulfilling that key recommendation. We have the opportunity to leverage the resources of the federal government to help our provincial and territorial partners improve their registries, and I hope we do. Mr. Speaker, I, and most importantly, the 4,600 Canadians awaiting a life-saving transplant, hope we can count on all MPs to support this bill. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to deeply thank a particular individual, a friend, Mr. Robert Salos of Calgary. Robert received a double lung transplant 13 and a half years ago at the age of 17, which granted him a new lease on life. Since having that transplant, he has been very active within Alberta and Canada, raising organ and tissue donation awareness. He helped me immensely with the passage of my bill in the Alberta legislature that created the Alberta Organ Donor Registry. Sadly, Robert has recently entered the palliative care process. And I want him to know that his determination and his struggle and his advocacy for organ and tissue donation have provided me with so much inspiration and so much motivation to improve the lives of others in need of a transplant. Robert Salos, I dedicate this effort to you, my friend. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his devoted work on Health Committee on this file. He was tenacious to make sure that we had the conversation, and I was so pleased to see the Health Committee come in unanimity today on organ donation with our report. My question for the member is this. You know, his proposal is a simple change to the tax form. Is there a cost implication at all related to that?
Member for Calgary Confederation.
Well, I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question. And as I stated in my speech, Mr. Speaker, there is minimal, if not any cost with regard to implementing this change to the tax form other than the ink to be printed on the forms. It is a question where the individual would just tick off a box whether or not they would wish to be an organ donor, and it would take virtually seconds to do. And the cost, little to nothing, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
In comments, questions et commentaires, la députée de Thérèse de Blainville.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize my colleague's bill, the member for Calgary Confederation. Organ donation is a very important topic for Canada. The report we tabled, the health report we tabled, was unanimous, and this proves that when all voices from all parties unite, that can be the result, and I congratulate my colleague for his bill. I will support the bill. I will say it. I say it publicly. It will be my pleasure to support the bill, and in fact, Thursday I'll table a motion to that effect. So my question for my colleague opposite, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask him whether he has spoken with medical authorities in each province or of some provinces, and what were the responses, if he received any?
Thank you, Honourable Member, for your question and for your ongoing work as well with regard to organ and tissue donation awareness. It's an honour to serve with you on the Health Committee. I respect you immensely, and thank you sincerely for your support on this bill. Also for your motion that will come up in a couple of days. I will say back to you, through Mr. Speaker, through you, to the Honourable Member, that I absolutely do support your motion as well. I think any type of awareness of organ and tissue donation, any talk in the House, any talk around Canada is so important. It is so important that we as Canadians ensure our families as well, Mr. Speaker, our families as well need to know that we wish to donate our organs upon death. Just signing the registry is really not enough, because what's in place right now is also the ability for family to trump that decision unless they know for certain that that is something that you wish to do. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway. A very brief question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'd like to congratulate on behalf of the New Democratic Party my honourable colleague from Calgary Confederation, who has done such wonderful work putting organ donation not only before our committee but before this House and by extension before our country. I have two questions for him. First, I think it's a wonderful idea to add a question to Canadians' tax returns in order to encourage people on an annual basis to consider being an organ donor, and I think that will increase the rates of organ donation in this country. But of course, it's only adults, probably over the age of 18, of working age, that file tax returns. So my first question to him is if he has any ideas or suggestions as to how we can encourage Canadians that may fall between those cracks to become organ donors. And secondly, as we've heard at committee, countries like Spain have extremely high levels of organ donation, probably due to a variety of factors, but primarily because they have a presumed consent system where all Spanish citizens are presumed to be organ donors unless they specifically opt out. And I'm wondering if he has any comment or position on that as a potential way to help increase organ donor rates in our country.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that question, Honourable Member, through the Speaker, of course. I do have to applaud the Honourable Member also from Vancouver on his work on the Health Committee and his devotion to organ and tissue donation as well. I believe that he is a great man, and I thank you for all your support on this bill. With regard to young people who do not drive and who do not do their income taxes because they are not income earners, there are many other ways, of course, to sign up on the registry, and that is just through it's what is it? I'm sorry. Beadonor.ca is what any young adult can go to register as a donor. With regard to the opt-out system that they have in Spain, the presumed consent, I would say to the honourable member that that is one of our recommendations on our bill, on our report that we brought forward and tabled here today. It is a recommendation to look into it, to look into the opportunities involved with opting out, presumed consent. So that is something that came up in our report today that was tabled, and I look forward to the study on that from the government. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Oakville North, Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was actually just rushing to put on my Be a Donor ribbon. Am I allowed to wear that in the House? Okay. I'm pleased to rise today to speak in favour of Bill C-316, and I want to first applaud the member for Calgary Confederation for all of his tireless efforts on improving organ donations across Canada, first in Alberta and now here in the House of Commons. Organ donation rates across the country are quite frankly pathetic. Here in Ontario, more than 85% of residents are in favour of organ donation, but only 1 in 3 Ontario residents have registered their consent to donate. This trend is similar across the country. There's clearly a disconnect between people's wishes and their actions. And sadly, without an individual registering in advance, their families are often faced with this decision at a time of crisis, dealing with the loss of a loved one when so many emotions are in play. And too often we have not discussed our wishes with our loved ones. We know that healthcare delivery is a provincial responsibility, and I applaud the member for finding a way to engage the federal government in this important issue while still respecting our constitutional jurisdictions. This bill would make it easier to gather information, a simple check mark on your income tax return, and voila, your information is passed on to the province of residence. And a province can choose not to participate in the program if it so wishes. So why is this so important, Mr. Speaker? Because while our provincial counterparts have made tremendous strides to raise awareness and registration rates, we are still not seeing donor registration rates rising as they should. In 2012, when I was an Oakville Town Councillor, I was part of a group of Oakville residents who formed the Oakville Be a Donor Group. It grew out of a call from Oakville resident Jennifer Malabar, who challenged the Mayor and Council to register as organ donors. Jennifer developed a kidney disease while pregnant with her first child, Aria. Facing an 8-year wait for a kidney transplant or the prospect of dialysis, Jen was the recipient of a kidney from her husband, Hitesh Patel, on their wedding anniversary, no less. Hitesh later joined me for the Courage Polar Bear Dip, wearing a Be a Donor t-shirt to raise awareness for organ donation. They later welcomed their second child, Sage, and the family continues to thrive. Through the Oakville Be a Donor group, I met the most amazing people. Bev Cathro, who donated her kidney to her young daughter. Ron Newman, affectionately known as the dialysis dude, who received a kidney transplant and lived dialysis-free for many years, but is now back on dialysis as he waits for another donor. Ron continues to advocate and also organizes the Halton Kidney Walk every year. Julie Pahar, whose experience was a different one, coming to our group having lost a loved one and having made the difficult decision to donate his organs. And of course, Sarah Taylor and Keith Childerhose, a love story that played out as Keith struggled to breathe. In need of a lung transplant, Sarah took to social media to publicize Keith's challenges. They appeared in the news as Keith waited for a double lung transplant. Keith was failing quickly and was on life support. He was living with diffuse panbronchiolitis from the age of 25 and had been fighting the disease for 15 years. This severe and rare disease caused fluid to continually build up in his lungs, similar to cystic fibrosis. On life support, the news came Keith was heading into a 10-hour surgery as a donor had been found. In one of the most touching photos ever taken, as Keith hooked up to IV and tubes, looking into each other's eyes, Keith touched Sarah's nose as she touched his hand. The good news is that the surgery was a success and brought much-needed attention to the need for organ donation. And in a lovely twist to the story, the two were engaged and then won a wedding package and were married in 2013. As wonderful as Keith and Sarah's story is, sadly across the country there are too many stories like Keith's that do not have a happy ending. Our Oakville Be a Donor group gathered the Halton Interfaith Council, community leaders and politicians to create a poster to be displayed around town. How pleased I was recently to visit the Halton Police Station and see our posters still hanging on the walls of the offices. Despite our efforts to raise awareness, our registration rates across Canada are dismal. I want to share with you some stats from the Ontario Be a Donor website. In Ontario, there are over 1,500 people waiting for a life-saving organ transplant. This is their only treatment option, and every 3 days someone will die because they did not get their transplant in time. One donor can save up to 8 lives through organ donation and enhance the lives of up to 75 through the gift of tissue. Age alone does not disqualify someone from becoming a donor. The oldest organ donor was over 90, and the oldest tissue donor was over 100. There's always the potential to be a donor, and it shouldn't stop someone from registering. Anyone over the age of 16 can register. Your current or past medical history does not prevent you from registering to be a donor. Individuals with serious illnesses can sometimes be organ or tissue donors, and each potential donor is evaluated on a case-by-case basis. All major religions support organ and tissue donation or respect an individual's choice. Organ and tissue donation does not impact funeral plans. An open casket funeral is possible. Right now, Mr. Speaker, there are over 1,100 people in Ontario waiting for a kidney and 252 waiting for a liver. 46 of those wait lists are under the age of 17. When you register, you give hope to the thousands of Canadians waiting for a transplant. Those on the transplant wait list are often living with organ failure, like my friend Ron Newman. Tissue donors can enhance the lives of recovering burn victims, help restore sight, and allow people to walk again. Transplants not only save lives, they return recipients to productive lives. Mr. Speaker, as I speak today in support of Bill C-316, I want to remember my friend Bob Hepburn. Bob was a generous and kind soul, a teacher librarian who was a role model for hundreds of students at Abbey Park High School in Oakville, and best friend to Tim Robertson. Bob was generous beyond words, so much so that he was twice a living donor, once donating his bone marrow and another time his kidney. Bob died quite suddenly a few months ago, and those to whom he had given the gift of life came to his funeral. To my colleague across the floor, the member for Calgary Confederation, thank you. I know this is an issue you've been committed to for years. I'm proud to call you a friend, and even prouder to have been asked to be a seconder of this bill. And I can't see because I'm crying. It is my sincere hope that Canadians will soon have another simple option to register as a donor on their income tax return, thanks to your private member's bill. So to anyone watching today, Mr. Speaker, talk to your loved ones about your wishes and go online and register today. In Ontario, go to beadonor.ca right now. It only takes 2 minutes to register. And to all members of this House, I ask for your support for Bill C-316. This bill creates a simple way for Canadians to register as an organ donor. It is my sincere hope that when Canadians file their income taxes in the near future, they can just click on a box to have the federal government notify the province of residence of their wish to register. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak to Bill C-316, an act to amend the Canada Revenue Agency Act, organ donors, and I would like to once again express my congratulations and thanks to the honourable member from Calgary Confederation for all his hard work on this issue. This legislation would give authority to the federal government to coordinate with the provinces and territories to allow Canadians to register as organ donors through their federal tax filings. Canada's New Democrats will be supporting this measure because we believe that it will help to increase registration rates. Organ donation registration has been proven to be transaction-based, and tax filings represent a transaction that millions of Canadians engage in every year. Indeed, this legislation aligns closely with the NDP's long-standing advocacy and legislative work around organ donation. For over a decade, New Democrats have been working to create a pan-Canadian organ donor registry to coordinate and promote organ donation throughout Canada. Legislation to create such a registry has been introduced by New Democrat MPs on 5 occasions in 2002, 2003, 2008, 2009, and 2013. Unfortunately, our federal government over the last 16 years has not been able to muster the will to implement this policy. Indeed, in February 2016, the Conservative member for Edmonton Manning, whose own son had been the recipient of 3 donated livers, reintroduced this private member's legislation, Bill C-223, with the unanimous support of the NDP. Unfortunately, the Liberal government voted to block that bipartisan effort. Now, Canada's New Democrats were profoundly disappointed to see the Liberals rush to this determination without even sending that bill to committee for study. Mr. Speaker, one donor can save up to 8 lives and benefit more than 75 people. And yet, at 18 donors per million people, Canada's current donation rate puts us in the lower third of developed countries. In fact, Canadians are currently dying on wait lists because our organ donation rate is so low. In 2016, there were 4,500 Canadians on the recipient wait list, and 260 Canadians died waiting for a transplant. In order to address this unacceptable shortfall, the House of Commons Standing Committee on Health agreed to study Canada's organ and tissue donation procurement system in March 2016, once again due to the initiative of my honourable colleague from Calgary Confederation. As part of this study, the committee heard from a range of witnesses, including representatives from Canadian Blood Services, provincial organ donation and procurement organizations, researchers, healthcare providers, and charities. The committee learned that although some jurisdictions in Canada are considered centres of excellence in organ donation and transplantation, others lack the resources and capacity to adopt best practices in this area. As a result, the rate of donors varies significantly by region in Canada. In 2013, Quebec had the most deceased donors in 2013 with 20.2 per million population. Manitoba and Saskatchewan, on the other hand, had only 7.2 per million. British Columbia is Canada's living donor capital with 28 living donors per million people. Now, the committee also heard that limited public awareness and public discourse about organ donation mean that there are also challenges related to consent for organ donation in Canada. In addition, witnesses called for more research and better data collection across Canada to help identify potential organ donors within healthcare systems and improve treatment outcomes for transplant patients. Mr. Speaker, New Democrats hope that the committee's report and 7 recommendations, which were tabled earlier today, will place a renewed focus on the need for federal leadership to improve Canada's organ and tissue donation system. In particular, we are pleased that the report contains a recommendation calling for study of a presumed consent or opt-out system for organ donation, an idea that New Democrats believe could make a huge difference in the number of organs available to save lives. Unlike Canada's current opt-in system, an opt-out approach would automatically register all citizens for organ donation unless they choose to indicate otherwise. Countries with opt-out systems consistently record higher donation rates than opt-in countries. Indeed, this approach has helped to make Spain a world leader in organ donation over the past 25 years. In Austria, the donor rate quadrupled after instituting opt-out legislation, and similar regulations in Belgium doubled kidney donations. I would be remiss not to mention that during the committee study, it became clear that there is a tremendous confusion over whether gay men are eligible to be organ donors in Canada. One could be forgiven for confusion on this point, since sexually active gay men are currently banned from donating blood in Canada. However, under regulations first enacted in 2007, men who have sex with men are eligible to be organ donors on a case-by-case basis. So apparently in this country, you can take a gay man's heart, but not his blood. Now, Helen Kennedy, Executive Director of the LGBTQ2 advocacy organization EGAL Canada, has described this approach as outrageous. Dr. Paul McPherson, an HIV researcher with the Ottawa Hospital Research Institute's Chronic Disease Program, has been clear that this ban does not match the science. For men in stable long-term relationships, the risks associated with blood donation are exactly the same as those for a heterosexual couple. Given this, Canada should adopt a blood donor policy that is evidence-based, gender-neutral, and behaviour-based. Now, although by this standard, Canada's organ donation system also perpetuates harmful stereotypes based on risk categories that cannot be justified by the science. Now, this policy leads to confusion for potential donors and an inconsistent application of the rules, which can have immensely tragic consequences. When the Prime Minister spoke to EGAL Canada this past May, he appeared to agree that the rules for blood and organ donation need to be changed. In fact, he named, quote, discrimination in blood and organ donation, end quote, as among the next frontiers of the LGBTQ2 movement. But it's difficult to comprehend the Prime Minister's call for advocacy when it's already within his power to end this discriminatory federal policy. In fact, in the last election, the Liberal Party pledged to end the ban on gay men donating blood, saying, this policy ignores scientific evidence and must end. But instead, the Liberal government simply reduced the celibacy period from 5 years to 1 year. This perpetuates discrimination against gay men, and New Democrats call for it to end now. It's time for the Liberal government to finally live up to its word by ensuring that Canada's blood and organ donation policies are truly non-discriminatory and based on science. I wish to conclude my remarks today by strongly encouraging all Canadians to register as organ donors and discuss their wishes with their loved ones. One donor can save up to 8 lives through organ donation and enhance the lives of up to 75 more through the gift of tissue. There's always the potential to be a donor, so don't let anything stop you from registering. Each potential donor is evaluated on a case-by-case basis. Current or past medical history does not prevent anyone from registering. Individuals with serious illnesses can also sometimes be organ and tissue donors. All major religions support organ and tissue donation or respect an individual's choice. And age alone is not a barrier to being a donor. So please consider giving the gift of life. I wish to reiterate the NDP's support for this vital initiative before us today and affirm our commitment to ensuring that every Canadian who needs an organ or tissue transplant receives it. No one should ever die because the call did not come in time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise tonight to speak in support of the private member's bill brought forth by the member of Calgary Confederation, C-316. This bill would amend the Canada Revenue Agency Act to allow Canadians to use their annual income tax returns to register as organ and tissue donors. The agency would be able to enter into agreements with provincial and territorial governments to collect this valuable information, which would then be passed on to the provinces and the territories and be used for the purpose of establishing or even maintaining their organ donor registries. In any case, no information would be passed along to an individual's province or even territory of resistance unless that individual had authorized the Canada Revenue Agency to do so in their income tax return. Now, as a result, Mr. Speaker, respect for the privacy of Canadians would continue to be the utmost importance under this bill. Bill C-316 seeks to address a very serious problem facing many Canadians within our healthcare system. Canadian Blood Services estimates 4,500 people across this country are on wait lists every year to get critical organ transplants, which have the potential to save lives. Unfortunately, these organ transplants are not always readily available, and the consequences are devastating. To this effect, Canadian Blood Services also reports that on average, 250 Canadians die each year waiting for a transplant. It could be someone's mom, dad, grandma, grandfather. In 2016 alone, there were over 4,500 people waiting for transplants, but only 2,835 organs were transplanted. 260 people died that year while waiting for organ transplants. 260. These tragic losses are totally unacceptable, and Canadians recognize this major problem. But we can fix this problem and make change for the better. We need to take action to help many Canadians as possible receive the potentially life-saving organ and tissue transplants that they desperately need. One of the primary goals of this bill is to give Canadians an annual opportunity to register the organ and tissue donors in a way that is totally simple and cost-effective. Provinces and territories would still have the constitutional authority over the establishment and the maintenance of these organ donor registries. But this bill would also allow the provincial and territory governments to use already existing resources of the Canada Revenue Agency to assist in the collection of organ donor information in a way which respects the privacy of all Canadians. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is so important because it makes it easier for all Canadians to register as organ donors by simply including the information on their income tax returns. The Canadian Transplant Society states that while over 90% of Canadians support organ and tissue donation, there's less than 20% of Canadians who have actually made the plans to donate. For Canadians now who wish to register as organ and tissue donors, the process should not be complicated. Canadians should be able to indicate their choice to be an organ or tissue donor in a way that is very clear and accessible for all Canadians. This bill, C-316, seeks to support this objective for the sake of both organ donors and the thousands of Canadians waiting for critical organ transplants each and every year. This bill represents a sensible solution which has the potential to help thousands of Canadians in need and benefits the lives of many more. I would like to tonight, Mr. Speaker, share two stories with this House. One organ recipient, and the other story I would like to share is of an organ donor family. Shammy Rathwell is a constituent of mine in Saskatoon Grasswood. I've known Shammy and her husband George for many, many years. But Shammy was 42 years old when her doctor detected a heart murmur. Medication didn't fix the issue, and after open heart surgery to repair a valve, it was determined the only option to correct this issue was a heart transplant. Shammy, in September of 1991, went on the list. She was fortunate. 2 months later, she got called. To quote Shammy, and I quote, "From the beginning, my transplant went very well. I did have a brief rejection early, but once that was resolved, I have been able to live a full and productive life. It will be 17 years this coming November. I have watched my girls grow, to become educated. In fact, one just got married, and I can't wait someday to be a grandmother. I am so thankful to my donor for the gift of life. The family must have been in deep grief and yet made the decision to donate the organs which saved my life. I don't know who my donor family is, but I think of them very often and thank them every day." Shammy Rathwell fully endorses this bill, C-316. The second story I want to share with you deals with the tragic accident of the Humboldt Bronco bus this past April that claimed the lives of 16 people. Logan Boulay was one of the players who died in that accident on Friday night. But the story of this heroic 21-year-old certainly needs to be told. Just the summer before in Lethbridge, Mr. Speaker, a mentor of Logan's, an athletic trainer by the name of Rick, suddenly passed away. Logan found out Rick signed the donor registry earlier in Alberta. He decided then that when he turned 21, he too would respect Rick and follow him to sign the registry in Alberta. So when this tragic accident happened on April the 6th, his parents, Bernadine and Toby, who, by the way, I spoke with at length last night from Lethbridge, knew to carry out the wishes of their only son, Logan. Saturday morning in the hospital in Saskatoon, Bernadine had one simple request. Her request was to hear Logan's heartbeat for the final time. She laid her head on his chest before the doctors proceeded with the successful organ recovery. Now, even though Logan has passed, Bernadine and Toby know that their son Hart is beating somewhere today in Canada. The Boulay story will be told many times, not only in this country, but in the world, as both parents have agreed to speak about their ordeal, helping others better understand the importance of organ and tissue donations. They, by the way, fully endorse this Bill 316. Now, since Logan's tragic passing, almost 100,000 Canadians have registered to become organ donors. It is clear that Logan's selfless decision to become an organ donor has had a very lasting impression in this country. Spin ahead to next year, April 7th, 2019, exactly 1 year after the passing of Logan Boulet in RUH Hospital in Saskatoon. The Canadian Transplant Society will proclaim Wear Green Shirt Day in Canada. Green, of course, is the color of the Humboldt Broncos, the team that he played for in the Saskatchewan Junior Hockey League. That Wear Green Day will be in recognition of Logan, along with many other organ donors in this country. It is clear that the benefits that organ donors provide to people in need is invaluable, and this bill offers a simple solution which would help provide these benefits to as many Canadians as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very pleased to rise in the House today in support of Bill C-316, and I'm also proud to be one of its seconders. I want to begin by thanking and commending the member from Calgary Confederation for his work in preparing this bill and helping to do two things. One, to help Parliament and the government and Canadians who engage in an important conversation about organ donating, and also to suggest a way to improve the lives of people so that more people can inherit that gift of life through organ transplants. This is no less than a matter of life and death. As the United Church of Canada minister, I've had the privilege to help families in the most difficult times of their lives. Those times have involved people who have lost loved ones, often tragically and unexpectedly, who were searching for solace and meaning in the face of often unspeakable grief. I've also worked with individuals waiting for life-saving or life-improving surgery that involved receiving an organ or tissue from either a living person or one who had just died, but whose organs could go on living in their body, giving them a second chance at living a full life. I do have a bias on this topic. I'm unabashedly in favor of finding ways to open the conversation about organ donation and finding ways to make it as easy as possible for this to happen across our country. An organ donation is called a gift of life, but for me there are two gifts happening simultaneously. One, obviously, for the recipient, whose life may be well saved by the donation, but also it's a gift for the donor and their family. In my experience, the donor and his or her family often receive as much or even more benefit from the organ donation. For the family, it often helps make sense and give meaning in the midst of tragic loss. I was 11 years old when Dr. Christian Barnard performed the world's first human-to-human heart transplant in Cape Town, South Africa. I can still remember watching the news that night and being absolutely overwhelmed at that possibility. He transplanted the heart of Denise Darval, who had died from a head injury, into the chest of Louis Washkansky. While he only lived for 18 days following the surgery, he regained consciousness and taught his medical team important lessons about the immune system and anti-rejection drugs. His second patient, which happened 50 years ago this year, lived for 19 months and opened up the possibility for heart patients around the world to hope for a healthy, happy, full, and long life. We've come a long way since then. Modern medicine now allows for transplantation of organs including the heart, kidneys, liver, lungs, pancreas, intestine, skin, and thymus. Tissues that may be transplanted include bones and tendons, muscles, corneas, heart valves, and veins. And medicine continues to grow and offer life-changing opportunities for people suffering from many afflictions. But to change these lives, it takes a willingness of people to donate their organs and tissue, and it takes systems that facilitate that in the most humane and efficient ways possible. This bill quite simply amends the Canada Revenue Agency Act to authorize the Canada Revenue Agency to enter into an agreement with a province or territory regarding the collection and disclosure of information required for establishing or maintaining an organ donor registry in that province or territory. During the other speeches, I actually double-checked. I first checked on my Ontario license to see if I was a donor, and it wasn't there. Then I checked on my health card, only because I was prompted when I got on the website for the Ontario government. And it's not an easy process. An easier process is when we're filing our income tax to check a box. It is not difficult. Our government recognizes the value of organ and tissue donation and transplantation, establishing leading practices, strengthening professional education, raising awareness. We've invested money with the Canadian Blood Services and in research as well, but more can be done. And this is quite a simple way to expand the gift of life, to get better health outcomes. I encourage all members in the House to support sending this bill to committee where it can both be studied and perhaps even improved. My hope is that the committee will recognize that provinces and territories could use help to register consent for organ and tissue donation, especially that organ and tissue donation after death, post-mortem, at a time when it's easy to do. And believe it or not, doing your taxes is not that hard. It's not that stressful. So we can take that moment in the time where we're filing to take just a second to check the box and do it. But being the kind of person I am, I want to push even a little bit further to say, is that the only place the federal government can help? Perhaps the committee could consider all the aspects of where Service Canada encounters Canadians. Getting a passport, which surely is less stressful than filing your income taxes. The committee has some work to do on this bill. I support it fully, and I suspect that we will be able to find a way for the federal government to efficiently, humanely help people to make this decision in a timely way. Ensuring that we register advance directives is critical. And it's one way to relieve the pressure on a family. If you've been in an emergency room, when a family is dealing with a life and death situation, when someone has been brought in after a car accident, and the family is told at that moment that the person they perhaps love the most in the world is dead or is about to die, and they're being asked to give permission for organ donation, it's a confusing time. As a pastor, I've often stepped in to help them when physicians or nurses are trying to remain neutral. Because my job as a pastor is to help them deal with that death, and I know that one way to deal with that death is to make sure that life comes out of darkness and death. And that's the way we can do it, by helping a family. But if we can avoid having to do it at that time of urgent care, at that time in a hospital when someone has died and someone is facing a tragic decision, then we should do it. It's a matter of life and death, and we have the power. We don't often in this House get to save lives. We're not first responders. But in this bill, we have the chance to save lives, and we should take it. Ensuring that there is a safe, good, and efficient way to register advance directives is part of our mandate as members of this House of Commons, and this bill accomplishes that. We all have stories about this, and a couple of years ago, I read a story that came out of a shooting in one of the schools in a wave of violence. And this particular story happened in Paducah, Kentucky. Several children died in a school shooting. Afterwards, a reporter asked the mother of one of the little girls who had been shot what her thoughts had been as she raced to the hospital. She said she kept praying over and over again, "Lord, let my daughter live." The reporter continued, "And what happened when you found out your daughter was dead?" The mother responded, "I started praying they would be able to use her organs so that others could live." And indeed that came about, and what happened was that this little girl's heart was given to a man who desperately needed a transplant. Months later, she went to see him. The mother was introduced to the man, and she asked for one thing, and that was that could she put her head against his chest to hear her heart beating again. This act was a gift to both families. It was a gift to a mother who had lost a daughter and a gift to a man who had new life. A little girl's heart beating and beating and beating. In this House, we have a chance to make that kind of a difference. We can send this bill to committee, we can make sure it gets passed, and we can save a life. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou. I want to inform the honourable member that she has approximately 3.5 minutes.
3.5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3.5 minutes, of course, is a very short time to express my support for this particular private member's bill, and I do want to congratulate the member from Calgary Confederation for providing what I think seems to be a very elegant and simple solution to what is a significant problem in Canada. So what is his proposed solution is strictly as people do their tax reform forms, that they have the ability to make decisions around organ donation, and that from there, that information is simply transferred to the provinces for the registries that each province and territory will keep. And so certainly, you know, especially with the electronic forms that are done nowadays, or you give the information to your accountant, it is a quick and very simple question to answer, and a very important question, and it just prods people to make that decision and certainly look at that issue every year. And sometimes I know there was an issue in terms of people that are not taxpayers yet. We know that there's some people that perhaps don't pay taxes, but they actually still fill in their forms because they are looking for the child benefit program. So not only do taxpayers pay, but certainly people fill in those forms regularly from often a very early age in order to get child tax benefits or to look at their summer employment. So I think, again, I have to congratulate him on what I think would be an elegant solution. He also noted quite rightly that it would not be a big burden on the Canada Revenue Agency because they already have significant infrastructure in place that moves information back and forth between certainly the federal government and the province. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, we've heard a lot of heartfelt stories as we've sat here, and of course, as I've listened to the debate tonight, I think we all have someone in our lives that we know that's been impacted. I had a nursing career, many years in a nursing career in a rural community, and I can remember both sides of the donor and the donor recipient dealing with patients over the years. I can certainly remember clearly people that came in who clearly their loved one was not going to make it. We were having to have these awful conversations with the family members in terms of what the wishes would have been, because we wanted to make sure that the wishes were acknowledged, and also in a rural community to make sure that we got the patient transported in order to take care of their wishes. Too often, the family member said, we never had that conversation. And so I think having it on the tax form, it makes it easy, and hopefully there'll be a way that the provinces will be able to flag it to these small rural centres and other places throughout the province, because then they will know, oh, I see that your loved one did say that he wanted to be an organ donor, and so we would be able to have that conversation with the family. And then, of course, I can remember one young girl who had kidney disease, and how long she had to wait for a donor to come through in terms of helping her in her life and moving forward. She was very young. She suffered greatly, and we had to see her through many, many months of a difficult time as she waited patiently for an organ donor. So, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that my time has really come to an end, my 3.5 minutes, but an elegant solution, and congratulations, and I hope we get the support from all members in this House in terms of moving this private member's bill forward. Thank you.
The time provided for consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Alors?
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Okay. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Because in the spring I asked about the 18,000 low-income seniors, largely in Atlantic Canada, who did their job, filed their taxes on time, and expected that this government would do its job and make sure that they would receive their GIS on time. This did not happen. Many seniors were left without their guaranteed income supplement and struggled to come up with the money they did not have to pay for things like rent, medication, and food. The response from the Minister of National Revenue was that their government is, quote, improving the services provided by the Canada Revenue Agency to make it easier for Canadians to file their taxes and give them access to the benefits they are entitled to, end quote. Obviously, that did not work. The result was 18,000 seniors were seriously delayed in getting their GIS payment. As a spokesperson on seniors' issues for the NDP, I am regularly disappointed on how often it feels that I am explaining poverty to this government. These are real issues, with real people behind them. These are seniors calling my office because they did not get their GIS, and they are scared they will have to tell their landlord that they cannot pay the rent. This is men and women in their 80s and 90s facing homelessness because this government cannot get the services running smoothly. Now, I think it is important that we take time and a moment to thank the people, the amazing people in the public sector who are doing their jobs every day, doing the best that they can for Canadians. I have to point out, though, it is this government's job to work with these hardworking people and identify where the gaps are so these incidents do not happen. I'm thinking of my own constituents. For example, an elderly man of 70 who came to see us because he received significantly lower amount of OAS and didn't receive his guaranteed income supplement. Upon looking into his case, we did realize that he had not filled in his 2016 tax return. He told our office that he had moved and didn't have the T4s that were necessary. What we uncovered was that, in fact, he had moved to a seniors' housing facility. He had significant health issues that made him unable to come into the office to sign the required forms for CRA and Service Canada. So my amazing staff did their work, Mr. Speaker, and they went to his home, and it was absolutely heartbreaking. He was in a very small room with a bed that he also used as a couch, a tiny kitchen attached to his living area, and a bathroom. And he was very, very grateful for having that home. The realities was that this facility did not have a common area that provided meals. So he was eating very little as he had extremely limited income. It took us a few months to get it all sorted out for him, but during that time he could not afford to buy his medication. Costs like food were also beyond his means, and thankfully the facility that he lived in was very flexible with him about the payments for rent. I also think of another senior in Powell River whose GIS is on hold while CRA figures out what his new combined income is going to be now that his wife is going off disability and is retiring on CPP and OAS. He hasn't received its GIS check since last May, which is causing him concern. And right now, we're just ending of summer, and he talked to us about how that's how he's feeding himself with a small garden. He said, quote, "How long do they expect us to wait? Even our diet is being compromised right now, and if we didn't have a garden, we wouldn't be eating very well. Does the government not realize that those few hundreds of dollars a month mean a lot to seniors on a fixed income? Withholding money from seniors who are eligible for GIS is terrible. As people age, we must make sure that the most vulnerable get the services they need. When will these services be fast-tracked so that the most vulnerable don't go hungry or without medication?" Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for raising this important question. And before I begin my prepared remarks, I'd like to share that growing up in rural Atlantic Canada, I never fully appreciated the plight of seniors living in poverty until I went knocking doors in the 2015 election campaign. And I can tell you it was a very proud moment for me when I saw that we implemented our commitment to boost guaranteed income supplement by 10% for low-income single seniors, that's seeing an increase of up to $947 in places like Pictou County, Nova Scotia. I'm happy to share with the honourable member that our government is committed to making it easier for Canadians to file their taxes and to ensure that they're receiving the benefits to which they are entitled. Mr. Speaker, we all know how stressful the end of the tax year can be. Oftentimes, we're scrambling to get documents together in order, and the government should do anything that it can to make this process easier for Canadians. For example, providing the income tax information for the given year to Service Canada for seniors who received the GIS is a task we understand to be of the utmost importance. To give you some background on the administration of the Guaranteed Income Supplement, it's a program that is managed by Service Canada. The CRA works closely with Service Canada to ensure that the seniors have the income information they require to assess who qualifies for the benefit. And each year, because of changes to individuals' tax situation or information not received by the federal government, some individuals who were entitled to benefits the previous year may not receive them. We're aware of the importance of the timelines to the delivery of this information, and it's not a responsibility that we take lightly. I agree wholeheartedly with my colleague about the importance of processing returns quickly so that eligible seniors continue to receive GIS and in a timely way. The CRA has implemented changes to ensure GIS recipients have their returns assessed in time for benefit calculations and issuance if they have filed on time. Specifically, CRA has created a tracking process during peak filing season that will identify GIS-eligible files and ensure their returns are processed in priority, and informed Canadians on the importance of filing on time by including information on the cover page of the T1 guide with online content and with social media messaging. It's also important to note, Mr. Speaker, that 95% of the GIS beneficiaries have their benefits renewed automatically each year by Service Canada, as is determined by a person's income details. I'm sure we're all going to agree that it's of great concern to CRA when a person who is entitled to a benefit does not receive it. Like my colleague, I have great concern for the well-being of seniors who depend on these benefits. It's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that there's an established protocol in place so seniors can get in touch with Service Canada should they be concerned about the timely delivery of their GIS benefits. It's especially important that it's a part of our duties as elected officials that we share information with Canadians on how to get the information they need to answer important questions like these ones. In the case of the GIS, Mr. Speaker, there are several toll-free lines available to Canadians so their questions can be answered and their situations are sorted out. I'm confident that we all have the same priorities in mind when it comes to making sure that benefits reach vulnerable Canadians who qualify for them in a dependable and timely manner. Mr. Speaker, as an Atlantic Canadian, I know firsthand what it's like to see seniors living in poverty in our constituency, and I'm going to work as hard as I can in this role to ensure that our seniors who are entitled to GIS benefits receive them and receive them in a timely way. Thank you.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his response. But I do want to point out the fact that it was 18,000 seniors in Atlantic Canada that had to wait. I also want to point out again, when I look at the story that I just shared, that this family has been waiting since May to find out what's going to happen with their GIS. And, you know, the garden isn't going to be supplying food through the winter. So, you know, these are real issues. And there are ones where people are having to wait. I think, you know, I understand that this member has some experience. I'm really happy to hear he knocked on doors and heard those serious concerns from Canadians. But when I have people in their 80s and 90s calling my office because they've lost their GIS for one reason or another, I just have to ask myself, you know, what kind of income does this government think that an 80 or 90-year-old person is going to be getting that's going to take them off the GIS? So if a senior's really ill and they can't apply for their taxes in a timely fashion because they're literally in the hospital, it seems really scary to me that I have weeping seniors saying, am I going to be kicked out of my home? So I encourage this member to really look at this file. I mean, I understand it's not his, but...
Parliamentary Secretary.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for raising the important issue of seniors' poverty and the timely delivery of GIS benefits. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, it's heartbreaking to speak to seniors living in poverty. We know that seniors' poverty has a disproportionate impact on women as well, which is why the government's measures to increase the GIS by 10% for low-income single seniors is actually going to have a positive impact on senior women who are living in poverty, no matter which region in Canada you're from. Mr. Speaker, I point out again that 95% of GIS beneficiaries have their benefits renewed automatically each year by Service Canada, which is determined by a person's income details. There is a process in place so seniors can get in touch with Service Canada should they be concerned about receiving the GIS, and I encourage them to do so. I encourage all members in this House to educate their constituents on how to do so. The CRA is going to continue to provide quality service to Canadians so that they can receive their benefits as quickly as possible. This is important, Mr. Speaker, and we need to get this right. Thank you.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So Canada marks Gender Equality Week this week, and from the New Democrat perspective and women in the grassroots movement, women continue to bear the brunt of successive failures by both Conservative and now Liberal governments to invest properly in true women's equality, the programs that would combat inequality that they face. Women would have more to celebrate this week if the government in place, with its very strong mandate from the people and very strong intentions and declarations of gender equality, if it had actually acted on that mandate to implement. And I'm going to focus today particularly on ending violence against women. Canada made a commitment to the United Nations, which I'm very proud of, that our country stood up with other countries, saying, yes, we will use our power to end violence against women, and we will enact what's called a national action plan to end violence against women. This government has not enacted a national action plan. They've done a federal plan, which is much more narrow. So what happens within the United Nations system is there are visits every 5 years by the United Nations representatives to find out whether Canada or any country that had signed on to a UN declaration or treaty is actually upholding its commitments. And so in April this year, Canada had its visit from the UN Special Rapporteur to end violence against women. At that time, here are the headlines from the UN Special Rapporteur. She was only in Canada for 13 days, but she visited such an array of regions of the country. She's talked to such a variety of the strong grassroots organizations, women's groups, and frontline service providers. They gave her fantastic advice. And this is how she summed it up. She said, these are the ways that Canada has failed. Number one, violence against women in Canada is still a serious, pervasive and systematic problem, an unfinished business that requires urgent action. Women's human rights in Canada are protected in an incomplete patchwork way. And third, federalism should not be a barrier to human rights implementation. So I had this debate then in the House with the Prime Minister, and that was the impetus for this further debate today. And he said that I should not be so judgmental and that I should recognize that Canada is having conversations at the United Nations and with other partners. And this, to me, is the root of the problem. The conversations do not actually enact real change for women on the ground. And so I'm going to continue to press, and New Democrats will continue to press in the most constructive way we can. Please, let's get on with the implementation. The talk is over. We know everyone would benefit from achieving gender equality. We know it's the right thing to do, but it can't just be this celebratory stuff, and it can't just be conversations. So here's one. For example, the lack of national action plan to end violence against women, as I noted, is one of the failures. A second was a dire shortage of shelters for women and children escaping violence. A third was lack of sustainable funding for a sufficient number of safe and confidential shelters. Another was inconsistency in policy and legislation across all jurisdictions in order to promptly address sexual violence on campuses and in schools. A damning report from the UN Special Rapporteur. I ask through you, Mr. Speaker, what has the government done since April to put the UN's peace of mind at ease?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, I'd like to thank the member from Nanaimo Ladysmith for her contribution not only to the debate tonight, but for her advocacy on behalf of women. I had the pleasure of sitting with her on the Status of Women Committee for my first few years as a member of Parliament. I thoroughly enjoyed her thoughtful and engaging approach to our dialogue. I'm similarly pleased, Mr. Speaker, to defend and to highlight our government's action, not just words, on gender equality, Mr. Speaker, and the work that we're doing, in particular, to end violence against women and girls. I'm especially proud to rise today during the first ever Gender Equality Week, Mr. Speaker, a week to celebrate Canada's progress in advancing gender equality and an opportunity to reflect on the work that remains, recognizing the countless benefits of gender equality for people no matter their gender. Mr. Speaker, frankly, I have a hard time disagreeing with some of the issues that the member raised in her speech, though I do take issue with her mischaracterization of the actions that our government have taken. By taking steps to advance gender equality, we are strengthening the middle class and growing the economy for everyone. We could add $150 billion to our GDP in less than a decade if we successfully bring in policies of fairness and equality. Mr. Speaker, I am glad the member made reference in particular to the visit of the UN Special Rapporteur on violence against women in her question. And before I speak to the many actions our government is taking, I'd like to quote the Special Rapporteur who said, "I would like to congratulate the Canadian government on its current efforts of upgrading the Federal Agency of Status of Women into a full-size department, what I see as an important step that will enable better coordination on alignments of laws, policies and their implementation in relation to the protection of women's rights across the country in order to fully integrate national feminist policy at all levels and participation of all stakeholders, including Indigenous women that today face intersectional discrimination and violence at higher level than non-Indigenous women and require special focus." Further, Mr. Speaker, the Special Rapporteur went on to say, "These, together with the new strategy to prevent and address gender-based violence as an obstacle to achieving gender equality, are important steps that are needed to respond to current challenges in the prevention of gender-based violence in Canada." Mr. Speaker, we are making gender equality a priority in a number of ways. For example, we have made Status of Women a full department, introduced legislation to ensure that Gender-Based Analysis Plus is applied to all federal budgets. We have invested $40 billion into a national housing strategy, 25% of which is reserved for homes for women and their families. Mr. Speaker, we have invested $7 billion to address early learning and child care needs. We have strengthened the Canada Child Benefit so that it continues to help families that are most in need, in particular households with single parents. Mr. Speaker, we've created a new parental sharing benefit to support an equitable distribution of childcare within the home. We have created a safer work environments by assuring that all federally regulated workplaces are free of sexual harassment and violence, and we have introduced we will be introducing historic proactive pay equity legislation and pay transparency measures to end pay discriminations. Mr. Speaker, we all need to work together to prevent gender-based violence. That is why the Minister for the Status of Women launched the first ever federal strategy to prevent and address gender-based violence. Gender-based violence cannot be tolerated in Canada in 2018, and we're going to continue to work with all Canadians to end gender-based violence in all its forms. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
The good intentions of this government aside, a Ministry of Status of Women and strategies and budget announcements do not change women's lives on the ground. And so although the UN report does laud some of those initiatives, that is not where the rubber hits the road so far as ending violence against women. So here's another quote from the rapporteur's report, quote, "Lack of shelters or second-stage housing facilities, many women who have fled from domestic violence are subsequently forced to return to their homes, exposing themselves to the risk of facing further violence," end quote. In my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith, that's Samaritan House, which is operated by the Island Crisis Care Society. It's a homeless shelter for women. 50% of their clientele is over the age of 50 now, and they turn people away every night. It's not safe. The government must act.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, in response, I'd reiterate that the words we've put forward and the announcements that we've made are not restricted to the paper that they are written on. People are feeling the impact of the investments we have made today. I can look at projects in my own riding. If I look at the Antigonish Women's Resource Centre that has benefited from investments, it's actually helping them get into schools to create policies that are going to help reduce gender-based violence by educating young men and boys in communities today. Mr. Speaker, the measures that I outlined in my remarks remarks earlier, each have projects across the country, in every pocket of Canada, that are actually making a difference in the lives of women. I will not stand here today and say everything is perfect in Canada. We have 150 years of a history where we should have been doing more but have not. I am so proud to be part of a government that is finally taking gender equality seriously, in particular the announcement towards $100 million for a gender-based violence strategy in our federal budget. Mr. Speaker, this is a record I am proud to stand on and defend, and I thank the honourable member for her many contributions on the committee that we sat on together. Thank you.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni is not present to raise the matter for which adjournment notices have been given. Accordingly, the notice is deemed withdrawn. La motion portant que la Chambre...
The motion that the House now stands adjourned is deemed adopted.
PM pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Thank you.